Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to another edition of the Pewter Pregame. I am JC Allen. Joined with me is Casey Hudson. We're going to get into this matchup, but first we want to thank our sponsors here for powering this Pewter Pregame, Celsius. Now, you know, as much as I do, Casey, that these shows go forever. We're starting with the Pewter pregame. We're giving you the Pewter in-game live stream, and then obviously a post-game. So I don't know about you, but I can't get through this time without Celsius. And today I'm rocking the Celsius Heat Blueberry Pomegranate. It tastes delicious. Through the mask,
that's how efficient it is.
What are you sipping on over there today?
All right, so I started my day off with the kiwi guava, but last time we did the pregame show, I drank almost 3 Celsiuses before the day was over, and it was not the best idea. I'm like 5'1", I don't have enough space for all that energy. So today I just started the morning off with kiwi guava.
Yeah,
then post game I'll probably grab another one.
Celsius is great flavors, so many flavors, and they all taste great. And it's such a sugar-free, great energy drink, no crash. It's not only good for you, but it gives you the energy you need to get through the day, get through a game. If you go on the Celsius store locator, you can find out where the flavors, where they're selling them by you. Again, so many flavors. Tropical Vibe, one of my favorite ones out there. It's great for you, gives you great energy. And they also have the fast bars too that you can get if you go on Amazon. You can go on Amazon and you can also set subscribe, so it'll get shipped to you right when you run out. So it's definitely great.
Big fan of the fast bars too.
Absolutely. So before we dive into it, we'll jump into some injury-related news because the Bucs just came out with their inactive list. On that inactive list for the game today, no surprise, Antonio Brown. We knew he would be out, but a player that was, looking like he may be taking a positive trend earlier in the week was D. Delaney. Obviously injured his ankle last week, late in that game. Came out, said he'd be fine, good to go. Didn't practice all week, so he's out. Keyshawn Vaughn is a healthy scratch, as well as Nick Leverett and Steve McClendon, which was kind of interesting, along with Kyle Trask. Kind of interesting that Steve McClendon's out again for a second game this season. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, like you said, no surprise with the Antonio Brown being out. I mentioned to John the previous week when we were chatting that you could just tell that ankle was not holding him up, but he fought for it. So hopefully you guys, we got some wind of the fact that some of these players might be coming back after bye week. But heading into today, at least the exciting part is some of the players that may be coming back to be a part of one of the best rivalries in the NFC, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, they're getting players like Gronkowski back. He missed him since week 4. Mm-hmm. Injured his ribs and his lung in the week 3 game against the Rams. Came back, what a trooper! Came back, but has subsequently missed all that time. So he's another offensive weapon they'll have back, and quite frankly, they haven't really needed him. But whether he'll play more of a decoy role, what his role will be, especially with the bye week coming up, you don't want to risk a setback with a guy like Gronkowski. But just having his presence in there, I know we're all hoping we'll see a little bit less of Josh Wells out there in that jumbo tackle. They had Aaron Stinney out there last week. So having Gronkowski back, his run blocking prowess and his just chemistry with Tom Brady is huge on the offensive side of the ball, but they're also getting help on the defensive side of the ball. Right, Casey?
Yes, absolutely, because then Levante David is going to be suited up and back in action, as well as Richard Sherman, which was a little bit of a shocker. I know we were kind of waiting to see most guys come back after the bye week. Nobody wants to see anyone rushed into this game. But as I mentioned earlier, this is a rivalry game. This is always one of the biggest games on the calendars every single season. So you can't blame them for wanting to get as many people back as possible. So Lavonte David returning with that, coming back from that ankle injury, Richard Sherman from the hamstring, I believe. So hopefully those guys can be adequate assets in today's matchup versus the Saints.
Yeah, and on the Saints side, Taysom Hill, big weapon for them out. His versatility to use, as a quarterback position, receiver, running back, that big body. Yeah, I mean, pretty much anything you want to do on offense, Taysom Hill can kind of give you a dose of it. But Peyton Turner, their first-round rookie pick, draft pick, is out this week. Ian Book, backup quarterback, Dwayne Washington. The big news is Deontay Harris looks like he's going to play this week. The wide receiver gives them a little bit more wide receiver depth. We know Taquan Smith just came back from injury. They do have Marquise Callaway, but now kind of gives Jameis Winston a rounded out wide receiver group with all three of those guys back in the fold. Still waiting for Michael Thomas. I know Carlton Davis isn't playing in this game, and neither is Michael Thomas, but maybe the second time around we'll get that offense and defensive rivalry. Because moving to this offensive side of the ball, for the Buccaneers, moving on the offense, Mike Evans has had some struggles recently against Marcus Lattimore. Now he has scored 2 touchdowns, but he's only had like 4 catches in one game for 64 yards, 1 catch for 1 yard and a touchdown, and the other one was at 1 catch for 3 yards and a touchdown. So combined, he's been held under 70 yards with 2 touchdowns on 6 receptions. So if something's gonna change, it needs to happen this week with Brady and Evans finally getting on the same page and attacking Marcus Lattimore, who's dealing with a hand injury of his own, right?
Right, but I can see that from 2 different perspectives. When it came to this matchup, I look back to Sundays. I know that there's always kind of been this rift between Mike Evans and Lattimore, but if you look at this past Sunday, Mike Evans had 3 touchdowns and only 76 yards. He just knows how to make plays count when they need to. So if he can continue that momentum, even if he doesn't get the yardage, we need him in the end zone so that he can get points on the board for the Bucs. The other thing is, like you mentioned, Lattimore is kind of working through a hand injury, and I think that the Buccaneers offense can wear them down a lot quicker than the Saints offense can wear down the Bucs defense. So we'll see what happens with Mike Evans, but even if he doesn't break 100 yards, he knows how to make these things count. So you don't always get 3 touchdowns out of 76 yards. It's kind of pretty rare to see.
Yeah, exactly. And you mentioned, in the red zone where he's been proficient, 2 touchdowns in those 3 games. Having a guy like Gronk back helps him with another bigger body weapon in that red zone area. Even though the Saints have not allowed a touchdown to a tight end this year, still having that imposing threat of Rob Gronkowski back into the lineup gives Mike Evans a little bit more space to work with. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can we know there's some bad blood, like real bad blood, not like, hey, we'll talk some crap during the game and shake hands. These guys don't like each other.
It's heavy between these guys. And I'm glad you brought that up because I was watching film on, the Saints Monday night game versus the Seahawks, and half of those penalties were just, unnecessary misconduct. Just like there was so much animosity on that field. So a part of me is over here like, if things were heating up versus the Seahawks, it's Halloween. They're going to be in New Orleans, playing on home turf. How much crazier or how much more animosity is going to be a part of this evening's matchup? And the first guys that come to mind are Evans and Lattimore. So I think we are all in for a game.
Evans and Lattimore, and then the offensive line there, Donovan Smith, who's done a heck of a job. This offensive line has been by far one of the best units in the league. You look at where their rankings are, you look at what they're giving up, only 9 sacks on the year. And you mentioned, a rivalry right there. There's another one with Cam Jordan and Donovan Smith. Words have been said back and forth between these two units and these 2 players specifically. And the Saints have a pretty good line going right now. I mean, they're not getting after the quarterback nearly as much as they'd like to. Only 13 sacks in the year, but they're shutting down the run at a great rate. 3rd in the league, 80 yards, just over 80 yards a carry. It's going to take this offensive line blocking well to give Tom Brady that extra time that he's going to need, but also to get the running game going, because I think you're going back to New Orleans. Leonard Fournette, played there, Death Valley, LSU. He's going to want to have a game, and I know the offensive line is going to want to block for him and have a game as well. So going up against that matchup, going against such a good defense, will this Bucs ground game, you think, be able to get the ball going? Will Jordan and Smith be the highlight matchup that we're watching here? And will Leonard Fournette, will we get Nolans Lenny? Do you think we'll get Nola Lenny?
Another nickname to add to the chart. So great point on the fact that the Saints will be able, or they're likely looked at to be able to minimize the Bucs run game. The thing is that I think of playoff Lenny from the Jaguars season. I think it was 2019. He knows how to kind of thrive under those pressures of strong lines, and he knows how to kind of create those plays and those opportunities and get down the field. And we're seeing that more and more game by game. The other thing is Ronald Jones had probably his best game this entire season versus the Bears. I think he finally broke like 63 yards or had 63 yards. And he's struggled to get past the 25-yard mark every single game leading up to this past Sunday. So even if it's not going to be Nolan's Lenny, weirdly enough, I can see Ronald Jones actually having a more productive game today versus the Saints. He has familiarity versus the Saints. He's had quality games versus the Saints in the past 2 seasons. So this might be the day that John Ledyard gets out of Ronald Jones' head and Ronald Jones does some pretty spectacular things for the Bucs offense. The other thing too is Gio Bernard. We know that they kind of use him as that third down back kind of guy, but there's versatility there. They can pass out the ball to him or they can use him to run. And because of his smaller, shiftier frame, could be a huge asset today versus the Saints. I think their Lions only blitzed about 26% this season as well. So between Tom Brady's release on the ball and, their ability to add that pressure and Brady being one of the best quarterbacks to thrive under pressure, I could still see the Bucs creating a quality run game this evening.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, you got to get the play action game going, and keep those defenders honest. You got to attack, your wide receivers down the field. Tyler Johnson. They brought up Cyril Grayson, who we know has got track star speed, actually ran track in New Orleans. So, you had those guys to stretch the field, and that can do so much to open up things, running lanes underneath for Leonard Fournette, for Rojo, and utilizing that play action game to get those wide receivers good open looks. So, it doesn't, obviously we know that you don't need to run the ball to set up play action, but it sure as heck makes it a lot more effective. So
it does. But even for throwing out a play action, I think we're going to see a lot of play action from both teams today. But again, kind of touching back to the Monday night game, there was that huge play action play, that 84-yard touchdown from Geno to Metcalf. So you can see that there's going to be some opportunities, some little spotlights where Tom Brady can utilize those deep balls, because I think they've made about 34 20-plus yard plays, and the Saints may not allow a lot of them, but I think they've allowed about 21 this season so far. So it's always about picking your moment, and it's about playing smart. And the biggest thing that I'm looking into heading into tonight's game is that, now the Bucs have that veteran quarterback presence versus the Saints, where it's, last time it was 2 very solid, smart, intelligent veteran quarterbacks. Now Brady has the upper hand there. He can make a better read. He can help, talk to Leftwich about making quality plays and kind of like pick apart that defense probably a lot better than they would have when Drew Brees was in the pocket.
Yeah, you're right. It's a full 180 or 360 switch, because before that it was Jameis versus the veteran, then it was veteran versus veteran, and now it's veteran versus Jameis. So it's going to be interesting to see how that unfolds really in that matchup. Obviously, they don't play against each other, but one-on-one, and there's a lot of bad blood, here in Tampa with some fans about Jameis Winston, and even some guys on the team are looking to get after him. But what were you going to say?
No, I just said, I was agreeing to the fact that there's some guys on the team that are ready to get that opportunity to go after Winston.
For sure. But before we head into that, I want to just give a shout out to one of our sponsors, Whiskey Wings. Whiskey Wings down in Temple Terrace. Guys, if you have not gone there yet, me and Casey did one of our pregame shows there. And not only is the vibe incredible, they have a giant projector, screens all around, inside, outside bar. Great drinks, and also great food. Look at the size of that sandwich. I got the wings and the sliders last time I was there. French fries. I judge a place by their French fries too. Like, if you got good French fries, I'll definitely be back because French fries help make the meal. But Whiskey Wings, Sports Bar and Grill down in Temple Terrace. They do an amazing job there putting on a game. They do an amazing job with their food. Their service is great. And it's a great fan environment to be down there with fellow Bucs fans and rooting on your team.
French fries are the deal sealer.
Absolutely. If you don't got good French fries, I mean, what are we doing here? But
I won't go back. Or places that only have tater tots and no fries.
Yeah, like Sonic, right? What are we doing over here? Yeah, but guys, don't make sure to stick it right here too after the Pewter pregame show once the game is live, because we will have the Pewter in-game show, in-game stream live. We're gonna have John on there with Paul. They're gonna be breaking down everything. Put the TV on mute, listen to them, because they are much more knowledgeable sometimes than what's going on. They are a little bit behind on their play analysis, but you're to get top-notch analysis from them. And it's just a great way to. I do both. I watch the game, I listen to them. Sometimes I'll sneak in some broadcasts, but they're so much better. It's awesome to just listen to them, and it really is. It's great content that we're providing to you guys. So make sure you guys are checking that out as well. But back to Jameis Winston. When the Saints have the ball, Jameis Winston has had I said the most time in the league, 3 seconds to throw the ball.
3.07. That's a long time to hold the ball as a quarterback. Yeah.
And the offensive line has been obviously top par, but they're losing a huge member of their offensive line. Andres Pete with a pectoral injury, out for the season. Most likely, definitely out for this game. If you're the defensive line, and we heard kind of some of them talk a little bit about getting after Jameson, JPP. What do you think? Like, you got to be licking your chops right now. Like, I get to get after Jameis. Some of them still blame him for not being able to get into the season. Well, they'll never say it publicly, but
yes, absolutely. But I mean, they were all about protecting their teammate at the time. That's the united front and standing by it. But I'm sure some old frustrations will come out versus Winston. And it's also just the fun of getting after the quarterback. He doesn't handle QB pressure as well as some other quarterbacks. And I think that the Bucs defense has actually gotten a really good couple of practice rounds going against mobile quarterbacks like Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields. And Justin Fields was one of those guys who, in the blink of an eye, would throw it downfield or make those large passes. And eventually you kind of could guess that it was going to work against him. So just kind of a well-rounded practice in the past 2 games. Not that Winston's the most mobile quarterback, but we know that he has a tendency to pick up stride. He's got long legs. He's got a long stride. But I think that the Bucs defense will be able to make him pay for it tonight. It's not something that they're not unprepared for. It's not something that they haven't seen before. And having played with him, I think they'll be able to get a quicker read on him as well.
Oh yeah, too. And while he's had that great amount of time to throw, he hasn't. And I mean, granted, he doesn't have the best of targets in front of him right now. We can say that. But if you're an NFL wide receiver, you did something right. Because there's plenty of people who tried and failed, but that it hasn't equated to much success. I mean, they're only averaging about 176 yards per game, which is 31st in the league. They're not moving the ball through the air as much as they would like it. And that goes back to Jameis's struggles. He's very accurate with the deep ball, intermediate, short passes. He still struggles with accuracy on those balls. So it's gonna be interesting to see if they can slip by and some Bucs defenders and try to connect with some. I think we see some trick plays here. I know people mentioned that in the comments. I think we'll see a little bit of tricks, and the Bucs are surely hoping for some treats from Jameis Winston to get back from from all those interceptions he threw with the Bucs. But in points scored, they're not scoring enough points either. They're 17th in the league in points scored.
Right. But they're putting the entire load of their offense on Alvin Kamara's back. I mean, looking at Monday's game, he was their leading rusher and leading receiver. So I know everyone's extremely concerned with containing Kamara, but at some point that's got to be too much or too predictable, or something's got to give there. So, I mean, he had 128 receiving yards. You can assume that Jameis Winston's going to spread the ball out to Kamara as well as hand it off to him to run. If he's unable to run, then to look out for him in the passing game. It's Jameis Winston. If he's flustered, he's not accurate. It hasn't progressed. It hasn't changed over the last couple of years. So if this pass rush defense can, flush him out of the pocket and get him on his toes and get him moving, then I think that they can cause a lot of issues, a lot of mistakes, and probably capitalize on some of those as well. It's nice to think that Jamal Dean's going to be back in today, even though they are going to be missing D. Delaney. But Jamal Dean over the past couple of games has made some really quality strides as in that secondary. I wish I would have pulled the statistics for it, but he's actually doing very well in the backfield for the Bucs, and I could definitely see him having a productive game today because, again, he's seen how Jameis Winston plays. A lot of these Bucs defensive players have stepped up versus the Saints, and I think there's always that hunger to, not only win this game, but to do so in well fashion.
Oh, absolutely. And you mentioned one of the guys that they want to try to get going hasn't really had success against the Bucs that much in the past 3 contests. They were able to hold Alvin Kamara to only 16 yards rushing on the ground. He still did some damage to the air, including a late touchdown by Taysom later in the later part of that game in week 1. The second game still held him, and then held him to I think only 40 yards rushing, and then that third game he got 85 yards rushing. But they've been doing a good job of holding him in rushing yards since, and also receiving yards. I think the largest game he had receiving was around 40 yards. So they've been doing a good job at taking away Alvin Kamara, and I think this season, more so than last season, if you are able to take Kamara away, especially with Michael Thomas out, it's much harder to say, okay, beat us with these guys.
Yes.
I mean, you had Emmanuel Sanders, you had Michael Thomas, you had Jared Cook, you had a couple other guys there that could play, and you're playing with Drew Brees. While his arm might have been shot, he was still a very smart quarterback. Mm-hmm. Now you're saying, okay, let's play with Jameis, and if the Bucs can put the pressure on him and that they want, he's not going to have that 3+ seconds to throw. He's going to have less than that, and that's where you're going to start to see, like you said, some of those mistakes.
Yep.
So I think the game plan is, as always, and Bruce has pretty much mentioned it, we got to stop Alvin Kamara, is do exactly what you did the last 3 games, kind of limit Alvin Kamara. If he gets 85 yards, but he isn't doing anything else, he's only getting, 20 yards receiving and no touchdowns, you've done your job. That's a great job against Alvin Kamara. So,
well, yeah, because he's such a huge versatile player. So it's not easy to eliminate him from a game. I will say that when it comes to the Saints offense, even though Jameis Winston doesn't have as many weapons under his belt to throw out to and stuff, I think it was, Tre'Quan Smith, he can be a quality wide receiver. He has been known to be in on some splash plays as well. So you don't want to underestimate what some of these younger or limited rep receivers can do. But I think it's a manageable load for the Bucs secondary as well.
Yeah, the only thing that makes me nervous about these wide receivers is their speed, right? And I know Jamel Dean's got good speed, and when he's playing, with technique and fundamentally sound, he can keep up with, most of the guys in the league. You look at what he's been able to do this year. So, even injured, he's been a top cornerback when he's playing in man coverage. So you got to give him his props. But Richard Sherman, that's who makes me, he's already playing with an injured hamstring. We're assuming that it's mostly healed, or else he wouldn't be out there. Not sure if he's 100% or not. But we saw how speed has kind of been not his friend in those couple of games, and that's where if he's getting put up on Tre'Quan Smith or Deontay Harris, for that matter, I mean those are matchups I'm watching very closely. Where Richard Sherman is lining up? Is he manning one side of the field? Is he following? Is he one of the I guess, quote unquote, slower targets that the Saints have? What is he going to be able to do? It helps that their tight end position is pretty much non-existent. I mean, you've had some decent play from Juwan Johnson, but to call him a great tight end, so you don't really have to worry about that. But that's what I'm looking at. I mean, look for a lot of help, maybe too high, a lot of help over the top with some of these safeties, just to make sure that they're not getting beat deep. And that's what the Bucs have tried to do is hey, you can take the underneath stuff, but we're not going to let you beat us deep. And hopefully we see some more of that because of the fact that Richard Sherman could be a liability if speed comes into play.
Yeah, that is the nerve-wracking part for sure. I can only say so much on Richard Sherman just because it went from him having a very, doing well against the Patriots, kind of falling off little by little, game by game, and then the injury came not even 2 games later. The one thing I will say that I also noticed that the Saints do, because you kind of mentioned a few tricks that they might throw out there. They did actually throw out a couple 3 tight end sets to just throw things off a little bit. that's where I would get a little bit nervous going against the Bucs defense if they put 3 tight ends out there. Not that they have the most quality tight ends, but you're kind of taking away some key guys that need to be getting after Jameis Winston, or, throwing confusion in the play. And depending on how quick the Bucs defense read it, those 3 tight end sets can cause enough confusion to get them down the field. So hopefully we don't see a lot of that, even though I'm a big fan of seeing a lot of tight end work on the field. Let's not see it from the Saints side, or hopefully it doesn't cause too much disruption to the Bucs defense. I think that I'm waiting for that game where Richard Sherman's veteran presence just takes off. It doesn't have to be a speed thing. It just has to be the fact that we know he has this amazing IQ on him, and he should be able to make these big reads and get in front of the ball and make these plays that we've been waiting on. But, how much more time? Maybe him being Coach Sherman, the other week helped him get that much more in touch with the playbook to where he's going to do some outstanding things on the field. That could play in and way out. So hopefully it doesn't become a thing where it's just all about the speed, and where him being a smart player can actually help out the Bucs.
Yeah, absolutely. And you kind of, you'll see that. I think we'll see that rubbing off on these younger guys too. Jamel Dean, I think we've already kind of seen it. Once we get, once Sean Murphy-Bunting and Carlton Davis are back in the fold too, they never had a guy like that they can kind of pick and read their mind and learn tricks from the trade. And it'll be interesting to see how much their game improves once Richard Sherman's back there, and they're all back in the same secondary working together. So that's going to be interesting. But play calling. We just put up a comment from Tom about play calling, and that's one thing too that Sean Payton is going to have a game plan for this. He's going to be dialed up. He's going to know what the Bucs want to do. He's one of the greatest, one of the best coaches in the game right now, and he's going to have a dialed up play call that's going to be probably some trick plays in there. And this Saints team has been very disciplined too with penalties, unlike the Bucs, who finally turned it around last game with only 1 penalty.
I think the Bucs have like 20 pre-snap penalties compared to the Saints 12. So there's a lot of cleanups that they're going to have to do and minimize in this game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the penalty yards for each team, it's not pretty for the Bucs. They're still second in the league in penalty yards. So they're getting better, obviously. And it started last week, but that's one thing. It's going to be interesting to see what Sean Payton has up his sleeve. Where is he going to use these wrinkles in this offense? Because obviously, with Jameis Winston, you have a limitation at quarterback. You look at your roster. Okay, now you just lost one of your top offensive linemen. You still don't have one of your best wide receivers back. How are we going to be able to score points with a team that scores points more than, at a click that, anybody else can in the league? And that's the Buccaneers. So, the third in the league right now, points scored over 33, but that hasn't been the case on the road. It's only at home they're averaging 45. On the road, they're averaging 23. So, it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be interesting to see how Payton kind of say, okay, we're going to need to hold them, but we're going to need to score points too, because we know that they can come back at any time. Tom Brady, they can score points on the board. So
that's going to be the hard part, because I think that, we kind of touched on it earlier, that the Bucs have the more well-rounded offense when it comes to it, but the Saints defense cannot be underestimated. So I think when it comes to the Saints offense, obviously not minimizing Jameis Winston too much, because he just has these moments where he makes great plays, or, right time, right place kind of thing. And he does just enough. The thing with Sean Payton and Jameis Winston, I think that Taysom Hill's always kind of been that trick play guy that Payton's relied on. And if you've watched previous games, Bucs v Saints, it was Taysom Hill when he came into the game that really started to ruin the game for the Bucs. He makes quick decisions. His mobility was obviously a painkiller. So I think that him being out of today's game will say a lot and give the Bucs a little bit of an upper hand there if they start to get full control of containing Jameis Winston. But hopefully Taysom Hill will eliminate Sean Payton's bag of tricks for today's game.
I think they'll be able to do that. Todd Bowles, he comes up with some great game plans, and just having familiarity with this team, with this quarterback, and having players on the defense with familiarity with this team and quarterback going up against some practice. I mean, we just talked about this storyline with Tom Brady, in week 4 and how he, he's going up against the coaching staff who knows him. He's going up against players who know him. I think that will help the Bucs tremendously this week against the Saints. Any final thoughts before we bring in Scott?
Final thoughts. I know that we've talked about Devin White, maybe not doing well. Coach Arians said earlier in the week that he actually thinks Devin White is doing very well, regardless of what the statistics are showing. So we know that White forced like 2 turnovers versus them in the playoff game and had a heck of a game versus them in their last matchup. I think between the conversations taking place off of the field, I think between his knowledge of the Saints and his experience playing against them, I think Devin White actually has more of a game today. And to get his counterpart back, I mean, if you look at last season, these duos kind of found themselves, it became the JPP and Shaq show, it became the Devin White and Levante David show. So I think we kind of see some of that united energy and duo energy between these guys again today. My final thoughts on all of it is that, and it sounds redundant, Tampa Bay is the most overall quality team. They have a little, just a notch more depth when it comes to talent, a notch more depth when it comes to, opportunities or that chain of command, next man up mentality and whatnot. I think as long as the offense plays a clean game today and utilizes, all the guys that they have, don't become so predictable on first and third downs, then I think that the Bucs pull it off. It's going to be a tight game regardless because the Saints defense, I think, is going to be very, very locked in. But I say that the Bucs win it 30-24, I believe my prediction was.
And a happy Halloween for Bucs fans, right?
Oh, yeah.
Casey, thank you so much for coming on. We're going to bring Scott in here, and we're going to jump into some of these matchups because there's some good matchups. We talked about a couple of them, but we're going to dive into it a little bit more with SR. Hey, Scott, how are you doing?
Good, JC. How are you?
I'm doing good. We're just talking about this matchup, and I know you've got this Fab Five. You talked about it. You circled some key matchups to watch. What are we looking at here?
Well, I'll tell you what. This is such a great game because it's Bucs Saints. This is like the ultimate rivalry in the NFC South right now because I think the Panthers and the Falcons, they're going at it right now, and they're kind of like the also-rans in this division. And actually, we have got a final. The Panthers beat the Falcons, so the Falcons fall to 3-4, and the Panthers move to 4-4. So this is really the game for the NFC South supremacy, in my opinion. Big difference though between being 7-1 and having the Saints fall back to a 4-3 record, as opposed to the Saints improving to 5-2 and the Bucs falling to 6-2, right? I mean, there's a huge difference right there between those two records. And so this is a very important game for the Buccaneers. If they can win this game in New Orleans, I really think they've got a chance to just dominate the NFC South. If they don't, this really gets interesting because the Saints then are kind of elevated to almost the Buccaneers status with a 5-2 record, including a win over Tampa Bay. It makes that matchup later on in Raymond James Stadium against the Saints critical to the Bucs winning the NFC South. They've got to win that game. Otherwise, the Saints' dominance in the NFC South will probably continue. It's crazy to think. So there's a lot to play for this game. And when you look at Tom Brady, right, he's looking to check boxes. At this point in time, he's done everything, JC. He's won games. He's won Super Bowls. One thing he hasn't done is win the NFC South, right? Yeah. I mean, he's won Super Bowls now with the New England Patriots, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But this is a guy that is always pushing himself, always looking for that chip on the shoulder, always looking to check a different box and climb a different mountain. And the NFC South is that mountain. So that's why this game is very important. And also I believe that this game is a game that he needs to play well in, because really he has not played terribly well against the Saints. I chronicled that in my SR Fab 5. So that's why when we look at the Bucs at Saints, the key matchups in this game, one of the first ones is Tom Brady versus DeMario Davis. Now, part of this, JC, is the chess match, right? It's you get the quarterback for the Buccaneers and the quarterback for the Saints defense going at each other, making sure that the audibles count and that they can, check to the right play. For Demario Davis is checking to the right defense. So I think this is going to be a classic matchup. The interesting thing about Demario Davis is he's playing at a Pro Bowl level. He's 32 years old. He's the oldest inside linebacker in the NFL, going against the oldest quarterback in the NFL. So you got two grizzled veterans going toe-to-toe here. And it's not just the mental chess game between them and the audibles that they'll call and the checks that they'll make. JC, it's the fact that Demario Davis has got 3 sacks this year. He's a very good blitzer. He's very good in coverage, but he's also a very good blitzer. And you go back to last year, he got a sack against Brady in the season opener, in that win in New Orleans, where that was Tom Brady's first game. He also got a sack, the only sack that the Bucs gave up in that playoff game. So Demario Davis, Tom Brady, that's a key matchup today.
Oh yeah, and you meant he's leads the team in tackles as well over there. He's just one of those wily veterans that it was a great pickup for them, and he's been great for them the last couple of years. One of the top off-ball linebackers in the league. The things he can do in coverage, like you said, and getting after the quarterback, that's definitely going to be an interesting battle. The offensive line has been amazing, so I think they'll be able to hold up for him. But if he's able to sneak by, it's gonna. Whoever's in there, whichever one of the running backs, is going to make sure that they pick up protection on Tom, because he can get after him for sure.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Speaking of the offensive line, let's skip down to Tristan Wirfs versus Cam Jordan. Listen, what a debut, right, for the rookie Tristan Wirfs, the first-round pick last year by Tampa Bay, to be able to come in his first game without any preseason games and stone Cam Jordan, right? That was amazing. The fact that he did it again in a 38-3 loss at Raymond James Stadium was impressive. The fact that he did it again and pulled a hat trick on Cam Jordan in New Orleans in that divisional playoff game, it just shows, who's the father and who's the son in this matchup. And it's remarkable because Cam Jordan is a very good player. He's a Pro Bowl player. But you know what? He only has 1 sack this year, and I think Father Time is catching up with with Cam Jordan. So just one of those things that Tristan Wirfs coming off a big game against Khalil Mack. He's got to be locked into this one. And, I wrote about it in my SR's Fab 5. I think that it's time for us to say that Tristan Wirfs is the best right tackle in football. Yeah. And if you look at the salary cap, JC, the fact that Ryan Ramczyk got that contract extension, I'm not taking anything away from Ryan Ramczyk. He's been a fantastic right tackle for the Saints. Yep. He's been that Pro Bowl guy. But there's nothing wrong with the passing of the torch, right? With the passing of the guard, or I should say the changing of the guard in the NFC. I think Wirfs is playing better. He's given up 1 sack in 27 games. Ramczyk's already given up 2 sacks this year, right? He's still a very good player. Don't get me wrong. He's still worth $19 million, which is what he's getting paid. He elevated past Lane Johnson, the Eagles' right tackle, who was the highest paid right tackle in the game prior to that summer contract extension for Ramczyk. But that doesn't mean just because you make more money that you're automatically the best right tackle in football. This is a different year, and I think that right now Wirfs is the most dominant right tackle. And I think if he shuts out Cam Jordan again, which I expect he will, that he earns that title.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think you look at a kid who has just been playing lights out since he came in the league, over a year without a sack. You mentioned the 27 games without a sack. Only 1 penalty this year. Ryan Ramczyk doesn't have any penalties, but he, like you said, he gave up the 2 sacks, and it's weird. I think part of it's because of the money. You look at how much money Ryan's making, and also just the time. But I think going into it, where this is his 8th game, so we've got a year and a half pretty much of being able to evaluate Tristan Wirfs. I don't think it's too soon, like you said, to say this is the best right tackle in the league. You had a sample size. It's been a year and a half.
And you know what? It irks me as someone who's covered Levante David's entire career, right? Bobby Wagner, not taking anything away from Bobby Wagner. But the thing is, Bobby Wagner got penciled in as that he's the best NFC inside linebacker, right? And he gets that Pro Bowl spot, like automatic, guaranteed.
Yep.
And I think it's wrong because I think there's some years where Levante David has been as good, if not better, than Bobby Wagner. And it just irks me that these guys get slotted into the spot and the newcomers just simply can't crack the code to get in. And I think that's maybe the case with Ryan Ramczyk. And I'll tell you what, if Shaq Barrett or Jason Pierre-Paul or Joe Tryon, if they can get a sack today and Tristan Wirfs shuts out Cam Jordan yet again, I mean, let's sing it from the rooftops.
Yeah.
That Tristan Wirfs is the best right tackle in the NFC and deserves the Pro Bowl spot, if not over Ryan Ramczyk, at least with Ryan Ramczyk in the Pro Bowl.
I mean, that's the thing. We're talking about Pro Bowls, but same thing with Ali Marpet. I think these guys are all pro level. I really, looking at what they've been able to do this year, I haven't seen many players be able to surpass what the level that they're playing at. So those are the guys I think all pro should be the goal we should be rooting for.
Totally agree. Mike Evans versus Marshawn Lattimore. Listen, I love Mike Evans. You know that. I mean, he's one of my absolute favorite players I've covered. I've covered every single second of his career since he joined the league in 2014 as the 7th overall pick. He has not fared well against Marshawn Lattimore, right? I mean, Marshawn Lattimore is a bit of Evans' kryptonite, if you will, right? I mean, he's got one 100-yard game through all these seasons, and the last couple of games, he's got one pass. Now it's been for a key touchdown, especially last year in the playoffs. I believe it was a 2 or 3 yard touchdown catch. But Lattimore's done a really good job. He gets under his skin. There have been some fights between the two. I think Mike Evans needs to step up and play today. And I'm not saying he's got to get 100 yards. I think Chris Godwin probably has a better chance of getting 100 yards. But at the end of the day, Mike Evans needs to be a little bit more productive, especially with Antonio Brown out, against Marshawn Lattimore today, JC.
Yeah, I agree. You look at what he's been able to do. The second game of the season, they were trailing by a lot early in the game, and they only ran it 5 times. But he had 4 catches, 64 yards, better performance, kept them out of the end zone. Go back to the week 1 1 catch for 1 yard and a touchdown. Last, you mentioned in the playoffs, 1 catch for 3 yards and a touchdown. Those touchdowns are great, and obviously when it comes down to it, points matter. But you got to be able to move the ball to get into the red zone to score the points, and that's something where he's going to have to come up bigger. I think Tyler Johnson made his bread and butter against the Saints last year with that catch that everyone fell in love with him. I think he'll probably have a really good game and being able to get involved because Mike Evans is still going to struggle. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some pushing and some shoving. These are two players that don't like each other, and you can tell when they're on the field, and you can tell after the field. And if Mike Evans wants to drop that stereotype that Marshawn Lattimore has his number, he's going to have to go off today and have a big game. And that was written about on pewterreport.com, their lack of success together. And hopefully they can turn that around because it's going to be a big part of the game, whether the Bucs can get rolling and win this decisively or if it's going to be a close game.
Donovan Smith versus Tanoh Kpassagnon. Now, the interesting thing is Marcus Davenport is going to be the starting defensive end, right? But the thing is it's not been Davenport that has given Donovan Smith some problems. It's actually been the designated pass rusher, the guy that comes in on third downs. Yeah. It's been Trey Hendrickson the last year or two that's been the guy that's been the thorn in the side for Donovan Smith. This year, it's Tanoh Kpassagnon, who is a much different guy than Hendrickson. Hendrickson is undersized. He's quick. He's fast. He's really lighting up for the Bengals right now, so he's gone from New Orleans. But Kpassagnon is a different animal. He is 6'7", 289 pounds. He's a bigger physical presence. And Donovan Smith, in my opinion, is having a Pro Bowl caliber start to the season. So he's got to continue to play well. The Saints have always been a thorn in the side for Donovan Smith. So this is a key matchup protecting the blind side of Tom Brady. He really has got to show up in New Orleans and show up big time. This is going to be a loud crowd. He's got to watch the false starts. He's got to watch the holding calls. But more importantly, he's got to really pitch a shutout against not just Marcus Davenport, but also Tanoh Kpassagnon and sometimes Carl Granderson, who also got him for a sack last year.
Yeah, it's going to be it's definitely going to be a tall task for him today. Marcus Davenport probably looked like the best player on the field on Monday night. So he's got his work cut out for him. But as you said, he's had a Pro Bowl start to the season. He's really good. Only 1 sack let up so far, 1 penalty. So if he can continue to play the way he has, I think the Bucs will be in good position.
Looking at the defense versus the Saints offense, Shaq Barrett versus Ryan Ramczyk. We've talked about how good Ramczyk is. Shaq Barrett has struggled against bigger, more physical right tackles, right? You look back at Rob Havenstein with the Los Angeles Rams, and also Ryan Ramczyk. He has not had much success getting to the quarterback. Now, Shaq did have a sack in that 38-3 loss, but it came against a tight end. So sometimes they're going to chip on him. But listen, Shaq Barrett is off to a really good start. He's off to a Pro Bowl caliber start. He's on pace to get at least a dozen sacks this year. It's got to continue with a really good game against Ramczyk today. I think he's got to win at least 1 or 2 of these matchups and get a sack, maybe a sack fumble against Winston. That could really do some damage to the Saints offense if he can have some success against Ramczyk, who has really been, again, the kryptonite for Shaq Barrett, not letting him get a sack against Drew Brees in years past.
Yeah, that's a good matchup to watch. On the other side of the ball, too, Teron Armstead, one of the best left tackles in the game, going up against Jason Pierre-Paul. I think those two guys right there, they've got tough matchups. There's no way around it. Those are the Saints have a very talented offensive line, even with Andres Pete out. But, I'm looking to see Todd Bowles play around a little bit, move these guys around, move them inside, move them outside. Let's get some different looks, confuse them, and set some things up to really let them get after the quarterback because, they're going to have to disrupt Jameis Winston's time in the pocket because he's had so much, and obviously because it's such a great line. But Jason Pierre-Paul, he's going to have to really get after Teron Armstead if they're going to be able to make a difference in this game.
No doubt about it. And Ndamukong Suh, I think, has had a disappointing start to the season. I think he was more productive last year. He's not made those splash plays so far. He's making $9 million. I know that he's got maybe, one eye towards retirement, one eye towards this season, but he's really got to focus, lock in, and become the playmaker he was last year when he had 6 sacks. I mean, those were big numbers from him last year. He's got 1 sack so far this year through 7 games. That's not good enough. He's going to be going against Calvin Throckmorton on some plays. You'll see Suh playing left tackle and right tackle, going up against either the left or right guard. When he's lined up against Throckmorton, who's in there for Andres Pete, he's got to make plays. Yeah. And, of course, I think the marquee matchup, JC, is Alvin Kamara versus Devin White. I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Bucs drafted Devin White is to really lock up Alvin Kamara, who I think is going to be more of a threat in this game as a receiver than he is a rusher. But he can hurt the Buccaneers in several ways. And I think that Devin White was drafted to kind of be that eraser and kind of keep Alvin Kamara in check. But so far, Kamara's done enough damage against the Buccaneers to win 5 straight regular season games. The Bucs' only victory against the Saints coming in the postseason last year. If they're going to flip the script and continue the winning ways, they've got to keep Kamara in check. That means a big game from Devin White, who played collegiately at LSU.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. Alvin Kamara is got to be locked down, and Devin White's going to have a big part of it. I mean, going into this game before this week, actually, I should say, Alvin Kamara, 419 yards, 9th in the NFL in rushing yards. But his receptions on the team, he leads the team in receptions with 25 catches on the season and touchdowns. And you look at what Devin White's been able to do in 4 career games, 49 tackles, 2 for a loss, forced fumble, and an interception. We've got to see that type of guy with that game-changing playmaker from him, getting behind the line of scrimmage, blowing plays up, maybe forcing a fumble or recovering a fumble, getting an interception. We haven't seen enough of the Devin White, the playmaker, and that's what we need to see this week. And, hey, he's going back, as you mentioned. He played at LSU. He's in Louisiana, and hopefully it gives these guys like Devin White, Leonard Fournette, even still Grayson, if he gets an opportunity, that extra motivation, that extra boost to go out there and make plays, knowing they're going to be in front of their home crowd. And it's going to be key for Devin White to keep Alvin Kamara in check.
Speaking of boost, if you want your finances to get a boost, well, maybe you call Muni Financial, JC.
Oh, yeah. At Muni Financial, we help you live in the now.
Dude, congratulations. We're so happy for you. Thank you.
And even though the now may feel very different, you still need to plan for the future.
How's retirement treating you?
Oh, just fantastic.
I know I say it all the time, but you really got to come up to Colorado.
Let's do it.
All right.
Yeah.
We can help you develop that plan to keep you on track so you can still prepare for tomorrow today. Amuni Financial. Plan ahead, stay ahead.
Managing your family's wealth means more to Amuni Financial than simply allocating your assets. It means legacy planning, brokerage and advisory services, retirement accounts, college savings accounts, and insurance services. Folks, they do it all. With 40 years of experience in the Tampa Bay area, let Amuni Financial help you plan ahead and stay ahead. Call Amuni Financial at 1-800-868-6864. That's 1-800-868-6864. Or visit amuni.com, where I am a Amuni Financial customer. So very happy with Amuni Financial and the retirement services that they plan for me. And speaking of money, JC, there's a couple of other ways that you can invest, maybe with MyBookie.
Absolutely.
Where Tampa Bay is a -5 favorite in this game. I think that they're. Listen, I put money on the Buccaneers at -5.5 earlier in the week. I think they're going to win.
Yeah.
And right now they're -5, so we'll see what happens. Typically, if you're the home team, you get 3 points, but it looks like Tampa Bay, I think, is going to be the favorite in this game, and I think that they win this game.
Yeah, I agree. It might be a little closer than people might like, but it also might not. I mean, this is a weird game to predict because you look at what the Saints defense has been capable of doing this season. They could limit the Bucs in points, but the Bucs could also go off and limit the Saints in points. So it's one of those weird games where I personally stayed away from it. But hey, -5 is a great number if you can get on it. I know you're trying to win a couple large, and you'll be bragging about it in the group chat. But definitely check out MyBookie because they have some great lines as well.
Yeah, a couple of quick lines real quick from Underdog Fantasy, the Bucs Fantasy Football Focus, Underdog Pick'ems. I got Brady under 304.5 yards passing. Tom Brady's not thrown for 300 yards against the Saints. I think that continues today. They're looking for balance in this offense. Mike Evans under 69.5 yards receiving, JC. When you look at Mike Evans, he's really struggled to get anywhere close to 70 yards. Marshawn Lattimore, we talked about that. It's kind of been his kryptonite. Godwin going over 79.5 yards receiving with Antonio Brown out. If Mike Evans isn't getting the job done in the passing game, I think it's going to be Chris Godwin, who has actually flourished in the slot against the Saints.
Yeah, I love all of those right there. Brady under 304. He averages 260 in 5 career games. Evans under 69. He hasn't sniffed that recently. Last year, he had 64 yards in a blowout where the Bucs were passing a lot to try to catch up after that game was already over and they weren't rushing the ball at all. I don't think that's going to be the case here. And then Chris Godwin, as you said, he's just been a menace out of the slot and a real problem. And I think with Mike Evans, with that matchup against Lattimore, he's going to be the one to feast this week. And I know we say that every week, but I think this is the week he feasts.
Well, I think this is the week where the Buccaneers take care of the Saints and take control of the NFC South. We're going to find out what John Ledyard and Paul Atwal think as Pewter Game Day kicks off right now.
Welcome, Pewter Report readers, listeners, and viewers to the Saints Bucs in-game live stream with analysis, reactions, and all of the above. I'm John Ledyard from PewterReport.com. With me is Paul Atwal, also of PewterReport.com, and we're thrilled about today's show and about today's game as well because we get Bucs, Saints, division rivalry. This matchup has been heated. The Saints won both in the regular season last year. They've won 5 straight in the regular season against the Bucs, Paul, but they lost the one that counted in the playoffs. And back in the Superdome, they're going to be taking that real seriously, and they're going to be extremely frustrated about that and wanting to get a little what they would call revenge. There's no revenge when the team goes on to win a Super Bowl after beating you in the playoffs, but they're going to consider it a little regular season revenge. And on paper, this is a really fun matchup.
Oh, for sure. And I think one thing that's really compelling about it is the path to victory for the Bucs is very different than it was in last year's playoff matchup.
Yeah.
In terms of what the Saints are good at offensively and what the Bucs need to do to counter, it's basically polar opposites. Last year, they were a very quick game, underneath type of team, and the Bucs challenged them by playing single high, tight coverage, daring Drew Brees to throw it deep into the outside. Whereas this year, Winston, all of their success in the passing game has come on those big shots. So you can't play that same type of way. And I think on the other side, even last year in the victory, the Bucs haven't really put it together against the Saints defense yet. So let's see if they can figure that out today.
Right. Bucs going to be in the red jerseys today. So that's a little sweet change up. We haven't seen that yet this season. I'm pretty sure that's
right.
The
first time.
Red jerseys and the pewter pants, which will be fun. Paul, we're trying to get synced up here. Kickoff's about to happen for me. Yep. It's showing a shot of the crowd right now. I'm seeing
the kickoff happen right now.
Okay. So you might be a tad bit ahead of me. The Saints just broke and lined up for the kickoff. So you might be a tad bit ahead of me right now. I'm as far ahead as I can be right now. They're lining up to kick off.
I paused
right
mine.
Now. Okay, yeah, they're lining up to kick off right now. This is one of the things we always do is get synced up so that Paul and I are pretty much on the same page at least. I know you all hopefully will be somewhere around us here. We definitely don't want to be ahead of you as much as we can avoid that. We'll try to. And the kickoff's going to go into the end zone, and the Bucs will start from their own 25-yard line. You mentioned it. They're going to start on offense, Paul, but they really, even in the win in the playoffs, 30 points, but lots of short fields, and the defense stepped up, made play after play. And the offense, it's going to be curious to see what they look like trying to get going against the Saints defense that's really dangerous.
Yeah, that's right. And what the Saints have had success with doing is something that's very different from what they do against most teams. Against most teams, they're the single high, tight coverage team that challenges you with their cornerbacks. Against the Bucs, they played way more conservatively, and it's worked.
Absolutely. Leonard Fournette's going to take the handoff and get dropped for a loss of 2 on the first play of the game. Pete Werner, the rookie Ohio State linebacker, broke through and drops him in the backfield. We talked about this a lot leading up to it, Paul, how important it was going to be for the Bucs to stay away from running the football heavily on first down, just because the Saints are such a good run stuffing team, and those are more obvious run downs, but also you do not want to get into third down, and especially third and long against any defense, but especially the Saints defense. So Brady on second down is going to operate from empty, and he's going to take the snap, 4-man rush for the Saints. He goes underneath and he finds Tyler Johnson for a decent gain. He's going to bring up about a 3rd and 4. So get themselves in a manageable third down situation. But the third downs, that's where you want to stay out of against the Saints, especially, Paul.
And John, right away, they're going to a 5 wide receiver set, which is interesting with Antonio Brown out. So instead of going to O.J. Howard and Giovanni Bernard on that second down, they go to Tyler Johnson and Darden and bring those guys out.
Absolutely. And so 3rd and 3 is what they're going to call it. Tyler Johnson leaned forward for a few there. And so can they avoid the 3 and outs that kind of plague them, especially when they get off these slow starts offensively? Brady fakes the jet, quick hitter to Chris Godwin, who just drops it right in his stomach. They tried to throw on the little wide receiver screen there, and no go as Chris Godwin with his first drop since I think week 2 of the season.
Yeah, that's the type of easy stuff that they count on executing 100% of the time, and the Saints were in man coverage, and the Bucs trying to take advantage by getting things blocked up and just basically. It's almost a run play, just set up a little bit differently.
Right. And they can't convert on the drop by Chris Godwin. So, again, you don't want to beat the doors too much, but going into this game, how much do we say? I mean, this is the one drops penalties against a team that really hasn't beaten themselves all season, really, in the Saints. That's going to be crucial in this game, is that the Bucs get off to a good start in those ways. And here's a punt from Pinion that's going to back the Saints up to their own 14, it looks like, is where they'll start offensively with 13:36 left in the first quarter of a scoreless game. Here comes Jameis Winston out against his former team, and a chance for him. He's had some good moments, especially in the red zone this season. Hasn't been necessarily a lot on his shoulders, and this may be a game where that changes a little bit, Paul, but we've seen most of his effectiveness come off play action and when he gets to throw the ball deep on the vertical routes.
Yeah, and John, like you showed in your pregame research, the Saints are actually not using play action as much as you would think they would, given how much they do run the ball and how good they are off those deep play action shots.
Right. And here's Winston back to pass on first down. And he throws out to Kamara on a quick out route. He's going to pick up about 7 on Levante David, who is out there, by the way, in case anybody was wondering. David good to go. So 2nd and 3 coming up, it looks like here. Or second and 4, it looks like coming up here. And yeah, I mean, this is the game plan if you're the Saints, right? It's been lots of underneath throws with Winston, and then you take 2 or 3 shots a game, and they've hit a couple of them. They've hit 4 40-plus yard gains this season as an offense, so you have to respect it and be aware of it. Here's Winston again from the shotgun. Back to pass again. A little pressure from Devin White, and that one was almost picked by Jamel Dean. Incomplete. Receiver slipped and fell down, it looked like, and Dean was breaking to make the tackle and couldn't adjust in time to grab the ball, but that one almost intercepted on the second play of the game for the Saints.
And forcing mistakes from Jameis would obviously be huge for this defense. We always talk about it. This is a splash play defense. They're going to let you make those short underneath passes and get up the field that way, but they're expecting to be able to make you make a mistake, and Jameis Winston is as eligible to do that as anyone.
Has avoided those plays this season, though, to his credit. And the Bucs are saying they were drawn off here as flags fly, and it is a false start. So the Saints will get backed up now to a 3rd and 9 here in their own end. They get their first penalty of the game. Not as penalized as the Bucs. The Saints are actually pretty good at avoiding penalties overall. Just 12 pre-snap penalties this season. They are 7th best in the league in the number of penalties they've accumulated this year. So here comes 3rd and 9. Winston from the gun in a pass obvious situation. Takes the snap. 4-man rush from the Bucs. And Winston has a lane. He's stepping up to run with it, and he's got plenty of space. Takes off over the middle of the field and slides down. He's got a gain of 20 and an easy first down there for Jameis Winston, who we talked about this too in the pregame when you listen to the podcast and the preview shows last week. One of the things Winston's done really well this season is use his legs. That's elevated his PFF grade considerably. He doesn't have a very impressive passing grade for PFF, but he has taken off and used his legs to his advantage, and the Bucs in a lot of man coverage there, it looked like, and he just kind of saw it and took off and took advantage of the space. So Winston to throw again, and that one was caught by Deontay Harris. We'll see. Did he catch that?
John, on that 3rd down, the Bucs playing 2-man coverage, which is one of the differences. That's not something they did a lot against the Saints last year because they didn't need to. There with the 2 deep safeties and man coverage underneath, there are 2 main weaknesses from that I think we're going to see the Saints take advantage of. One is they're going to have Kamara one-on-one, which last year with that single coverage, there was more natural double teams against Kamara. The second thing is that it's going to give Winston those opportunities to run underneath. But the main thing they're taking away is the deep shots.
And here's Winston again to throw on 2nd and 10 in a quick completion. That first down pass was incomplete, by the way. They said it hit the ground for Deontay Harris. So too low of a throw by Winston on the smoke. And then Griffin catches that one for 4. So 3rd and 6 coming up for the Saints now here in a 0-0 game. Saints have the ball at their own 39-yard line.
Let's see if the Bucs go back to that 2-man coverage, or if they play quarters or any other type of 2-high defense, like I think they will, because it's really hard for a quarterback like Winston to consistently beat you on the ground. He's not necessarily a mobile quarterback, though not, immobile either, but he's not going to consistently win you the game with his feet.
Right. And here's Winston on 3rd and 6, and it is going to be a pass attempt. Vea up the middle, unblocked. Marquez Callaway makes the catch, but Jamel Dean is going to stop him about 1.5 yards, maybe a yard short of the first down. So 4th and 1 from their own 44-yard line for the Saints. And we'll see decision time here for Sean Payton. Does he want to be aggressive early in the game? That time Vita Vea was unblocked up the middle and almost got a hand. I don't know how he didn't get a hand on that ball by Jameis.
That looked like it might have been cover 0 there, John, from the Bucs, sending everybody, no safety deep. So just one-on-one coverage across the board and forcing Jameis to get the ball out of his hands quickly, which he's not necessarily been great at. He has one of the longest times to throw in the league, and the Bucs trying to take advantage of that.
Yeah, for sure. And the Saints are lining up to go for this, it looks like. And their first running play of the game, Kamara up the middle, hit by several Bucs, no chance. The late rally from Mike Edwards and Ross Cockrell made sure that he couldn't lean forward. Levante David, Will Golston in there as well. And the Saints had not run the ball at all on that drive until that play. And you can see there why they hadn't done it, because the Bucs run defense led by Vea, who redirected him, and then Golston made the next hit. David gets the one that actually gets them to stop, I think. And so the Bucs will take over, it looks like.
Huge stop, just completely broke down the interior of the offensive line there. It's unbelievable. I mean, when it comes to getting a yard, you expect an offense for it to almost be a given. They're certainly going to convert more often than not. But against the Bucs, it really doesn't feel like that. Even that 1 yard is not a given whatsoever. It's so impressive to see the Bucs just do it game after game and year after year now at this point.
It looked like a run stunt there, honestly. It looked like Vea kind of slid a gap over and Golston wrapped around behind him. So Vea got beat his block initially, Paul, and then it looked like that Kamara redirected once he saw him, but Golston came free on that twist. And so, boom, right away, Golston was able to hit him and make he actually missed the tackle. It was a heck of a run by Kamara, honestly. Then Levante David was there, almost leaned through Levante David to get the first down, but the Bucs rallied to the ball really well. So important in those short yardage spots to make sure your safeties are coming up and applying an extra hit to make sure the pile can't be pushed forward. But did a great job there. I don't know if, again, we don't have sound. We're watching it on mute, but I don't think that one had any chance of really being overturned from what I saw. Those are already hard ones to overturn.
Yeah, no way. And the Bucs do such a great job of finishing the play, right? Tackling on one plays. We've seen them have a few issues early in the season on the outside on passing plays, but that's never been a question on running plays. They're so clean. Like you mentioned, that run support is always there. And now turning it over to the offense with solid field position. And John, let's talk a little bit about what they need to do on this side of the ball to get things going. You talked about first down and avoiding all those runs. And just for anyone who doesn't remember, last year's playoff game, outside of when there were 2 minutes left in either half, the Bucs ran the ball on first down 19 times and only passed it 4 times on first down. 19 runs to 4 first down passes. And a big reason why is the coverages that the Saints play specifically against the Bucs, which are not normally their most frequently used coverages, but against the Bucs, they say, here, we're going to do whatever we can to take away the pass, and we're going to ask you to run the ball. And the Bucs have taken that to the extreme against the Saints. Right. And those, at least last year, those first down runs actually weren't efficient, even though at the end you look at the volume, they ended up with over 100 yards and that looked solid, but they actually set themselves back on first down over and over again and got themselves in a third down like you talked about earlier.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit in a second about why that's so important, especially in this game. But here's the Bucs 1st and 10. They're 44 yards right now away from the goal line. Here's Brady going to go play action, pressure right up the middle, and Leonard Fournette drops it. So 2 drops already for the Bucs on 3 passing plays. That was a screen hit right off Fournette's hands. Not sure where it would have gone. Let's look at this replay and see if there was a gain here. Davis blitz right up the middle. Yeah, they had it set up pretty good because Ali Marpet had Pete Werner and everybody else looked like they were turned around. So that's a big drop on first down by Leonard Fournette. So already 2 drops for the Bucs here.
Looked like some sort of communication on the right side of the line with either Jensen or Kappa. I would have to assume one of those were supposed to be responsible for a potentially blitzing linebacker, as there was there.
Yeah, so 2nd and 10 here. Important to pick up some yards, and the Bucs are going to run it behind Tristan Wirfs, and Leonard Fournette will pick up about 4. Wirfs kind of pulling around the end there on the dart scheme, and it looked like Fournette followed him pretty well. Wirfs got a good block on Demario Davis, but Fournette couldn't get any yards after contact, so 3rd and 6 coming up from the Saints' 40. Not even in field goal range yet.
No, and 3rd and 6 is what the defense wants. This is not a manageable or favorable down for the offense by any means. This is a situation you want to avoid as much as you can, and another tough situation for the Bucs to start.
Yeah, for sure. You want to stay out of these situations against anybody, but we'll talk about the Saints' defensive personnel in this spot. Giovanni Bernard is in the game for the Bucs, as is Rob Gronkowski in this 3rd and 6 situation. Here's Brady, 4-man rush, picked up well, finds Chris Godwin over the middle of the field, beat Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Godwin going down the left sideline, and what a stiff arm on Gardner-Johnson as he's knocked out of bounds. Just an absolute rejection from Chris Godwin on Gardner-Johnson's tackle attempt.
Beautifully done there, John. You saw a shift and then another shift, and the Saints showed man defense the whole way. It was absolutely man. It was 2 men. So you have 2 safeties deep and man underneath. No one over the middle to help there. So Godwin uses a double move on his crossing route just underneath, and it's so hard for anyone to cover that one-on-one. So great play call, great execution by Godwin there, getting his defender completely out of position.
Absolutely. Was it wide open over the middle of the field after freezing Gardner-Johnson. Here's 1st and 10, and Brady's back to pass, looking, has lots of time, ducks under a sack. There's going to be a hold here that's going to bring this one back, and he throws it away on a pass for O.J. Howard. Donovan Smith had to hold as that one went on just too long. You almost never see Brady hold the ball that long.
Yeah, you'd like to see Brady just get rid of that sooner. I mean, up until the hold, though, that's a lot of protection. That's a win for the offensive line. But
absolutely,
just a testament to the coverage unit behind for the Saints, right? They've done a really good job with their defensive backs against the Bucs. It's not an easy unit to cover.
Right. And Brady knows it. I mean, that's so long for Donovan Smith to have to protect it. Eventually something's going to leak through there. And so hard to knock Smith too much for that. Now a 1st and 20 though. And the Bucs have already done some of those things we've talked about shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. Here's Fournette off the left side. Great block from Cam Brate of all people. And Leonard Fournette is going to pick up about 13 yards on the play down to the Saints' 12-yard line. So he puts them in a 2nd and 7. And not often does running the football work in those situations, but it looked like the Saints were caught sleeping a little bit there.
On that, they're using a puller there. I think both the guard and the tackle and the tight end. I think the tight end was Brate coming from the opposite side and Kappa coming from the opposite side as pullers, if I saw that right.
Yeah.
And and that's just more diversification of this Buccaneers run scheme. It's a lot more varied than it was last year. Way more stuff to the outside with both pullers and with the outside zone stuff. We can talk about that more later. But working so far.
Yeah, for sure. 2nd and 7 for the Bucs, and Brady back to pass. And he's going to throw to Gronkowski at the goal line, and it's knocked away by Malcolm Jenkins. Jenkins and Gronkowski have had those battles. They had some battles last year, and honestly, Jenkins won more of them than Gronkowski. So we'll see how that one progresses. You saw the play before, Mike Evans going right at Chauncey Gardner-Johnson viciously there. And so that's going to be one to watch too. Whoever is, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, and some of the taunting that happens with him at times and trying to get under player skin. And we're going to have to see how that battle and how the Bucs handle him as a receiver group so far. Here's a big one, 3rd and 7. Bucs can get a 1st down at the 5-yard line before they get a touchdown. Here's Brady back to pass, 4-man rush, good protection over the middle of the field. Chris Godwin bounces off a hit and into the end zone for the touchdown. So the Bucs convert another 3rd down, another one to Chris Godwin, and he gets through the defense and into the end zone for a 6-0 lead for the Bucs early in this one.
Again on 3rd down, John, crossing routes, expecting man coverage. So using a natural pick here from Mike Evans, who clears space over top, makes it so hard for Godwin's defender to get through with that natural rub. Very well executed pick play in a very legal way. Again, anticipating man coverage and then calling man coverage beaters and timing that up perfectly. Well done by the Buccaneers.
Absolutely. Great play, great concept. Great. This is exactly what they didn't have enough of the last couple times they played the Saints, with some of these. Can we get guys open with some of our man beaters, things like that? Can we get guys open on critical downs, especially 3rd downs? Because we mentioned one of the things that the Saints are so unique at is Ryan Suckup nails the extra point and puts the Bucs up 7-0. The Saints are so unique, Paul, in that they can play dime defense and defend the run extremely well out of it. That's very rare to have personnel that do that. But because they have Malcolm Jenkins and Chauncey Gardner-Johnson as slot/box defenders, depending on the way that you're lined up, if your tight end's flexed or not, or how they want to match up with you, those guys can play man coverage on wide receivers and tight ends, and they can also defend the run extremely well. They're very aggressive, great tacklers. So that's one of the things that makes the Saints difficult. They can do that and play 2 high safeties, and they play dime defense that way, and they play it very well. So the Bucs in those situations, they have to be able to counter with using some of those man beaters. And we saw that on that drive a couple times, the ability to do that and get guys open and create easier throws for Brady. Last regular season when they played the Saints, how many high degree of difficulty throws, vertical throws were there for Brady in that game? There just were hardly any easy kind of layup throws to put him in better situations throughout the game. Already we're seeing Leftwich has learned some things from that.
Yeah, a couple things there, John. One of the things you mentioned is that the Saints do match with lighter personnel. They tend to basically go a half step lighter. If you're playing base, they're going to match with nickel. If you're playing 11, they're going to match with dime. So they're just a half step smaller. And so that's why on that 2nd down there, you saw Brady get that one-on-one with Gronk to the outside against a small cornerback. Look for them to go back to that if they give him that look. Brady, I bet you anything, he wishes he could have that throw back, because he's trying to throw that back shoulder, and he put it just 3-4 inches too far to the inside. And then that gives the corner a chance to make a play on it. If he put it just a few inches further outside, and we're talking very, nitpicky stuff here, but I guarantee you he's thinking the same thing. There's no way the corner can make a play if he puts it a bit more to the outside. So that's how you can take advantage of it. And the other thing, John, so far on multiple 3rd downs now, I think there have been 2 3rd downs in a row here for the Bucs where the Saints went to 2-man coverage, specifically 2-man, not cover 1. And so that means that the Bucs are going to win over the middle with crossing routes, as opposed to stuff on the outside against cover one. So, and that's what the Bucs did twice in a row there. So you're seeing so far what the matchups are schematically for each team. You're starting to see the story, how each team is going to attack the other. And so far it's worked out for the Bucs.
Yeah, really interesting to see. I mean, even the run scheme on that drive, after the first drive, it was like, okay, we've seen this, we expect this. And then, the second drive, it was, okay, we're pulling the tackle from the backside. They hardly ever do that. Again, it's just more evolution of the run scheme, and we'll need the all 22 to see all the details better. But
I think it was a guard. I think it was a guard and a tight end from the
backside.
Well,
Wirfs actually pulled on the first one. Then the second run, you're right. The one that they were in 1st and 20, you're right. They pulled the guard and the tight end. I think it looked like a counter play to me.
Yeah.
And so, two things they hardly ever do. They almost never pull the tackle, and they almost never run counter. They did it both on that drive, caught the Saints very unaware. And so changing up some of their tendencies in the run game has been way more critical even than great blocking or great running. Just being able to be a well-coordinated, diverse run scheme has been so big for the Bucs lately, showing things that they haven't shown before on tape, is catching teams by surprise just in terms of alignment. So very encouraging to see.
That was one of the difficulties last year, right? Whereas, okay, sure, I don't necessarily agree with going as run heavy as the Bucs did, but you can see the logical thought process. You can understand why they decided to do that, because it's one, because of the light boxes, and two, because of the light personnel. The issue for them is they still weren't able to take advantage of it, despite a favorable matchup on a chalkboard. This year, they've been able to execute way better. So now if they can take advantage of that sort of thing consistently, that's just another massive element for this offense.
Yeah, for sure. And here's the Saints on 1st and 10. Winston under center. He's going to go play action, pressure in his face, and knocked down by Jason Pierre-Paul. It almost, I don't know, man. He does not wear the club today. He might have been able to grab that one Jason Taylor-esque out there in the flat. That was almost a great play by Pierre-Paul.
Yeah, and he lets Winston hear it after, too, giving him a couple of words.
Yeah, he does. That's 7 dropbacks for Jameis Winston already in the first 8 Saints offensive plays. He's 3 for 6 for 15 yards, and he ran once for 20 yards. We appreciate the shout out from Dara here, and why Lenny is playing better. We'll get to that and talk about that in a second here. But the Saints on 2nd and 10, and the Bucs lost the edge of contain because Devin White got sucked inside there, and Kamara gets outside, and he's going to have the first down, it looks like. So a first down run on 2nd and 10, definitely not what you want to see. Barrett is twisting inside there. Devin White's supposed to scrape outside of him, and a similar mistake happened last week, and White got pinned down inside, and he makes the same mistake again there, and the Saints are able to get outside of him.
Yeah, and that's not something you see often, right? The Bucs have so much speed on that second level. They hardly ever get beat outside. And that's the 1-2 punch, right? They have all that size right up the middle, and then they have the speed to beat you outside.
Right, for sure. And here's Winston play action, and the pass rush coming. This is going to be a quick little screen out to the left. This is what the Saints love to do, and they're going to get a huge gain off this. Mark Ingram, freshly signed back in New Orleans, picks up a big gain on the screen, and the Bucs are ready for it. And he and Devin White are face-to-face here, and Jordan Whitehead has to pull Devin White away from Mark Ingram, who gets right up in his face after the big gain on the screen pass. And so just the quick, simple stuff for the Saints. That's what this offense needs to do. That's what they have liked to do, and it's working as they're out to the Bucs 47.
And it's crazy how quickly Ingram's able to get back in the lineup, right? And that's the benefit of familiarity with the system. It's the same stuff that they were running when he left, so he's able to help them out right away.
Yep, absolutely. And there we go. 1st and 10. Winston play action once again. Good protection this time. He has all day to throw. Bucs rushing 5. Here's a tackle point blank. Missed a couple of tackles point blank in the flat as Ingram breaks 2 tackles. I don't know if you call them broken tackles or just guys just completely whiffing in the open field. And he's going to have the Saints in a 2nd and 3.
Yeah, you got to be able to win first downs against this offense, right? Get them into 3rd down, and then put the game or put the ball in Jameis's hands and ask him to beat you consistently. Whereas if the Saints are able to stay ahead of sticks consistently on 1st down with easy little stuff like that, where it's not asking a lot of the quarterback, then it's going to be a lot harder for the Bucs to induce mistakes.
Right, for sure. Here's 2nd and 3 for the Saints. Jameis trying to change some things up at the line of scrimmage. Takes the snap. He's going to hand off Kamara, and he's met pretty quickly by a host of Bucs defenders, maybe half a yard. That's about it. So 3rd and 2 coming up here for the Saints offense.
Now in 3rd and short, this is one of those situations, right? But I would think that the Saints look at this as a 2-down situation, which makes it a lot more difficult.
Yeah, Bucs 39-yard line.
Yeah.
There should be those situations, but when you give them the options to take some of these short passes, it becomes so much harder, right? Because this offense is designed basically to thrive in that way, and it hasn't happened so far. Here's 3rd and 2. Winston under center, going to fake the pitch, going to roll out. Tryon Shoyinka is there, overran the tackle, it looked like, and Winston's going to pick up the first down with his legs, just a couple of yards, but that's all he needed. And 1st and 10 out to the Bucs 35-yard line.
I'm okay with asking Winston to beat you quick and underneath throughout the game, but I think you have to still tackle better, right? Because that was kind of the issue on that first down on just a set of downs before this one.
That could have been a 1-yard gain at most. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't mind that part of the game plan at all. It's the total opposite of how you attacked the Saints offense last year in the playoffs. And I think it makes perfect sense because unlike Drew Brees, who can consistently find the right answer within milliseconds, play after play after play, I don't have the confidence in Jameis to be able to do that over and over and over again.
Protection's been pretty good so far for him, though. He takes the snap, hands off Kamara here, and David's right there to make a stop. It's going to be a gain of 3 maybe, and so it looks like 2nd and 7 coming up for the Saints.
And a first down win there for the Bucs defense, right? This is a favorable situation for the defense. If you could go from 1st and 10 to 2nd and 7, you would do it every single time if you could just press a button, right? So that's the exact type of start to a series that they need. And let's see if they're able to take advantage of Jameis in a more pass-obvious situation here.
Yeah, long drive for the Saints so far. Clock winds 4:22 and counting left in the first quarter, and the Bucs are up 7-0. Winston's going to go from empty here. Kamara split out wide to his right. Pierre to Sear across from him. Here's Winston back to pass. Pressure coming. He steps up through the pocket once again and has tons of space to run. And he's going to have the first down with ease. Runs through several tackles. And Bucs tackling has been atrocious so far in this game. And it shows there again as Winston gets some free yards after contract. And I'm sure that Bruce Arians not going to be happy about that.
Playing quarters coverage there, John, on 2nd and 7. Again, pass obvious type of coverage, but this is the weakness, right? To all these 2 high coverages, a quarters 2-man, especially, it's Jameis is going to have opportunities to run it himself, but there's no defense that can take away everything. So this is kind of what the Bucs are willing to give up, and I still like the process.
Yeah, here's tackling's got to be way better, though. Pressure coming, and Winston throws it at the feet of Adam Troutman on what would have been a screen there. It looked like David had it pretty well sniffed out, and so 2nd and 10 coming up for the Saints offense.
And with it being a tackling issue there, John, like you said, so they're just to kind of put an end to the last point, it's not on Bowles is basically is what I'm trying to get at with these play calls so far, where Winston's be able to get off the run or the first down that should have been a 1-yard gain that went for a lot more on that screen. So far Bowles is calling a reasonable game. Everything makes sense that he's doing.
Right. Yeah. Even the run that was a big run that early on was a player error there. And here's Kamara up the middle, and Vea's going to stop him after a game. Sorry, that's Ingram. It looks like up the middle for in a gain of 3. So 3rd and 7 coming up for the Saints offense from the Bucs 16-yard line now.
John, do you think Ingram moves the needle much for the Saints? Do you think it's a great addition for them?
Well, maybe in terms of keeping Alvin Kamara fresh. I mean, he's not a game-changing type of player, in my opinion, but he's a very tough player that can definitely compete and definitely play. So, I thought it was a great signing for the Saints. Wins and losses, maybe not as big of a difference, but here's a 3rd and 7. Winston from the shotgun. They send a ton of pressure again, but it's late getting there. Here's a throw, and that's going to be a touchdown. Great throw from Jameis Winston. Back corner of the end zone. Traquan Smith makes the catch. Ross Cockrell in coverage was right with him. Just couldn't get his head around and make a play on the football. It was step for step with him. Just never saw the ball coming in, it looked like.
Yeah, that's another 3rd down where Bowles goes to cover 0. So you're seeing a bit of the game plan again here. So we're 3rd on medium, 3rd and long. They're going to bring pressure. That's the 2nd time they've brought cover 0, just asking their DBs to win one-on-one while the pressure can get there. But the Saints managed to block it up well. There is a free runner, but Winston stands in there and delivers a strike. And tough one there.
Perfectly thrown ball there. Looked like Cockrell was seeing the replay a little bit, but maybe a step or 2 back from making a play on that one. You just couldn't make up the ground. And there's the lack of athleticism for him, depending on if he's out leveraged early in the route, is going to make a big difference. So it's 7-7. The Saints aren't going away early for sure. 2:39 left in the first quarter. Saints answer back and tie this ball game up. And the Bucs are going to have to show that they can go the length of the field now after the 44-yard drive that they had earlier for a touchdown.
Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised by the cover zero usage. I mean, on one hand, the pro of it, or the ideal outcome, would be you're able to get Jameis to just throw it hot, throw it quick and underneath, and then you're able to make the tackle in front of the sticks. But the worst case scenario is they block it up well enough to where Jameis can step into that deep throw, and that's kind of the kill shot. So it's a high risk and high reward type of situation. The first time they did it worked. The Saints completed a pass, but it was third and short, and then the Bucs were able to stop them on fourth down. This time, going to the well again ends up in a touchdown.
Yeah. It's one of the things we haven't really seen the Saints do that much this season. I mean, Jameis Winston has already dropped back to throw. I guess the rollout where he picked up the 3rd and 2, that looked like it was a throw too. And so, I mean,
there's been 2 of those.
Yeah. So he scrambled 3 times and he's thrown 10 times. So 13 dropbacks so far in this one to 5 straight up rushes for the Saints. So they're following kind of the script that's worked against the Bucs defense. I thought they might try to run the ball a little bit more early on, but again, a lot of these passing plays operate as runs. Basically, they're just line of scrimmage throws that they get to in a different way against the defense that's pretty much given those up at will. So, as expected, a pretty smart game plan by Sean Payton. He's going to challenge Todd Bowles significantly. The key will be, like it probably will be all season for the Bucs, whether the offense can keep pace with anybody that they face.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's tough for Bowles so far, right? Because when he went the opposite of that cover zero, right? When he went with 2-man quarters, Jameis has been able to beat them on the ground. And then when they flip it, bring pressure, one-on-one tight coverage, again, Jameis makes the right decision, makes the right play. So it's about 2 things, in my opinion. It's 1, for how long can Jameis keep making the right play? And 2, can, like you said, the Buccaneers offense keep pace and consistently keep scoring, because they can't try to just win, tight defensive battles. This offense has to be fantastic week in and week out, and they should be with the talent they have.
Right. It's going to be how this team's successful this year, no question, especially when they're without their top 2 corners. And I don't know. I should have checked on the first drive. I'm not sure if I've noticed whether Richard Sherman's out there or not.
I haven't seen him.
In the chat's noticed. I'm pretty sure Pierre Desir has been out there. I know he's been out there more. I just don't know if Sherman's been out there at all so far, but I don't think he has. So it looks like it's going to be their backups. No Sherman, no Delaney, no Carlton Davis, no Sean Murphy Bunting. This is obviously going to be tough to cover anybody when you're missing that many corners. Sherman is active, by the way. Just Delaney is not active. So there's 1st and 10 for the Bucs from their own 25 coming up now.
Regardless, Jameis deserves credit for just executing well, playing well, throwing accurate passes, making the right decisions. The only reason that I'm even saying, how often can he do it, is because of priors, right? He's developed a very strong prior with his track record. And now, so when you're getting away from that this season, it's still a small sample size, right? So I'm still a little skeptical.
Yeah, sure. We just got to see it more. Plus, there's been no games really on his shoulders. So that'll be something maybe we finally get to see today. Here's Ronald Jones off the right side, runs through a couple tackles. He's going to pick up about 9 on first down. So a good first down run again from the Bucs.
And look how they did it, John. They spread him out 11 personnel instead of bringing in that extra tackle going heavy. They spread it with 3 wide receivers on the field, lighten the box even more, and create more room for the running back to get up the field. And that worked well there.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. I think that they are kind of learning some things maybe as this season progresses in terms of the run scheme. Pretty interesting. Here's 2nd and 1 for the Bucs on offense. Lots open and available in the playbook for you in 2nd and 1 situations. Brady, quick throw. Mike Evans makes the catch, and he's going to get upfield for a gain of about 7 before a host of Saints meet him and throw him back. And so the first down is obtained on the gain of 7.
It's really funny how on that play now they go basically to what they have always done. 12 personnel, 2 tight ends. They motion Godwin into the box. That was a called run, but it was an RPO where if Brady likes the matchup to Evans, where his corner was playing soft and outside, Brady can just hit that smoke route right away as opposed to handing it off. But if that was a handoff, it was going to be back to how they normally do it, with a lot of guys inside, a lot of bodies, and trying to power through up the middle.
Absolutely. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. Brady from the shotgun. Bucs working from their own 41, and Brady's going to burn a timeout with 1:19 left in the first quarter. Score is 7-7, and the Bucs with the 1st and 10 here, like I said, from their own 41-yard line. So a timeout early there. Brady didn't like something he saw. Jalen Darden was in the game. You wonder, is that going to be a trick play, 1st and 10? Are they going to take a little bit of a chance there or something? And Brady didn't like something he saw pre-snap.
Yeah, but so far we're seeing good game plan from the Bucs and pretty good execution. I mean, obviously, aside from that first drive, other than that, it's been really solid from both the receivers, Brady, the running backs, the offensive line. The one play that you can maybe criticize, and even that's, again, a nitpick, is Brady missing a few inches to the inside to Gronk. And even then, you still expect Gronk to come down with that touchdown more often than not. But still, Brady comes right back the next play, puts it on the money for Godwin on that touchdown.
Right.
And then a third down conversion earlier, right? So far, so good. The Saints are going to force the Bucs to be methodical, as a lot of teams have. They're not going to give them those deep shots that they so badly want. But the Bucs have shown that they can win that way as well this year, which is really cool.
Yeah, I think the big thing too, Chris Godwin drop on the first third down of the game, comes back and makes a couple plays, and a good.
Because that was only 3rd and 3, I think.
Yeah, 3rd and 3 on the first drive. Yeah, and then Fournette, same thing. He dropped one, and so those kind of things you can stay away from. A penalty, they overcame it though. They overcame a drop and penalty on the last drive. A couple third down conversions. You don't want to live like that all day, but good to see that you can do that against a really quality defense for sure. Can you fix those things now moving forward? I think that's going to be huge for this offense. There's a lot that they can sustain in terms of success if they can just stay out of their own way. Early in the game, it's been interesting. They've overcome it. Let's just put it that way so far.
They are one of the best third down teams in the league, John, but the process part of it is you want to stay out of third downs if you can altogether, right? There's third and manageable is a myth. Doesn't exist in the NFL. You want to win on first down, right? Don't shoot yourself in the foot on first down. So whether that means calling a few more easy passes or just executing better in the run game, if you are going to be adamant about running the ball, you just can't be wasting those downs for 0 yard, 1 yard gains, as they've so often did throughout parts of last year. And that's going to be the key to their success is that early down sustainability.
Yeah, the Bucs this season are 47% on third down, 4th in the NFL. And the Saints, who converted 3 of 4 so far in this game, are 17th in the NFL at 40.5%. So
and the problem with third downs are incredibly volatile. Even if you're a good third down team, it doesn't take much for one game to go poorly, and one game going poorly on third down could change the entire outcome.
Right. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense from their own 41. 3 receiver set, and Jalen Darden is still out there. Brady jet pass to Jalen Darden, who's going to pick up a good gain on first down, get about 8 yards, it looks like, before he's
I hardly knew what he was doing. but
I'm not sure he knew the timing of the play or anything there.
No, he looked really confused. Brady had to multiple times tell him to come in motion. But, John, you called it before the break. You said, hey, I wonder if this is some sort of gadget play to Darden with him being out there. And that's exactly what it was. A manufactured touch for Darden to try to take advantage of his speed and get to the perimeter. And a nice little designed way to gain 8 yards on first down by Leftwich. That's the type of easy stuff that's a new element to this offense that Leftwich has done such a great job with.
Right. Here's a 2nd and 2 for the Bucs offense. A little surprised the Saints weren't a little more keyed into Darden there on that play. Here's Brady going to hand off Ronald Jones, but Rob Gronkowski got absolutely bulldozed off the line of scrimmage by Marcus Davenport, and Jones is going to lose a yard. So 3rd and 3 coming up there for the Bucs offense now as the clock winds, and they'll be able to take this one to the end of the first quarter if they want.
Yeah, really surprised to see how much that run just broke down. And like you said, Gronkowski just getting beat. Was that Davenport?
Davenport just killed Gronkowski. It wasn't even close. You almost never see Gronk blown up to that extent. It looked like maybe he was a little late getting off the ball there too.
Yeah.
But yeah, it looks like they're going to take this one to the end of the quarter. So second quarter is going to start with the Bucs on a 3rd and 3 from their own 48-yard line. And we will say it right now, Paul. If they don't lose yardage on third down, is this the situation where you're going for it on 4th down here, right around midfield? Right now, they're at their own 48.
I would. There's no chance they do. On 3rd and 3, I think they're on their own side of the field. We know Bruce Arians' track record and his tendencies in these situations. He's very conservative. I think a lot of coaches in the league now, they are starting to go for it in these situations. You see the numbers across the board dramatically have risen over the last few years, and this year, another big jump from last. But I think if the Bucs don't convert here on 3rd down, they're going to punt it away.
Yeah, I agree with you. What about if they get into 4th and inches?
Oh, I mean, so you're asking me if I think they'll go for it, right?
Both. I know you'll go for it.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my answer.
Do you think that would tempt them?
4th and inches, I think they would. Yeah.
You think they go with the sneak?
Yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I think they might with the sneak. And here's the other thing: they need to know now. You get the quarter break.
Yeah.
You should always know what you're going to do, but especially they just had a timeout. They just had a quarter break now. Okay, like you need to know if you're close, you're getting up to the line of scrimmage and you're going for it, or you need to have that clarity in the quiver. You don't need to burn another timeout thinking about it on 4th and inches or 4th and 1. If you're going to go, know you're going to go now at this point in situation and have that kind of ready to go if you are.
These are the type of things that teams that do have analytics departments that they think about prior to, right? They're not, I think people get fixated on Ben Baldwin's tweet bot, right? Where he just outputs a generic result. But when teams that do have analytics departments, they go, okay, this is our personnel this week, and this is who we're playing. And given this, what are we going to do in all these situations? They think about these scenarios beforehand. They work it through with the coach. So then the coach knows, okay, this week in this situation, I would go for it, but maybe against a different opponent, I wouldn't. And because I know I would, I'm going to include plays in the game plan ready for the situation. So now when it comes up, I'm not scrambling like, oh, do I have the call for this? Do I want to go for it? No, you already know beforehand, okay, this is the situation. I've thought about this already. I've worked it out. These are the plays that I have ready because I know what I'm going to do in the situation. So yeah, you don't want to see any sort of uncertainty, wasting a timeout. You want to see your offense know exactly what they're doing right away. Right. And that can also affect your third down play calling, by the way.
Yeah, it can for sure. And it should, have some effect on things, I think. But 3rd and 3 is a tricky situation here. They had a 3rd and 3 earlier in the game. They threw to Godwin on the quick hitter and he dropped it. Hard to tell whether it was going to be maybe open there or not, but here they go. We're back from commercial quick. The Bucs are at the line of scrimmage. Jensen
they're showing
and Brady.
Single high man coverage, John, with it looks like they're sending 5. If that's what they're actually going to do, this will be a first so far. They're going to give up an opportunity deep.
Right. And the Saints only send 3 instead. They drop out of it. Brady takes the time, fires over the middle of the field. Tyler Johnson looks like he hung on and made the catch. Great catch by Tyler Johnson. Wow. Brady stuck that one in his gut.
Coverage. Super tight coverage. I mean, and Brady processes the disguise right away because they're showing one thing pre-snap and then post-snap, it's actually something else. And he's able to decipher that so quick and then get that right in there. No separation. And Tyler Johnson able to pull down with a very difficult catch with a guy all over him.
Yeah, for sure. And here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense. This is sometimes shot territory for them. 44-yard line. Here's Brady off play action, back to pass, going to go deep. Mike Evans is right there, and he just overthrew him. That looked like it was on Brady. I know Evans was stumbling a bit, but I think Brady just missed him there a little bit.
I think so too. I'm not totally sure if there was
dusted Lattimore too. Lattimore did try to grab his arm, and that did slow him up a bit, and I wonder if that contributed there. But
I think it did. It threw off the timing just a little bit. He lost maybe like a half a step with Lattimore kind of pulling him back, but. Yeah, Brady. You'd like to see Brady put a little more air under it anyway, with how badly Evans beat him.
A little less, you mean?
Sorry. Yeah. Just throw it a little.
He gunned that sucker. Here's Brady back to pass. Jalen Dart makes the catch.
Softer. Throw it a little softer.
Got you. Yeah. Less of a. That's the thing. It's like people talk about Brady's arm, where they used to talk about his arm. He almost always, if he misses a deep ball, it's almost always overthrown and not underthrown.
But that's how you avoid interceptions, though.
Right. 3rd and 6 coming up from the Saints' 40-yard line here.
But hey, another good call by you, John. That is absolutely a tendency of the Bucs. That is very much a shot area for them. They love going off of play action, dialing it up deep. I don't think the Saints are going to give you many looks where you get the opportunity to do that. So it really hurts that didn't convert on that particular opportunity.
For sure. And here the Saints showing pressure once again on 3rd and 6, and they do send it. Bucs pick it up really well. Brady has time, throws over the middle, but that was incomplete. Looks like Brady could not get out of his break there. I don't know if he was grabbed or what it was, but he could not get back to the ball. And so it's 4th and 6 now from the 40. And what do you do here? You're kind of in no man's land. You're going to gain hardly any.
They're going to punt it, but I mean, I would go for it. You don't gain much from punting it in terms of field position. The Saints send a corner blitz there. It's a zone blitz, but no one able to get open. They protect it very well. They pick up the blitz post snap, but just not able to get anything open down the field.
Yeah, I know it wasn't much, but that grab by Lattimore, man, I wonder if we come back to it for sure. Because that looked like a moment in the game that could have changed some things for sure. Here's a fair catch by the Saints back at their own 8-yard line. It looks like is where they'll take over. So pretty good punt by Pinion.
That's a tendency,
at least get something out of it.
Tendency breaker there from the Saints, going with a zone blitz on 3rd down, right after showing man all day, showing 2-man specifically, and now they're mixing it up there. 2 3rd downs in a row.
Yeah, and man, I'm not sure what's going on with Cam Brate this year. If Brady's barking at him after that play, I'm not sure what he did wrong exactly, because I haven't really seen it, but it just feels like he has been really kind of off a little bit with what they're doing. And I might need to look into it in a piece. It just kind of occurred to me now as I'm thinking back over some of his targets this year. Has not been a very smooth process when he's been targeted. And you could see Brady barking at him a little bit there. I don't know if he's yelling at him or just trying to correct something or what it was there.
Yeah, Brady has had some issues going back to even last year where adjusting routes post-snap. A lot of routes are variable, and whether it be the actual route or just the stem, small nuances, they tend to change depending on the blitz, depending on the safety. And just off the top of my head, I can think of 2 instances from last year where Brady messed that up. Once against the Chiefs, where he turned over the wrong shoulder against the blitz. Against the Rams on that final interception at the end of the game, Brady ran his seam to the inside against a single high safety rotation where Brady was expecting him to fade outside on Haas, and Brady puts it outside, and Brady's running inside. So maybe it was a similar situation there against zone coverage where Brady expects Brady to do one thing and then Brady does another.
Yeah, definitely could be part of the problem. Those two it's funny, they had such good connection last year, but they've struggled to connect consistently this year. Still though, man, the Bucs are in so many third downs, Paul, and some of it hasn't been bad or conservative play calling on first down, but 3 of 5 on third downs already in this game. That's obviously 3 of 5 is good, but again, you're good if you're hitting half or less than half of your third downs. And if you're always in third down, that average might be at the top of the league, but you're not going to have a great day if you're only converting, if you're always in third down, and every drive needs multiple third downs to be completed or to be successful in order to sustain points. It's just a really hard way to live. And it's a very hard way to live against this defense, especially because of how unique they can cover and pressure on third downs.
Yeah, they do lots of exotic stuff too, right? They're really good with their rules on defense. Everyone knows what they're doing, and that allows them to do tricky stuff on the back end with certain match principles, whether it be man match, zone match. They can basically do complicated stuff that some teams aren't able to do because of how well they're coached and how smart their players are. So you have to avoid those situations. Keep having success on first and second down where they're a little more vanilla, and you can kind of do your thing a little more. So yeah, living on third downs is a hard way to win games.
For sure. Okay, the Saints are starting 1st and 10 from their 8-yard line. 7-7 ball game, 13:22 left in the second quarter. Winston's going under center. He's got 3 tight ends in the game, and Alvin Kamara is going to take the carry to the left side, and great tackle by Pierre Desir. Gain of maybe a yard for Kamara, but Desir came flying up and made the tackle as Kamara tried to bounce outside.
That's the expected result. I mean, that's why teams aren't running it against them. And I think that we're not going to see very many early down runs from the Saints at the end of this game when you look back. There's just
interesting because the Bucs obviously are a good team against the run, but their corners are a big part of that. And they don't have any of their hardly any of their normal corners are out here. So you wonder if teams may eventually test them more on the outside. Here's Winston back to pass, pressure coming. Shaq Barrett got around the edge, and Winston gets away from Jason Pierre-Paul. Here's pressure coming. Devin White gets him down after the gain of a couple, and a flag flies. They're going to call horse collar here, but I don't think this was a horse collar. They should pick this up because it looked like White just grabbed his actual jersey, and Winston is limping.
Okay, a lot of bad things there. I mean,
a lot of things happened.
Oh no, Winston going down. That's
Shaq Barrett. Clearly, Devin White just grabs the outside of his jersey. Does not have his hand inside the jersey or inside the shoulder pads at all. There, that's just a great one-arm tackle, and Winston went down in some serious pain.
The way his leg bends, that's so brutal. Hate to see it. I mean, obviously a huge game for Winston, getting to play against his former team as a starter. That's so rough. But yeah, I agree with you, John. I don't think that was the right call and horse collar, but it doesn't look like they're picking it up. But
that's amazing to me. I don't understand how they cannot pick. I mean, that is not even close to being inside the pads unless they change the rule or something like that I don't know about, right? Like,
yeah. I
mean, it has to be inside I know they changed it from before it was inside the pads, then it was inside the back of the jersey too. But you can absolutely grab the back of a player's jersey and tackle them. And if they go backward, they go back. But how can you? I'm not sure how that cannot be. I don't know. I agree. Maybe the rule includes that, but it's definitely not how it was before. So maybe somebody has the rule booker can look it up, or we can look it up after. But that does not seem to me like that would apply there. And we'll see what's going on with Winston. You said you're right. The knee did kind of get twisted. His leg was kind of down already, like so it kind of stuck in the ground a little bit there.
you saw Trevor Siemian getting ready there for the Saints, the backup quarterback now. Obviously not someone who has a great track record in the league so far. Certainly a drop off at quarterback. Winston he's been good this year. Like, he's been not, amazing, but he's been solid and doing what they need to do to win. So we'll see how this changes the game plan in terms of just the play calling itself. How does this change things for the Saints?
Yeah, Trevor Siemian, very much a safe quarterback over the years. That's kind of been his MO. I don't know whether, he's obviously not been very good, but he's had some moments, and he's a backup that knows his stuff and has been in this offense for a little while now. So, the Saints are probably as good as any team in the league at scheming around a quarterback's limitations, and they've really kind of been doing that all season with Winston up to this point. So I don't know that much is going to change for them in terms of game plan. And so, that's a frustrating one, Paul, because I feel for Winston that he's hurt, and I know that there's emotion attached to it, but I just don't see how in the world that's a horse collar, and it does move the ball out to the 27-yard line. So we'll see. The Bucs defense obviously not any really excuses here in this situation to give up anything given the Saints situation. But again, as creative a play calling team as you'll get in the league, so they'll find ways to work some productive plays despite their quarterback limitations.
I think maybe we'll see them go back to more of their bunch sets from empty formations, where it gets 5 wide receivers out there and ready to catch the ball quick and underneath, kind of the stuff they've been doing the last couple of years. Some of the stuff we see now with the Chargers, with Herbert, with Joe Lombardi as their offensive coordinator. So whereas with Jameis, there was greater emphasis on max protection, deep shots down the field. Whereas I think with Siemian, a safer quarterback, it might be more spread out, more quick game type of stuff.
Right. Here's 1st and 10. Trevor Siemian is in the game from the Saints 27-yard line, goes play action, looking down the field, pressure coming. He throws, almost intercepted by Antoine Winfield. He jumped it, knocked it down on the pass for Adam Troutman and broke it up. Almost a pick six there if Winfield could have caught that cleanly.
Yeah, rough start for the new quarterback. Gets hit on his first play and almost throws an interception. Not exactly the confidence booster that you're looking for on your first snap.
Yeah, and Joe Tryon-Shoyinka rocked him right as he threw the football. The Bucs pressure is going to have to they're going to have to make an impact in this game. You can see Trevor Siemian's numbers there.
What's going to make this particularly tough for Siemian is that he's not going to get support from the run game. We've already talked about that. This is going to be on the quarterback.
Right. Here's 2nd and 10 for Siemian. He's back to pass already and quick underneath, and Whitehead and White make the tackle on a short completion. So 3rd and 5 coming up for the Saints offense from their own 32-yard line. And we'll see as we wait word on what happened to Winston. Sorry, Paul. I was just going to say his face coming off the field looked really dejected. We'll see what the word is. We'll try to get reports from our people. See if they can tell us anything.
So 3rd and 5 now. This is an opportunity for Bowles to get creative if he wants to. Try to confuse Siemian if he can. And now they're going to use a timeout. They don't like the look. Or just not able to get things figured out right away.
Yeah, 11:39 left in the second quarter, 3rd and 5 for the Saints offense from their own 32, and they're going to use a timeout and talk things over. 7-7 game in the second quarter here.
And yeah, Bowles had a lot of success against Fields where he used a lot of exotic looks where you think one thing's going to happen, but as soon as the ball is snapped, the picture has changed. And for young, inexperienced quarterbacks, that's really hard to work out, right? You see Brady figure that type of stuff out, but that's because he's, he always talks about having the answers to the test, and that's the benefit of experience. Whereas with a young quarterback, it can be really difficult when that picture changes post-snap. And that's why it's so important to get them into 3rd downs, is because that's when you have the opportunity to do that type of stuff. And let's see if Bowles, I'm really curious here what he does. Does he play it more vanilla, or does he try to take advantage right away?
Yeah, we'll see. 3rd and 5 for the Saints offense from their 32-yard line.
They're showing cover 3 zone.
And the Bucs are going to send pressure. And Siemian throws, and he's wide of Callaway. Jamel Dean was all over him anyway. And it looks like 4th and 5. It is 4th and 5 now for the Saints, and they will punt it away from their own 32.
Yeah, it brought more pressure than he showed pre-snap, right? I think they brought maybe even 6 there. It's hard to tell. But
I think it was 7.
Okay.
I think it was 0.
Either way, pressure came from spots where they didn't show that it was coming from pre-snap. They did have a guy walked up to the line of scrimmage, but pressure came from other spots as well. So that's exactly what I mean, where now suddenly the quarterback he's not able to just figure it out pre-snap. He's looking after he has the ball in his hands. Hey, where do I need to go? That's so
good
tough.
call by you there as Darden fields the punt and is immediately tackled. So brave or perhaps foolish decision by Darden not to call a fair catch there. And he's immediately tackled, lucky to hold on to the football. And there's a flag down as well. And I'm sure this will be on the Bucs as well.
You think so?
It usually is on these return plays. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. Usually, though, we don't even. What's the even point of punt returns anymore, man? We just never. It's on the Bucs, and there's hardly ever a punt return without a penalty, and we've had no punt return touchdowns this entire season, I believe, across the league, unless one happened today that I missed. And so the Bucs are going to be backed up. They'll start at their own 13-yard line. So long way to go. But, you could talk about Winston and the injury, and we'll see what the situation is with that all you want. But, the reality is, man, the Bucs defense or the Saints defense is still the most formidable thing about this team. They still are capable of winning games no matter who's at quarterback. And because they've got this great scheme offensively, they got the ability to still make some plays for sure. Can Simeon stretch the field the way Winston might have on a few plays, and one of which could change a game for sure? Maybe not. We'll see. But I think, defensively, the Saints are going to be what the Bucs have. Like, this is where the game's going to have to be won, is whether the Bucs offense can consistently figure out and make plays against the Saints defense, especially the vertical plays when they're there to be made. Like on that last drive, got to find a way to hit those plays, even with maybe a little interference there from Lattimore.
Yeah. But also that type of stuff happens, right? Those deep passes are very volatile. They're low percentage for a reason, just in terms of overall execution. But if you're able to generate looks like that, it's a good process. I have no doubt that they'll be able to connect if that opportunity is there again, pre-snap, in terms of what the Saints show. But I am really curious, John, about how the Saints adapt, because that first snap, offensively, with Simeon, and it was kind of the same stuff that they were doing with Jameis all year, right? Extra protection, play action, looking for intermediate to deep shots, and that's certainly not a unique element to their offense from when Breeze was there, but it had been de-emphasized, right? And it's been more emphasized with Winston. So, really curious to see how much they change with Simeon. Yep, for sure. That'll be another battle to watch for the Bucs defense. Is they've gotten this weak slate of quarterbacks recently, and to Bowles' credit, they've really taken advantage of that with the way they've played in most of these games, and they'll have another matchup they should win in this one, no matter who's at quarterback, but especially if it is Trevor Siemian the rest of the way. So we'll see. As for the Bucs offense, though, can they consistently get going again? I think that there have been that short drive. They've had so many of those recently. They haven't had to go the length of the field very often. Remember the Bears game? It was like they didn't have any choice. It was short fields every single time. Turnover. They were starting from Bears side of the 50. They get another on the fourth down stop. They get another opportunity, and they go down and they put in the end zone. And so, can they go the length of the field against quality defense that's played them really, really well? I think we're going to learn a lot about the Bucs offense today, no matter who's in a quarterback for the Saints. Here's Brady under center, 1st and 10 from his own 13-yard line. Gives the ball Fournette up the middle, and he definitely missed it, I think. But he gets a gain of a couple there, and it's going to be 2nd and 8 probably. Yeah, it looks like there might have been a hole there, but Leonard going into the pile. But John, like you said, hard to go drive down the field consistently against anyone, let alone a good opponent like this one on defense. But it's going to start with better success on first down, because if you're having to go down the field and you're not having success on first down, you're going to be in multiple third downs in a row. That's just super hard to do successfully. Yep. No doubt. 2nd and 8. You get into these situations, even your pass obvious. You have Saints pressure with 4. Brady throws, catches made by Godwin along the right side. Big game for the Bucs offense. Great throw, back shoulder for 20 yards to Godwin. You see these multiple times a game, and they're just so ridiculous. And you see, that's timing and that's experience with a receiver. We've talked about it over and over again, but that's the benefit of having a real offseason, having time with a guy. That's Godwin turning his head right when Brady's throwing, and knowing when Godwin's going to turn around, and knowing when Brady's going to let go of the ball. Just awesome execution. Yep. Here's Fournette running the football, and he's going to try to get to the outside, and Demario Davis tracks him down and knocks him down for a loss of 1. So 2nd and 11, Bucs back to their own 34-yard line, and they keep losing these first downs, and it's killing their offense right now. Yeah, the Saints are schematically winning as far as first down goes, because this is, if you just think about it from the perspective of your opponent, what does your opponent want you to do? With the looks that they're giving you, what are they hoping that you do? And the Bucs are running the ball, and that's what the Saints want. They want to take the ball away from Brady, right? Why would you not? Why would you rather have it be in Brady's hands and throwing it to Gronk, Evans, Godwin, when you can have Leonard Fournette running it instead?
Yep. And Cam Brate's out there, not Rob Gronkowski. Brady throws high and incomplete. Looked like he threw that one away, maybe.
Yeah, that was definitely a throwaway.
Third and 11.
Brate was covered there. But yeah, this is why you want to see some of those easier gains on first down.
Yeah.
This is a really tough situation here.
Right. I mean, the runs on first down have just not been as productive. And so the 1st and 20 run I know worked pretty well, but
yeah.
Okay, here we go. 3rd and 11 for the Bucs offense. This is the situations they've been about half on 3rd down, I think, so far in this game. And so we'll see what they can do. Saints showing pressure. They can drop out of these looks. They do a lot of different things. Looks like they're playing 6 DBs right now. Pressure coming. Brady's got time. Bucs pick it up really well. Throws. Tyler Johnson makes the catch, has a first down. Stiff arms a man and crosses midfield. Gets down across the 40 down to the 35-yard line of the Saints. Great play by Tyler Johnson to convert 3rd and 11.
And great pass protection, John. Like you said, they did such a good job, and they've done such a good job this game of picking up blitzes, identifying where guys are coming from when the Saints are showing disguises pre-snap. The offensive line is figuring it out really quickly as soon as the ball snapped, and they're making it happen. And by the way, one thing I really like with Tyler Johnson here at the end of the run, he switched hands with the ball, knowing the defender was coming from his right side on behind. So he switches it to his left hand. That's just a small little nuance, but showing great awareness there from Tyler Johnson to finish that run.
Yeah, great play. 31 yards for Tyler Johnson there. Here's Brady going to go play action. Looking down the field, O.J. Howard makes the catch for a short gain. So 2nd and 6 coming up for the Bucs offense from the Saints 31-yard line. By the way, I don't know if you saw Tristan Wirfs just absolutely whip somebody to the ground there on first
down. On the third down? Or on the first down?
On first down, yeah. So 2nd and 6. Now you get yourself in a situation on 2nd and 6 where you could run the football. But again, it's just so hard to run on the Saints. I think it's tough. They're going to make adjustments, and I just think it's tough to do it. So 2nd and 6, though, you at least give yourself some flexibility.
Mike Evans doing his gingerly walk of the week.
That's right. Here's Brady with a little pitch to Fournette, who's going to be hit in the backfield. He gains maybe a yard. I don't even know. Barely got back to the line of scrimmage. Probably a no gainer there. So 3rd and 6. They just cannot solve it in the terms of the running game. And now you're in a bit tough situation because you want to get at least a few more yards to feel really comfortable about a field goal here, I'm sure. But also, obviously, you want to pick up the first down.
I mean, so like, when's the last time they picked up a first down without being on 3rd down, right?
They have done kind of exactly what you shouldn't do against the Saints.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
But it's just because they're so good, they're able to overcome it, but it's not good process on early downs.
Yeah. 3rd and 6. Brady back to pass, 3-man rush. A ball hit off Tristan Wirfs, fumble, and the Saints jump on top of it. Brady pump faked, and Wirfs was closer than he thought it looked like, and the ball hit off Wirfs' back. Saints recover, and there goes points off the board for the Bucs offense.
So that's multiple difficult 3rd down conversions in a row, but it catches up with you. You can only do it so many times in a row. So yeah, I mean, that just, to me, despite that, it comes back to first downs in terms of when you're looking forward and thinking about what you can do better.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was a good play. I think Cam Jordan might have reached around somebody as he was being blocked there. You rarely see that. That was kind of a weird play. He kind of just let himself be blocked and used his hands to try to swat at the ball there. Kind of an interesting idea, but you just hardly ever see anybody do it. And so, the Saints are going to recover at their own 37-yard line and points off the board. So, we kind of get back to this, and somebody mentioned Winston was wheeled off, and Winston was taken off in the cart to the locker room, looked like. But we've mentioned this before, but this is the Bucs have, even though they have gone out because they are a very talented offense, this is exactly what you kind of can't do against the Saints. You cannot live in 3rd down all game. They will make you pay eventually for doing that. And you cannot drop the football as much as they have. They've had penalties in this game. So you've had some of these things, you miss a deep shot. So they've really offensively, even though you've still seen the talent, you've still seen the ability to move the ball. You've seen a lot of unsuccessful rushing plays, especially in the last couple drives. So they've done a ton of what you shouldn't do against the Saints, still been in position to put more points on the board than they should be. And so, than they have. And so there's still some good things here, but man, if they could improve this process a little bit, I feel like they could actually take advantage of this game. I think they've done some good things, but it just can't sustain because right now they're just shooting themselves in the foot way too much.
Yeah, they have this tendency where they start games seemingly committed to running the ball, right? Which is weird. And then they at times get away from it where they realize, okay, the way we're going to succeed here is by just throwing it all over the place. And sometimes you wish that they would realize that to start games, or at least on first downs, because that is obviously the strength, right? You can, ideally you would run it plenty, but it would be because you set up good second and shorts, third and shorts, these type of things, as opposed to putting yourself behind the sticks and having to be in obvious passing situations after. If you could just kind of flip it. And that's one of the things, John, the Bucs have a huge discrepancy in how much they run the ball on first down and second down. They are a run heavy team on first down when it comes to the league. And then they are by far the most pass heavy team on second down. So I always talk about this, right? Like, it's easy to look at the overall numbers and think, oh, we want to be balanced. But when you're so imbalanced from one down to the next, the raw totals don't really matter anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And the other thing to think about too is that especially the last 3 weeks, they've trended in the wrong direction in terms of first down plays. Speaking of first down plays, there's a tackle for loss by Raheem Nunez-Roches on first down. The Saints are going to lose the yard, Alvin Kamara. And yeah, here it is. Wirfs didn't really give that up. I'm surprised Brady didn't slide a little bit there. I really think he thought he was going to throw the ball there. I'd love to see the coverage. I think he just thought, I'm going to get the ball out here. And then at the last second, he pulled it down. And there was a deflection there, or Jordan kind of got his hand in there. Somebody asked if that should be Wirfs giving up a sack there. I would be shocked if it was graded that way. Like, he was in perfect position there. Brady's got to move a little bit and be a little more aware of what's going on there, I think, which is very, very rare. I don't know if I've ever said that about Brady. Here's a catch and run by Deontay Harris. The Bucs could not get him, and Harris will get out to midfield and pick up the first down, a 14-yard gain for Deontay Harris on a simple underneath throw against zone coverage there, and some bad angles to the football taken by Bucs defenders.
Another rep of Tryon Shoyinka in coverage instead of letting him just rip it loose as a pass rusher.
Goodness gracious.
And it's costing them.
Don't understand, man. Here's Tryon Shoyinka, plays zone coverage with Deontay Harris catching the ball in front of you, one of the quickest dudes in the league. Here's play action. Simeon back to pass, has all day to throw the football. Nobody even close to him. Throws underneath, and another missed tackle by Tryon Shoyinka in space. And the Saints are going to pick up another first down on another simple check down underneath throw. It's 12 yards to Griffin, and they're already up to the Bucs 38-yard line. So Tryon Shoyinka with a couple missed tackles in the open field. But again, I blame coaching way more than anything else.
There's going to be a roughing the passer call to tack on another 15 yards at the end of this one.
Yeah, this is a horrible call. We'll see if they pick this one up, because that was, as soon as he threw it, Sue hit him and didn't hit him in the head. So,
I think they are. I don't know. I think that's pretty consistent with how they've been calling it, though, John. He definitely had the ball out of his hands when Sue pushed him. But are they picking it up?
Yeah, I mean, he did hit him in the head, and he hit him like right as he threw it. So, did they pick it up? I
guess they did. Yeah.
Looks like they picked it
but
up.
I mean, I've seen that be called before.
Oh yeah, I mean, they're horrible. The refs are horrible, yeah, but by the letter of the law, I don't think that was going to be an infraction. Here's 1st and 10. Simeon from empty. They're just committing fully to the pass. He's throwing deep down the field. Jawan Johnson almost came up with that catch. Pierre Desir rips it out at the end. Winfield almost picked it off then on the deflection.
I would love to see a replay.
Play.
I mean,
Winfield got it.
Yeah, I mean, he'd certainly a great effort nonetheless.
Yeah, for sure. Fade ball and a good throw this was offensive pass interference probably. Jawan Johnson almost made a great catch. Did Winfield catch that? Let's see this. Desir does a great job ripping the ball out as it comes down. Ball bounces up in the air.
It's not on the ground there.
Winfield comes diving. It did hit the ground. Yep, absolutely. Couldn't see it on the other side of Jawan Johnson, but now you can see it. 2nd and 10 for the Saints offense. Here's Simeon back to pass. No pressure coming. Throws over the middle of the field. Wide open is Griffin. And it's another easy completion. Another easy first down. 14 yards. And Simeon's just checking the ball down. And the Bucs are letting him pick up yards after the catch to Garrett Griffin and Deontay Harris. This is pretty ugly.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, on that previous down, they went to cover 1, right? Taking away that quick underneath stuff. And then Simeon beats them deep. He didn't beat them deep. There was an incomplete pass. But now they go back to this zone, giving the underneath stuff up to a conservative quarterback, and he takes advantage.
Yeah, for sure. 3 checkdowns have moved the ball all the way down the field for the Saints offense so far. And now it's 1st and 10 for the Saints from the Bucs 24-yard line. So that fumble looking like a turning point for sure so far in this one. We'll see what the Saints can do if they can finish off this drive. And the Bucs crossed the line of scrimmage, but they are pointing at the Saints, saying that they were drawn off, and it looks like they were. False start will back up the Saints.
Yeah, I mean, that third down, I would imagine if you look at it from a EPA or win probability standpoint, probably wasn't huge, that fumble, because it was going to be a punt even if it's not converted, and probably about a 15 to 20 yard field position.
Well, they were at the Saints 31, so they probably would have.
Were they at the 31?
Oh yeah. So
okay.
I mean, that's a 48-yard attempt. I'm sure they're kicking it.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, you're right then. That's actually
So that might, I mean, yeah, and maybe going for it if they could get closer.
I thought they were closer to the 40.
I guess it depends how you see it too. If he kind of is a sack, but the Bucs recover, then it probably is a punt.
Right.
But the fumble part itself, probably wasn't as big as the fact that it was a sack. But here's Simeon handoff to Mark Ingram. He's going to pick up a couple of yards, 3 yards for Ingram. And so 2nd and 12 coming up from the Bucs 26-yard line. Now it becomes tough. You've got Trevor Siemian, who's been around a couple different teams, throwing to not very well-known receivers. And you've got a Bucs secondary that's completely beat up. And so you've just got backups kind of all over the place in this game right now.
Yeah, you do.
It's going to be a war of attrition a little bit. And so 2nd and 12 for Simeon. And the Saints offense takes the snap. Bucs send pressure. White gets there, and the flag is going to fly. Did Simeon throw that ball? It looked like White stripped him, but then the flag flew, and the play just stopped.
I hope that's not. Oh, it's personal foul, roughing the passer. Are you kidding me?
This should have been a point-blank, easy sack. White comes in. He's lined up in the slot. He comes in totally unblocked on a statue of a quarterback. What is that call? Simeon did get the throw off, but
he grazed his face mask, I guess.
Oh my goodness.
That is a brutal call.
That's a game-changing call right there.
Yeah.
What in the world was that?
That's being way too protective. I mean, I think they're going to get him for making contact with the helmet, but barely. It's not even like.
Goodness gracious. That is terrible. Here's play action. Simeon back to pass, has all day to throw the football. Throws over the middle of the field. Intercepted by Antoine Winfield in the end zone.
Huge
ball
play.
Don't lie.
Huge play. And there's a flag. Let's see what this is for.
What this flag is. Maybe the ball does die. Maybe the refs are determined.
I mean, body language-wise, they look a little dejected. Oh, and it's another late hit, it looks like, from Golston. For no reason.
Goodness.
That one, no one to blame but themselves.
Oh my gosh.
Unbelievable. That's inexcusable from Golston. Way late.
Oh, he barely touched him. No.
He did barely touch him.
I didn't got to even at least fall.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end, that's still very clearly way late, regardless of how big the hit is.
I mean, yeah, he's got to be really way more careful there, but that's
game-changing mistake there. That's backbreaking.
Jeez. And here's Kamara with the run, bounces out to the left, and he's going to be hauled down by Shaq Barrett after the gain of a couple. Wow, I'm still stunned that they threw that, to be honest with you. But yeah, you're right. He has to hold up completely there, but that's still hardly anything. And it's funny too, because you've heard major big name quarterbacks like Tom Brady and Aaron Rodgers all come out and say they absolutely hate the way the game is officiated, and they're the quarterbacks. Here's Simeon throwing back of the end zone incomplete. Jason Pierre-Paul applying the pressure. So second,
John, that's an issue with the rule, not with the call. I don't think the refs call that incorrectly. It's just a rule that's gone way too far in that direction.
Yeah, they just don't know where they don't know where the line exists.
Yeah, I think it's a terrible rule, or I think it's terrible that the rule is being enforced that way, but that goes to the higher ups.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. 3rd and goal from the 4-yard line for Simeon. Takes the snap, shotgun, pressure coming. Here's a quick screen, and it's Jordan Whitehead's all over it. Makes the tackle at the line of scrimmage. So 4th and goal coming up here. And the Saints see what they do. 4th and goal from the 4 here.
Looks like they're going for it, keeping the never mind. They're subbing in the kick unit. So that is a win for the defense. I know it doesn't feel like one after such a dejecting penalty. But to give up a field goal with this positioning, yeah, obviously, I mean, you have to consider it a win, but huge drop off from what it should and could be.
Yeah, I mean, no question. This margin right now, as the field goal is good, 10-7 is 100% the Bucs just doing it to themselves. Which again, we're not totally surprised by the Bucs and the officials, which is kind of going back to the beginning of the year, the situation that they were in a lot of the time, right, Paul? I mean, it was the Bucs beating themselves early in the year, first couple of weeks of the season, or the officials beating the Bucs and having some egregiously bad calls. And so, I have no clue how you fix the second part. NFL officiating is just kind of an atrocity across the league, and Arians, I'm sure, is going to have a very entertaining halftime and post game. But yeah, this is bad in terms of exactly the situation you really didn't want to be in at all at halftime. And now 2:20 to work with and 2 timeouts. Can this offense do something? That's going to be crucial, I think, here. But yeah, that was a Winfield pick too. So remember, that wasn't like a stop on 3rd down. That was a Winfield interception. So that would have been no points. So you basically have a 6-point swing there at least with the Bucs not being able to get a field goal when they're at the Saints 31-yard line. And then you come down and you give the Saints a field goal basically and negate the Winfield interception. So yeah, doing a lot of the things we talked about that you cannot do when you play the Saints. We'll see if it's enough. A long way to go in this one, and 2:20 here to go in the first half is really important. And Sue is talking to the guys right now. He is laying into them on the bench.
And it's really just on both sides of the ball, getting in their own way. And some of it is induced by things that the Saints are doing, but it's also just the Bucs have to be smarter, right? Both the players in terms of the penalties and discipline, and the coaches offensively with some of the early down play calling. And it's so weird, John. You and I have talked about it. So much of what Leftwich is doing is great. I mean, he's doing a lot of really smart stuff, very reasonable, good counters. But then some of the easiest stuff, the Bucs don't do, right? They call they're at the bottom end of the league when it comes to play action. They're so run heavy on 1st down and then so imbalanced the other way on 2nd down. So it's just some of the easier stuff that they kind of get in their own way, but they do the hard stuff so well.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady going to give a handoff to, is that Giovanni Bernard? It is. And guess who's got the biggest carry of the season for the Bucs and the ground game? It's Giovanni Bernard out to midfield.
And you like to say it, John, he can run. He can run. Do the coaches know? As you've said over the weeks, and they're taking advantage of it here. He can run.
Yeah, Saints were thinking pass all the way there, obviously, but you saw the burst with Giovanni Bernard. It's different than the other guys. 2-minute warning coming April. Bucs have moved the ball out to their own 49-yard line. They have a 1st and 10 there, 2 minutes and 2 timeouts to work with.
Regardless of the run, how often do you see Giovanni Bernard single back formation when the quarterback's under center? I mean, you never see that.
I don't think it's happened once this season. So, that's his first carry with the starters. He got some carries, I believe, in one of the games when it was a blowout this year, but he's good. I don't know. It's always been, he played beyond some of the worst lines we've ever seen in Cincinnati, so he's got burst and he's got vision. He's not going to be a big tackle breaker, but he's got the burst and the vision, and that's a big deal once you get through the first level. And even getting through the first level, it's a big deal. So
yeah, for sure. But the Bucs have been run blocking well, regardless of who's back there. I mean, they haven't used Ronald Jones much, but when he has gotten his opportunities, the pass blocking has been good, and he's had holes to run through.
Yeah, for sure. And it's 2 minutes to work with here, and obviously they're going to probably not be running a whole lot more on this drive, I'd guess. But that was smart because you're probably going to have the 2-minute warning no matter what if you got a completion or whatever there. So you get the ability to make a play there. So Scott's going to come in hot at halftime. He's going to come in hot at those officiating.
I'm sure.
I just took a peek at Twitter to see what was going on, and oh my goodness, the world is ready. Everybody, even people who aren't fans of the Bucs, are
really
furious. Just hate officiating. That's the thing. It's just the purity of the game, man. Like, none of those things should be penalties in real football. Like, that's not real football. Like, they're just they're garbage.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, it's a top-down decision. The refs that are on the field, they have been inconsistent with calling. They have made tons of mistakes, not just this game, but overall throughout the season, last few years. But that type of stuff,
the rules are also awful.
It's a rules thing. It's a rules thing more than anything.
Yeah, the rules are atrocious. And also, we didn't even talk about how Golston's helmet came off.
Yeah. But, overall, I'm not opposed to rules that protect the quarterback more so than protecting the quarterbacks more than the league did in, say, 2005. Because I get it. Yeah, part of it sucks when there's certain flags thrown, but it doesn't suck as much as a big-time quarterback being out for a key matchup, right? But it's gone too far the other direction.
Right. It's not sports. It's not football anymore if you're doing this. It becomes something else entirely. And nobody wants that, including the players that the rules are supposed to protect. They don't want that either. So here we go. First and 10. Yeah, first and 10 for the Bucs offense from the 49-yard line. Saints showing some man pre-snap. Might have some pressure dialed up here too. We'll see.
Looks like they're going to try to block this up and maybe take a shot deep. Evans one-on-one outside.
Yeah. Brady back to throw, pressure coming. He's going to throw intercepted. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's going to pick that one off. He's got room to run with too. He crosses down to the 40 and he's still on his feet down to the 35 and he's finally dropped by Tristan Wirfs out the 34-yard line, but no clue what that one was. That looked ugly from the start.
Yeah, that did not look good. Really want to see the wide angle shot of that, but
Godwin clearly grabbed there as he got out of his break. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, Brady trying to hit Godwin on the out route there, and Godwin gets grabbed, isn't able to get his head around and not able to get there. And, obviously Saints defender in the spot. But not able to figure out this defense yet. It's just so brutal.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that should be thrown anyway, but that is just a clear as day hold coming out of his break right where the ball is thrown. I mean, it's textbook pass interference, and to not call it is egregiously bad officiating. So now the Saints will have an opportunity to
and the Saints get the ball at the second half.
Yeah, I don't know how you don't make that call there. And there's a missed tackle up front, and Mark Ingram is going to run for a first down. So the Bucs just continue to beat themselves. So on top of the officials doing it, the Bucs deserve plenty of blame too. And I don't want to totally get off that because there's a point blank tackle at the line of scrimmage that's just totally missed by the Bucs offense there. So ugly stuff, and the Saints are able to pick up a first down and keep that clock running down to with under a minute and a half to go in the second quarter.
Yeah, Saints kind of doing whatever they want right now.
Jordan Whitehead, I don't know he never misses tackles. I don't know what that was. And Pierre-Paul has the club back on. I'm pretty sure he opened the game without it, right?
I'm not sure, but
I think he did. Yeah, he has it back on now. And here's pressure, but Simeon gets off a quick throw and another missed tackle out on the flat. And Tre'Quan Smith is going to pick up a first down. And right now the Bucs are just getting punked. They need to get to this break because right now they are getting run roughshod over. Nobody is executing well. Here's a point-blank missed tackle in the flat by Pierre Desir. No business missing this tackle short of the first down. Tre'Quan Smith is not some great receiver after the catch, and that's just an egregious miss.
Yeah, Desir getting too far outside there, maybe assuming that the receiver is just about to run out of bounds, and Desir just not in good position there for that tackle whatsoever.
Yeah. Here's a 1st and goal for the Saints offense now. There is a minute 2 left in this one. Smith went out of bounds. It did stop the clock. Here they're going to run the ball. Alvin Kamara strung out to the right, and the tackle is made by Desir this time, but he gets down to about the 3-yard line, maybe the 2-yard line. So 2nd and goal coming up here.
Yeah, 17-7 going into the half would be huge. I mean, that's a pretty
substantial lead. Don't care who you are, especially with this defense that the Saints have. So this is a couple big plays here. Here's Alvin Kamara with another run. He's going to be stopped up the middle of the field. Levante David was right there. Jason Pierre-Paul there as well. And he's stopped for no gain here. So 3rd and goal coming up. And huge play in this game coming up here. 27 seconds left in the half.
Another thing that's interesting there on that play that resulted in the interception is trying to attack with quick out routes as opposed to the crossing routes that they had success with earlier in the game against man coverage, getting away from some of that stuff. Really curious to see what the exact play call was and what happened on the back end.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, the Bucs defense has been really pathetic and embarrassing the last couple of drives, but I can't get past the officiating. Of all halves, it's got to be as egregiously bad an officiated half as I've ever seen. Just giving points to the other team.
The worst thing
completely changed the game.
The worst thing with the defense, I think, has been just the penalties, right? They've had their fair share of good plays outside of that, but I mean, I also think the offense is very concerning. Their inability to execute.
Yeah, it is. So no doubt the Bucs have not played well, no question. Here's an easy touchdown, wide open in the flat as Alex Arma, the second string fullback for the Saints, gets to score a touchdown, and it is going to be 17-7 here if they can get the extra point, the Saints, going into the half. So, yeah, I mean, pretty much you name it, the Bucs did it wrong in that half. You can't, no question that, but also just the fact that the officials have been bad really put a lot on this one. And now it's 17. And now it's 16-7 here, and the extra point coming from the Saints, but that one's about as easy as it'll get. And again, it's Trevor Siemian. So you're giving him all these wide open, easy underneath throws. That goes back to scheme too. Not enough man coverage, not enough pressure, a lot of underneath throws. And he did miss the extra point. So 16-7 is the score. 27 seconds left in the half. Bucs have 2 timeouts. We'll see what they do here. But yeah, it's hard when you have because the Saints are that good of a team, but then when you're the Bucs and you're also working against the officials who have blatantly kind of given the Saints opportunities in this one, especially you think of the Devin White penalty, the Golston penalty, and then you also think about, that clear hold, whether it's a good throw or not, is ridiculous. It doesn't have anything to do with it. It's a clear defensive pass interference, and it isn't called. And so it gives the Saints the ball when instead of the Bucs a first down, and it's really just point swinging the other way again. And then the Bucs defense obviously doesn't do their job either. So,
yeah, I guess the silver lining there is that because they've gotten a pretty unfavorable whistle, it's not as if you're getting completely outplayed or that the level of play is the gap there is insurmountable. So, I think a lot of that stuff when it comes to the calls is just luck, good or bad. So I don't think it's predictive per se. So I think the Bucs definitely can come back. They just got to do everything better in terms of the stuff they can control. A lot of the penalties, or enough of them, have been their own mistakes. And even aside from the penalties, they've made enough mistakes on a down by down basis to earn the deficit, right? And they just need to do better. And if they do, they're definitely the better team. They just have to play sharper. And some of that's play calling, some of that's execution, but just everything needs to be better right now.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll see what the Bucs do. Winston officially listed as questionable to return, by the way, according to the Pewter Report account, just tweeted out. So we'll see what that means. His teammates came over to him as he was carted to the locker room, and the body language of everybody did not really suggest that he was going to be back. Bucs are just going to elect to run the ball here with Giovanni Bernard. He picks up 6 yards, and they'll probably take this one into the half. Down 16-7. Where do we start? Where do we start with this first half? Ugly pretty much from everybody out on the field across the board. Not what you want to see for sure.
Yeah, overall, the passing game has been good enough, but the problem is too many of their passes are coming in difficult situations, right? You're not letting your offense throw the ball in easy situations, which are 1st and 10, 2nd and short. Too often they're getting into 2nd and long, 3rd and just 3rd down. Any sort of 3rd down is a difficult throwing down. So they're just not making it easy on themselves. I think that's the biggest issue.
It is the biggest issue for sure. There's no question. Bucs didn't play well. Saints took advantage of lots of the opportunities that they had, and the officiating was as bad as I've ever seen in half of football that I've watched in my life. That, especially the impact of the specific calls, that was what made it especially egregious to me, was the impact of a lot of the calls literally just swung points in the actual game. That doesn't always happen. Sometimes you'll get bad calls, but they don't actually impact what happens on the scoreboard. And in this situation, they've impacted the scoreboard significantly. But the Bucs got to own it, man. This is Trevor Siemian at quarterback. You let him march down the field for 10 points on you, you deserve to lose a lot of games. So, Todd Bowles' unit definitely got to figure out a lot of stuff, especially tackling. Maybe you don't want to have defensive ends that should be pass rushers in coverage all the time underneath. Maybe that's a bad idea against a team that's only going to check the football down underneath. So yeah, it's a lot of the same stuff with the Bucs defense, but that part you almost expect. You kind of expect that at this point, even against the Siemian. they're not really shown to be a unit that really figures things out. Todd Bowles took them all the way till the playoffs last year. And so you kind of expect that in that regard. But the offense, that's the part that's got to get fixed. Again, move the ball fine. Gotten into good positions a couple of times and haven't taken care of the football in the other team's territory really and near midfield. And so those are things that they've got to do a better job of for sure. I think the offensive line and the protection have been really good. That's a good, show. It's a good thing going into the second half because they need that to be in place. But yeah, I mean, no question right now that, the offense just isn't executing at the level that they need to execute at.
Just can't live on third down. It's just no sustainable way to win. It's very high variance, asking a lot of your pass team, just every part of the offense, right? And the offensive line having to deal with difficult blitzes, obviously the quarterback, the receivers playing against tight man coverage. You have to have the right concepts, and it's just there's very little margin for error in those situations. So yeah, I'm really curious what the numbers are. I don't know if you have them, the first down run pass splits, but I would have to imagine they're in line with what they've been doing, and that's a lot of running.
Yeah, for sure. Scott Reynolds is going to check in here with us and give his thoughts and opinions on that officiating and Bucs disaster of a first half for sure. We haven't seen them really play that badly in a half yet this season, either half, I think, this season.
That's got to be their worst half of the season so far.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. And like I said, when officials give the other team opportunities, it will make it look worse. But again, your championship level team, you need to respond in those situations and not allow 10 points off the board in those spots. And they did anyway. And so, that's it's tough. I mean, the other thing, I'm glad somebody pointed out right here. Tom Bucs fan says, that was not tight. They held Godwin and TJ. The other thing we didn't even get to was Tyler Johnson was completely held all the way down the field. I mean, bear hugged all the way down the field on that interception throw as well. So, two guys right where the ball's thrown and you can't make that call. That just seems it's been ugly.
Yeah. That was a timing throw where Brady's trying to get rid of the ball before Godwin makes his cut.
Yeah.
Because that's just how those type of routes work. And then obviously if your receiver ends up held as you're letting go of the ball, it's going to look ugly. Right. And you're right. Yeah. That needs to be called there 10 times out of 10.
Right.
So.
Right. And maybe it's still like too tight of a throw, maybe, but again, it's a totally different looking throw if the receiver's not held out of his break.
Yeah, it's not an interception if it's not, held.
Right. It's first and 10 for the Bucs, and they're into Saints territory there with the opportunity to get a field goal and at least and get some points and run the clock and not let the Saints have the ball back. And instead, it's a game changing turnover the other way because of that. So it's frustrating. It's frustrating that it goes that way. Scott Reynolds is getting ready to check in here with us and give his thoughts on that atrocious looking first half. And I'm sure I'll have a word or two about the officials as well. But we'll come back in the second half here shortly. Just get to some other scores really quickly before I'm sending you. The Chargers are 14-13 over the Patriots with 10:39 left in the third quarter. Seattle's up 24-0 over Jacksonville with 8:09 left in the third quarter. The Broncos are up 10-3 over Washington early in the third quarter. And then obviously the Bucs down 16-7 to the Saints and Trevor Siemian at halftime. Scott Reynolds, love the officiating, didn't you?
No, it sucked. It was absolutely awful. The NFL officiating is ruining this sport. Yeah. They've got to do something about these absolutely egregious situations where they've got just a ridiculous amount of I don't even say leeway, because the judgment calls these officials make when it comes to roughing the passer are absolutely ridiculous. You know what? If you're calling roughing the passer on Will Golston, maybe you might want to think about why Will Golston doesn't have a helmet on that play.
Wow. Seriously.
I don't think Will just took his helmet off for notoriety to run into Trevor Siemian, who didn't even hit the ground, by the way, right? It was a bump.
Barely moved.
It's ridiculous. I mean, like, the officials are ruining the game of football. It's becoming unbearable to watch. And these roughing the passer calls, the NFL competition committee's got to do something about this. And Tom Brady's right. Aaron Rodgers is right. These old-time quarterbacks that are used to being hit and having the game officiated that way, they are sissified the game of football, and it's absolutely a travesty. Mm-hmm. And Buccaneer fans have absolutely every right to be hot about these calls, Bruce Arians. I can't wait to hear the halftime audio on the Bucs radio network, because I'm sure Bruce Arians is laid into the officials. This is ruining the game of football.
Right. And that
it really
what's big about this one, Scott, to me, and I know we'll get to the stats here too, but what's big about these ones to me is sometimes there's calls and they don't actually impact the game per se. Like the call on Devin White for the horse collar is a bad call, but it didn't actually impact the game, as it turns out. So, okay. I mean, it's still bad in a vacuum, but these ones actually, like, they took a Winfield pick off the board and that gave the Saints points. They put a Brady pick on the board because Chris Godwin and Tyler Johnson get held at the top of the rounds.
Tyler Johnson was held for 10 yards.
Bear hugged.
These officials are absolutely blind. And listen, I hate to be a conspiracy theorist. I really do. Okay. But the Saints have been jobbed so many times by the officials, right, that you have to wonder if there's an edict from the NFL about whether they're entitled to some makeup calls. I mean, that's the only explanation I can think of, because these officials are like legally blind. Okay. They're doing a horrible job in this game. Now, listen, the Buccaneers themselves, right, are not playing their best. So I don't want to sit there and make this all on the officials. Tampa Bay's got to make tackles. We're seeing a lot of missed tackles. Oh, Tom Brady is 10 of 17 for 127 yards, a touchdown, an interception. Not really going to blame Brady on that interception because of the egregious non-call by the officials. Right. Tyler Johnson stepping up, doing a fantastic job in place of AB John. 3 catches, 45 yards. We know Chris Godwin, what he does against the Saints. He is the chain mover. He is the touchdown producer. 3 catches, 57 yards, and a touchdown, right on schedule. Godwin typically has a 100-yard game against the Saints, especially New Orleans. Giovanni Bernard, the Bucs run game has not been present at all. Saints run defense, that's no surprise. They're 3rd best in the league. Giovanni Bernard in those 2-minute situations has been able to bust out 2 carries for 30 yards, including a 24-yarder. So he's gotten a little bit of production. Hasn't really resulted in anything in terms of points for the Buccaneers. Defensively, they're glad to have Levante David back, but Levante, it's like when the fullback runs to the flat, dude, that's your guy. Okay, I mean that's an egregious blown coverage by Levante David in that situation. 4 tackles for Devin White. He has not been the Superman, although he did knock Winston out. But I'll tell you, Tracy Simeon has been a guy that's stepped. Trevor Simeon, has been a guy that stepped in and played well under.
Yeah, Simeon's played before. I mean, he's been a starter before in the league for extended periods of time. I mean, he's played experience. Really the basic thing. He's not been able to beat teams down the field with his arms consistently over his career. Test tight windows. Obviously, he's already Winfield almost picked him once and picked him another time, and it was taken off the board. And so, I mean, he'll make mistakes that'll hurt you for sure as the game progresses. And really, what you just can't do is give him wide open check down after wide open check down. But that's exactly what Todd Bowles has done.
You got to tackle.
Tackling's been bad, but it's a lot harder to tackle fast guys in space when you're a defensive end playing in space.
That's true.
And so
no doubt about
the misuse of personnel continues to be bad too. But Jordan Whitehead point blank on that last drive, line of scrimmage, misses a tackle. Pierre Desir point blank misses a tackle on Traquan Smith. So I mean, it's tons of self-inflicted stuff too. You can be equally furious at the refs and furious at the way the Bucs are playing, for sure. The one good thing, I think, protection has been really pretty good. Brady's got to move, I think, on that. I guess it's a sack. I mean, he kind of thought he was going to throw. Pulled it back down, but I mean that's good protection, and it's been good protection really all game.
It seemed to me that Brady had room to step up in the pocket on that play.
He did, and slide to the left. And so, they've got to be better in the terms of execution offensively.
John, I'm telling you, that missed extra point, that's big, man. That could come back if the Buccaneers can really rally in the second half. That missed extra point could loom large in this game because you're looking at a 9-point deficit for Tampa Bay rather than a 10-point deficit. So a touchdown and field goal, you're back in the lead in this game. I think it's going to be critical for Tampa Bay to get a stop. And you can't allow the Saints to get points right here, because what that's going to do, if the Saints get points on this drive right now, you're going to see Tampa Bay have to abandon the running game and start slinging the ball, and you're going to start to see the Saints defensive line really bring some pressure, tee off on Brady. You're going to see some DeMario Davis blitzes. If they can stop them here, get either a touchdown or field goal, make this a one-possession game, it keeps Byron Leftwich's playbook wide open. He can run the ball. He can pass the ball. I just think that even a field goal here, and I think the Bucs start to panic a little bit and abandon the running game. And that's exactly what the Saints want them to do. So I think they got to be very cautious here in the second half, get a stop. But right now, listen, we talked about some of the keys to the game, John. The Bucs have to run the ball successfully to win in New Orleans. They're not really doing that good of a job. Those were some gimmick runs, I think, that didn't really hurt the Saints from Giovanni Bernard, but they're doing a very good job on Ronald Jones and Leonard Fournette making some stops behind the line of scrimmage, at the line of scrimmage. The other thing is the turnovers, right? The Saints are winning right now 2-0 in the turnover margin. And
the turnovers are the story, in my opinion. Yeah,
no doubt about it. You're not going to win on the road against the Saints in the Superdome when you're losing the turnover margins. That means Tampa Bay has got to be turnover free in the second half, and they've got to come up with a couple turnovers to negate those takeaways by the Saints defense, John.
Yeah, been a weird game in terms of running the football. I know you and I maybe disagree on this, but I don't really even care if they run the football that well as long as the passing offense is working in this game. But the bottom line is they've run the ball 10 times for 55 yards, 5.5 yards per carry you'll take, obviously, but they've also lost yardage on 3 carries so far in this game of the 10 carries. Yep. So it's not been consistent for sure. Yep. They've had some nice runs, 24 and a 13-yarder. But yeah, it's got to be more consistent across the board offensively, I think, is the key. No doubt in my mind, they've shown they can move the ball in this game offensively. Can you avoid the mistakes and shooting yourself in the foot? We didn't even talk about the drops at the beginning of the game. Chris Godwin drops the third down of the game. And so too many egregious errors in that. It's too hard to beat the Saints, especially this defense as good as it is, if you're going to beat yourselves over and over again. Yeah. So Saints get the ball to start the second half. Defense has to get a stop.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Thanks, guys.
Well, yep, for sure. Thanks for dropping in, Scott. Appreciate it. You can see some of the stats up there on the board that we've talked about, and really bottom line comes down to, did the officials change, and does the Bucs offense able to finish some drives? I think that will be the key in this one, Paul. But ugly stuff in the first half, pretty much across the board from the Bucs on offense and on defense from the officials as well. Jameis Winston knocked out of the game, and we'll see kind of what's happening with him. I don't know what his situation is right now. I guess he was questionable to return, right?
Yeah. John, offensively, though, it's interesting because I don't think anyone is necessarily playing poorly. It's obviously the interception with the hold, that's not called. Mm-hmm. That's not a player issue there from the Bucs standpoint. Right. Overall, it's just more so that they're getting in third downs over and over again. They're putting themselves in really difficult situations. And I think that's that's really all it is. I see some people in the chat. I don't think Brady's having a bad game whatsoever. I don't. Yeah. Obviously, the receivers are doing just fine.
Yeah, I mean, they are, but I still think that Brady's had to hold the ball longer, I believe, just because they have not had guys really getting open quickly, I think, a lot of the time. And that's where you definitely miss Antonio Brown. So here's 1st and 10 for the Saints. Trevor Siemian out there from the 24-yard line of the Saints. He drops back to pass. Bucs send pressure, but again, it's really slow to get there. And he's got a guy wide open down the field. Pierre Desir got toasted by Kevin White, who most people didn't even know was in the league. The Saints just picked him up before the game last week. And so that's going to be all the way out to the Bucs 38-yard line. And you're seeing the Bucs issues at corners finally start to show up there. Kevin White, definitely some push off and hand fighting there, but Desir's got to be way stronger than that and not allow a guy that is barely hanging on to an NFL roster spot to run by him.
Yeah, John, single coverage there with only one safety in the middle of the field who's not going to be able to help deep outside. Yeah. You need to be able to, you're really depending on your corners there, but I don't fault the call because this is what you're kind of doing with Siemian, right? You want him not give him the easy checkdowns. Well, if that's what you want to take away, this is what you give up.
Right. That one was pretty wide open. And here's Kamara going to get knocked down at the line of scrimmage by Shaq Barrett and Ndamukong Suh. So very short gain there, if anything. Winston's ruled out, by the way.
Desir got beat so badly there that the ball was slightly underthrown even, and the receiver slowed down a little bit and still was able to catch it easily.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what point I don't know. Richard Sherman's dressed. He's not played, I don't believe at all, but this is pretty brutal. Pierre Desir's performance is pretty ugly so far. And Bucs defensive line. I mean, are we going to get is there going to be like any semblance of pressure out here, fellas? Or here comes some Devin White coming up the middle. They can't wrap up Trevor Siemian for what would have been a huge loss, and he gets away for a gain of 3. So he gets the 3rd and 6 and should have been a huge loss back to midfield there.
Yeah, I mean, missed opportunity to change the game there, honestly.
Yeah.
It would have been 3rd and very, very long.
Yeah. 3rd and a mile it would have been.
Yeah.
I mean, this tackling and finishing as a pass rush group. Oh, there was a clear hold on Shaq Barrett there that allowed Simeon to get outside. I missed that the first time.
Oh, yeah, right there.
You can
Jeez.
see it clear as day. Yeah.
Oh, my.
Yeah. So here we go. 3rd and 6 now for the Saints. They are at the Tampa Bay 34-yard line. Here's Kamara on a carry. He's going to slip as he tried to cut inside.
I wonder if that means they're going to go for it on 4th down. Very conservative call.
Yeah. 4th and 4 now from the Bucs 32-yard line.
It.
Yeah, it looks like they're going quick. 4th and 4. Yeah, offense is still out there, man. 4th and 4 with Trevor Siemian, and you're just doing this. Like this shows all the respect you have for the Bucs defense right here.
And a touchdown, I mean, really kind of almost ices the game. I mean, it's hard to say that really against an offense so explosive, but as far as the score, it's really tough then.
Yeah, for sure. It would be brutal. Here's Simeon back to pass. Bucs send pressure. Again, it gets picked up. Winfield did get in there, but his pass is going to be complete for a 1st down on 4th and 4. So yeah, it's going to be a 1st down for the Saints out to the Bucs 25-yard line. So they keep things moving, and now they're in position to at least kick the field goal here.
Yeah, that's right.
Bucs defense just not even close to good enough. Just schematically getting worked.
Cockrell getting destroyed, sending the blitz again, depending on your corners to win 1-on-1. But
that pass was thrown well behind too, and it didn't matter.
But he's just so open.
Yeah. Here we go. Saints 1st and 10 from the Bucs 25-yard line. Here's Alvin Kamara up the middle. 1st down and more. He gets all the way across the 10-yard line down to the 9 before the Bucs are able to knock him down. It'll be 1st and goal for the Saints offense once again.
So I think
Pat O'Connor there got absolutely flattened, by the way.
Yeah. I think everyone who's gone on the Manning cast has lost the following week. Every player.
Yeah.
So the curse.
Hopefully no more Bucs going. Did Gronk go? Yeah, the Rams game was the next one.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh, great. Here we go. 1st and goal. Play action. Simeon has time. Throws to the end zone. Incomplete. Desir was there in coverage on Troutman. Going to be
good coverage, but just from the way the game's been called, I was scared that there might be a flag there. I mean, it's good that it wasn't. It was good coverage.
Right. I mean, this is – I know you're down a lot of guys, but this is Trevor Siemian. Like, you just can't let this happen if you're a for-real team. Like, you can't, man. You can't. Can't do it.
It's schematically, John. The Saints have had the advantage in every single matchup, even in the playoff game that they've lost.
Yeah. Here's Kamara, direct snap. He's trying to bounce outside, but Golston is there, as is Jordan Whitehead. He gains maybe a yard.
Sean Payne – yeah, go ahead.
JC saying Gronk is out with back spasms in this one. So no Gronk the rest of the way. And that's bad too, because he wasn't 100% there. And by the way, defense is going to be offside here. So another pre-snap penalty. Bucs continue to try and make this thing easier. Anthony Nelson, why is he in the game? I don't know. It's offside.
By this point in the season last year, they'd cleaned this sort of stuff up. That Chicago game, what was like week 5, I want to say last year. And
one penalty last week, I think?
Last week, yeah. Right. But overall this season, they have had several games where they've been very undisciplined, last week aside.
So that should have been 3rd and goal from the 9 there after that play. And now it's 2nd and goal from the 5. Here's Kamara picking his way, and he's going to be stopped and tackled. Levante David drops him after a gain of 2. So 3rd and goal from the 3 now. For the Saints offense. But again, that's a huge call, because 3rd and goal from the 9 or from the 8. I mean, that's tough if you're the Saints with Trevor Siemian in there. And now you've got a totally different situation. 3rd and goal from the 3, your whole playbook's basically open still.
Yeah, that's right. And 4th down is still in play, a 4th down attempt.
Right. That's the other good point. 4th down wouldn't, because they could not have gotten a 1st down. 4th down probably would not have been in play on 3rd and 9 unless they got to the goal line on that play. So here's Simeon under center on 3rd and goal from the 3. Takes a snap, quick throw. Traquan Smith, he juggled it and then caught it falling to the ground at about the 1-yard line. So it's going to be 4th and goal from the 1, I believe, here.
I would have to imagine they're going to go for this one.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty easy call. He almost dropped that thing. It was an easy catch. He would have probably walked into the end zone for a touchdown. And he's getting down to the 1-yard line. And so, Yeah, I mean, you can't be a for real team. It doesn't matter who your secondary is and let Trevor Siemian march the ball down the field against you like this. Like,
Yeah.
this is bad. And so here's Siemian under center, pitch out to Kamara, who almost fumbles the pitch and is still going to get to the edge and get into the end zone. Unbelievable block by Adam Troutman out on the edge. Was it a hold? No flags are down, I believe. That's going to be a Saints touchdown. Kamara almost dropped the pitch, bobbled it all the way out to the boundary, backed up while he was bobbling it, still was able to turn the corner and get into the end zone. Let's see this block by Troutman. How does nobody scrape over here? Kevin Minter never found the football there. That looks like a good block from Troutman. Kevin Minter was just lost in the middle of the field. He never found the ball. He's supposed to scrape and get out there. David's trying to get wide and set the edge to turn him back in, and nobody's out there when he does that. And so, yeah, Kevin Minter was just lost looking in the middle of the field.
So strange, John. It's just so weird to see. There's some, whatever it is with the Saints. I mean, they're winning schematically, and that makes it really tough, especially when it's certainly not like the players are playing out of their minds either, right? With a ton of mistakes, but just kind of getting beat in every way right now.
Yeah, but in the offense, I get it. Saints are a really tough defense. I don't totally get it, but they move the ball. They had a couple mistakes. It shouldn't happen. But Trevor Siemian's in the game for the freaking Saints. Your defense has to have some backbone to them. Your offense is not going to put up 35 points every game, especially against an elite defense. It just might not happen. Turnovers happen. Weird mistakes happen. Blown call allows an interception to happen. Your defense has to have some balls in these situations, and they just haven't had any. Getting marched down the field. Now, I know one was a short field, but 3 times essentially by Trevor Siemian. Come on, that's embarrassing stuff. Todd Bowles should be ridiculed and ripped for this performance, and his unit should be as well. They need to get healthy at some spots for sure, but that's an egregiously embarrassing last couple drives by this defense.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, the Saints don't look like they lost a step at all when they're playing their backup quarterback, which is ridiculous. I mean, if anything, their offense has picked up since then. Just terrible execution from the Bucs, and just, not a lot to say. I mean, very undisciplined with both penalties and with tackling, beating themselves more than anything.
I mean, that's a third string quarter. I mean, Taysom Hill's not even in this game. So that's a third string freaking quarterback. Come on, man. Just bad. And I know people love to defend Todd Bowles up and down, and it's great when Jalen Hurts and Justin Fields, and Justin Fields' team sabotaging him, and Jalen Hurts doesn't want to throw the football. But come on. I mean, this is Trevor Siemian, and that just can't happen. It can't happen in a divisional game like this where you get out schemed this badly. Where the talent level. I mean, the Saints have Marquez Callaway and Traquan Smith and Deontay Harris at wide receiver, Adam Troutman at tight end. Come on, this is ridiculous. It's not like Kamara's even taken over this game.
If they lose this game, that makes it really hard to get that number 1 seed as well in the NFC. And obviously only one team getting the bye week now with this current structure. I mean, very important game. And not to mention, obviously, just puts the Saints right back in it for the division.
I mean, we'll see what happens with Winston. Again, I always said no matter what happens in this game, I'm not necessarily going to say I'm worried about the Bucs for the division because I think they get people healthy after the bye and everything. But I mean, it puts it in doubt for sure, no question right now. It's just, like I said, I think offensively you need to be better. You should be better. You got screwed on a bad call on the last drive. It happens. It's not as good as it should be, and that needs to change. But defensively, there's just absolutely no excuse for this. I mean, this is one of the worst offenses in the NFL, and they're down to their third string quarterback. They just lost their starting left guard. They don't have their star wide receiver. Ridiculous. Gronkowski out for the game. You can see him there with his pads off. Back spasms is what he's dealing with right now, and so team is going to have to try to come back without him here in this one. Down 23-7 with 9:01 left in the third quarter. The Bucs are going to have a 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line, and going to probably be passing the rest of the way here. And Saints are probably going to be playing a lot of that ferocious dime defense that they love to play, and we'll see how this thing plays out. Brate's going to go in motion. Bucs open 12 personnel, and remember, no Antonio Brown here either. Brady back to pass, and he throws over the middle of the field, incomplete. Howard is looking for a flag. Did look like he was being grabbed and kind of tackled there maybe a little bit on the route, but no call, of course. So 2nd and 10, 8:58 left in the third quarter.
More tight coverage. I mean, they're defensively, they're doing very well in coverage. Questionable holding aside, I mean, they're managing to win matchups consistently enough, which is really impressive. Like you said, it's forcing Brady to hold on to the ball, attempt some very low probability throws, and that's only going to be exacerbated now.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady from the gun, 2-man rush, now 3-man rush. He throws over the middle of the field to Brady, who's going to be knocked down about half a yard short of the first down, it looks like. So 3rd and short coming up for the Bucs offense from their own 34.
Bucs trying to get Evans going by putting him on the inside, but right away on that play, they double teamed him with that only 3-man rush, giving them an extra body and coverage.
Yeah.
So
another 3rd down for the Bucs offensively here. This is their 8th one of the game, I believe. 3rd and 1 from their own 36-yard line. Brady's going to sneak it and get it. He looks like he fell for about 2. So out to the Bucs 36-yard line on 3rd and 1. Clock winding, 8:14 and counting left in the third quarter. Bucs down 23-7 to the Saints.
Very important first down. I mean, it feels like a must-score drive here. Honestly, like feels like you have to get a touchdown here.
I agree.
Yeah, but can't keep getting into 3rd downs. Have to be able to generate something, get guys open, scheme guys open. I mean, you know what they're gonna do. It's a lot of man coverage. You have to be able to scheme something up to get guys more open than they have been.
Right. No question about it. Need to be a lot crisper and a lot quicker. And here's 4-man rush for the Saints. Quick throw. Leonard Fournette is going to get up the field and get about 7 yards. So 2nd and 3 coming up there. Brady getting the ball out quick in that situation. Fournette caught it on the run and was able to turn upfield for a decent gain.
And that's what winning first down looks like, right? Sure, you're not able to pick up a first down, but you're able to put yourself in a good position. And the Saints are going to force you to be patient and underneath, and that's what it's going to that's what it's going to take.
Right.
Now look for Evans one-on-one outside.
Yeah, for sure. Here's Brady from the gun. Back to pass. Saints send some pressure late over the middle. Chris Godwin makes the catch and gets out of a tackle, and now he's off and running. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Ridden down finally at about the 13-yard line of the Saints. So a big catch and run for Chris Godwin in that situation, who broke a tackle underneath and got a big gain after the catch.
Huge play, John, and that big chunk came because of Godwin's second effort. Schematically, again, that was the Saints taking away the deep stuff, and with the way they were playing, that should have just been a short gain over the middle. But what a massive effort to will themselves into an explosive play because of Chris Godwin. Yeah, awesome execution.
Several missed tackles for the Saints, it feels like, in this game. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson specifically, I should say. Here's Brady back to pass on 1st and 10 from the 13. Has time, throws underneath. Fournette makes the catch. Now, what in the world just happened? Fournette just fumbled the football as he was going into the end zone. Now the Saints fumbled it, and they've fallen back on top of it in the end zone, it looks like. It looked like Fournette fumbled the ball as he was going toward the end zone there, and the Saints might have this, and they might have the football. That kind of a day.
Unbelievable, John. Unbelievable. That should be a walk-in touchdown.
Yep.
Your only hope now.
Are they going to say Fournette never had control of this? I'm curious.
That's your only hope at this point.
They rolled incomplete on the field, I believe, is what the chat is saying. Yeah, the ball was moving kind of the whole time. That's still, I mean, that should be a touchdown for him, really, with his momentum there. At least a first down, 1st and goal at the 2 or 3 at the least. Yeah, I don't know. That ball's kind of moving the whole time, I think. It should have been a clean catch, but it wasn't. Fournette's bad hands may have saved the Bucs here.
Just when it looks like they're back in it.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, if they get the ball back, they still have an opportunity, but that should have been a touchdown there.
I think they called it a fumble. They ruled fumble on the field. Yeah, everybody in the chat they ruled fumble on the field. That looked like that ball was still moving, but the way the officiating has gone today, I'm not expecting anything to be in favor of the Bucs.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, because he kind of caught it and then readjusted it. Like that.
I think it was against the Cowboys where they took a fumble from the Cowboys off the board. And that one seemed much. Yeah. Was it the Falcons? It looked that one. I remember just looked a lot more like it was a catch and run, and then they still ruled it incomplete. So if that one gets ruled incomplete, then this one absolutely should get that same benefit.
Right, because this one actually got readjusted in his hands there.
Like I don't know if he never really had a possession and made a football move. It was bobbling the whole time.
Yeah. But am I expecting the officials to get it correct? I am not. I am not at all.
Yeah.
But we'll see. I mean, this could be a situation where Fournette's bad hands kind of, well, I mean, it should be a touchdown. So,
Yeah.
And let's see also if the now it's 2nd and 10 from the 13-yard line. I think 13. Yeah, 13.
It's outside the 10.
Yeah, 13-yard line. So they can get a first down here still. The Bucs can, but if they do get the ball, we'll see. See what the call is. Again, they've got to overturn it. Looks like Saints defense is going back out on the field, according to Saints beat writers, and the Bucs offense is staying on the field. So,
well, good. I mean, so far, there's been obviously a huge positive on this drive. So hopefully they can get, I mean, that feels like it sucked some momentum out, but hopefully they can pick it back up and finish this drive off with a touchdown.
Yeah.
They really need it.
Yeah, it's kind of that double. The call is reversed, and the Bucs will maintain control of the football there as Fournette was kind of juggling it. But it's kind of like, it's a good thing that it wasn't a fumble, but also, yeah, you're right, the momentum killer, but also just your first down play. You have an opportunity to score a touchdown on first down, a quick score. Now you're in 2nd and 10 from the Saints 13-yard line, and you're still in a way tougher spot.
Yeah.
So the execution. That's a second drop from Fournette today. He leads this team in drops coming into the game. A couple egregious ones in this game. And so, yeah, there's still a lot of frustration in terms of the way the execution has gone. I mean, that's a perfect right on the button pass from Brady.
Yeah. And I mean, that was well done by Brady getting through his reads. You see him read the entire right side of the field first, where he had, I think, 3 receiving options, and then get all the way back to the back side and find that check down and hit it in stride. Should be easy walk in.
Right. Here's 2nd and 10 for the Bucs offense from the 13-yard line.
Evans again in the slot.
Yep. Here's Brady back to pass, looking, throws over the middle of the field. Cam Brate makes the catch. He's going to cross down to about the 9-yard line. So a very short game. Where are they going to give him? They're going to put him at the 7 there? That's nice of them.
Saints
2nd and 4.
Absolutely refusing to be beat deep.
Yep.
Looked like
Evans double covered.
I want to say it was kind of like a Tampa 2 defense there. It's hard to, I couldn't really see on the backside, but just from where that linebacker ended up and the fact that they had a safety there on the side of the field.
Right.
So taking away the deeper stuff, even back to their side of the, near their own end zone.
Right. And here we go. Giovanni Bernard in the backfield next to Brady. So what is it? 3rd and 5 now here in this situation. So another 3rd down situation. Bernard flexes out wide to the right. Brady back to pass. Quick throw. Bernard juggles it, catches it over the middle and into the end zone. Touchdown. He almost dropped it too.
He did, yeah. But Giovanni Bernard, sure-handed, gets it done at the end. Nice design there to get him open. I think I would love to see that again. I think it was a little pick concept. He had 2 kind of fading routes from the number 2 and 3, and then Giovanni Bernard just comes in underneath on a now route, schemed open. Yeah. And that's what you want to see. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. I mean, Howard and Brate are effectively blocking there. I mean, they're trying to make it look like they're not because it would be illegal, but that's timed up perfectly where by the time Bernard and by the time Brate and OJ are actually making contact and making blocks, Gio has the ball in his hands by that point and it's legal. So very well executed, very well designed. That's exactly what you need. Okay, so down 10 there, wouldn't you go for 2 to make it an 8-point game? They kicked the extra point and now they're down 9. Yeah, but I mean, and I know it's somewhat early in the game, but I'm wondering what the analytics would say in that situation. I mean, for sure it's a go for 2. I mean, but Arian's very anti-analytics. Yeah, we'll see what we got here in terms of 75-yard touchdown drive there for the Bucs. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, you've got a 9-point game now, so you've got to score twice more. Yeah, I mean, there's no big difference between being down 9 and 10. Obviously, like the difference is if you get a touchdown and get a field goal, you're tied instead of being up. But the risk reward there, I'm sure it leans in favor of going for 2, because if you go for 2, it's a 1 possession game. If you convert, it's a huge difference. Right. I'm just very confused. Yeah, I mean, I see Trevor Sycamore. How are the Bucs not going for 2 to make this a 1-score game? I'm not sure what happened there. It's the classic, over reliance on outdated heuristics, things like don't.
But what is even the rationale there? Even if it isn't analytics, just basic math. Like, yes, Carter says right here, basic math, right? That's not even an analytics decision. That's just it takes a less drive just to tie the game now, right? Like, I think that goes beyond analytics. I don't even understand, because that's not like what is it? The situation where it's like a lot of people don't understand when to go for. Is it when you're down 8 or 9? I forget.
Yeah, when it's a 2-score game and you score a touchdown, you should go for 2 to make it a 6-point game.
If it's a 14-point game, you should try to make it a 6-point. Right. Like that, I kind of, I mean, again, it's a good
I get the confusion there, but it's still just like a basic math problem, and this one is even more basic than that. Like way more basic.
This one is just, you would, I mean, you have to score twice, but you're going to have one possession. You'd be down one possession.
Yeah.
Now you're down 2 possessions no matter what, and you have to hold them to not be down more, really.
Yeah.
Which you haven't really done all game. I know it's Trevor Siemian, but
well, gonna need 2. I mean, whatever. Either way, you're gonna need 2 scores to win, and you still need 2 scores to win. So
here's an interesting thing from this game, Paul. The Saints have not been sacked in this game. They have held the ball very long. All of their quarterbacks have held the ball very long. The Saints offensive line has played well, but also the Bucs have had some point blank opportunities at sacks and blown it.
Yeah,
that's been a problem all season long, especially for defense that's hurting in the secondary. That's really killer. So to me, if this game swings and the defense can wake up, then I think that you're in a situation where it has to be the pass rush that does it. Like the secondary, Pierre Desir is getting shredded. Cockrell's had a bad game. They're without D. Delaney. They're obviously without Richard Sherman. No Carlton Davis. No Sean Murphy Bunting. I think the pass rush has to make a play in this game.
For sure, John. I mean, especially when the secondary is banged up, you're going to get it is what it is, right? There's no way around it. When you're this banged up, you're going to have struggles there. And that's when it's so important that the front seven, for all the big names on there, they have to be able to step up and carry this defense and finish those pressures, which they haven't done.
Right. 23-14 is the score. There's 5:28 left in the third quarter right now. The Saints are going to start from their own 28-yard line. By the way, Pinion has put the last 2 kickoffs to the back of the end zone, but they've been returned anyway by Deontay Harris. And so that has kind of been, the Saints are trying to get some out of returning. Bucs hardly ever have to defend a kickoff return, and Harris is a good one. So it's a really good idea, in my opinion.
I'm curious if the Saints keep throwing here.
Yeah, me too. I am too. They've been pretty pass heavy, even with Siemian in the game.
I think they should.
Siemian under center, going to go play action, has all day to throw. Time. Now he steps up into a sack from Sue. That one's going to be on Siemian, I think. But Sue able to get him down on the ground. And so 2nd and 16 will be coming up now for the Saints offense. And okay, you win first down. That's rare. And you got to find a way to go off the field now at 2nd and 16.
Huge play, John. I mean, this is such a pivotal moment in the game. This team is good enough to absolutely come back and win this. But it's just going to take mistake-free football and great play on every down, really.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It's you're going to have to and keep this field position too. That's a big part of this as well. We'll see what they do. 2nd and 16. Looks like a couple pass obvious situations, but you got to really be aware of the screen game with the Saints, especially. Siemian back to pass. Pressure's coming in. It is a screen, but Pierre-Paul knocks it down. Jason Pierre-Paul with his 2nd pass deflection of the game.
You're on your Tony Romo today, John. That's, I think, the 3rd prediction I can remember off the top of my head. Nailing it. Absolutely. The Saints are a very screen-heavy team, always have been one of the most screen-heavy teams in the league. They know how to design stuff up, but JPP sees it coming just like you did and bats it down.
Yeah, for sure. Good play by JPP. It's twice now out in the flats where he's made a play. So now 3rd and 16. Got to get off the field situation for the Bucs. Sue and Vea in the game as the interior rushers. Jason Pierre-Paul and Shaq Barrett on the outside. Again, they try to scream, and Siemian just has to throw it right into the ground. They tried to hit Deontay Harris on a quick one.
Any chance that's pass
rush? Yeah, Bucs pass rush throttled down quick.
That didn't even reach the line of scrimmage.
You're right, it didn't. And he was in the pocket.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's like if you're in danger of being sacked or if you're about to be, isn't that part of it? I think that's part of the rule is you have you're in a situation where you're clearly doing it to avoid being sacked. And there, I think he just didn't have the angle to throw it, so he was just throwing incomplete. I think that's what they'd say is the rule. Right. But yeah, I agree with you. That rule needs more specification, maybe.
Yeah.
Somebody look up that rule. I think that's how the rule goes. I think I'm right.
Can we hire Mike Pereira?
I know. We need him to come in here and give us some insight here, especially on that first half. Jalen Darden tripped up as he crosses to the 31-yard line.
We're just a few super chats away, John. from getting Mike Pereira on the PR show.
A few more super chats. Give us your super chats to get Mike Pereira on the show. Not that he even knows. Who knows? I don't even know who's good at those breaks. But okay,
that was just the first name that came to mind.
Yeah, right. 4:26 left in the third quarter. Bucs have a 1st and 10 from their own 31. Darden was shoestring tackled by Zach Bond on that punt return. Really good tackle. So the Bucs still have good field position at their own 31, but can they make something out of it? Can the offense sustain and continue? You know, broken tackles have been a big part of their offensive success so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you're talking about part of the Bucs' offensive success has been from broken tackles. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, lots of yak today.
That's right, because the Saints schematically they're staying committed to not being beat deep. So you're either going to win by getting down the field methodically, or by one of your guys just making an amazing play like Chris Godwin did, where he turns a should-be good short gain into a great game-changing play. But yeah, I mean, it's just about staying patient. Overall, in terms of the play calling, when they have called passes, nothing's looked like they're overextending themselves. They're not, banging their head against the wall in that regard. So continue to do what you did on that last drive. Take the underneath stuff. I'm not sure if Evans putting him on the inside is going to work, but
just use him as a decoy. You have other guys. I mean, with AB, it would be easy call.
But if you want to use him as a decoy, put him outside so that they play two safety, and then you get Godwin one-on-one over the middle.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Yeah.
So you had some success with that earlier. Whereas when you put him on the inside, that lets the Saints go back to their single high coverage, because now they're not worried about your outside threats, because whatever, you got Darden and Tyler Johnson out there. They're not that worried. If Godwin and Evans are inside, they're going to come back down to cover 1, cover 3, where they're able to bracket your inside receivers.
Right.
So that's why I think I would keep Evans on the outside for that. But then you're kind of opting to take Evans out of the game. I understand both sides of the argument. And that's why, again, you would love to have Gronk. You would love to have AB, because that is what really opens up the middle of the field. And because at that point you're like, fine, Evans can get 0 targets the rest of the game. I don't care, because they're going to stay in too high, and I can just beat you over the middle with my other amazing players, but they don't have that luxury.
Yeah. You look at this game and all of a sudden it's a lot, if the Bucs had their full arsenal, maybe it changes some things today, but no Antonio Brown, no Scotty Miller. That catches up with you when you have to play Jalen Darden more in these situations. Tyler Johnson's got to play probably every snap the rest of the way, you'd think. Well, they'll probably still go to 2 tight end sets, but he's got to play a lot for sure. Now no Rob Gronkowski, so Cam Brady and OJ Howard have to be heavy contributors. So yeah, it has a big ripple effect on the game when you're missing guys, even as deep as the Bucs are. Here's Ronald Jones on a run up the middle. He's going to pick up 5 yards. And so 2nd and 5 coming up for the Bucs on offense. They still in a situation where, running the ball is not horrible. You and I obviously have our opinions on it, but you've got to be able to run it. They've got to be able to be a little bit maybe multidimensional here.
Yeah, as far as the game script goes, in terms of the score and time left, you don't need to drastically get away from your overall game plan at this point. The last drive was actually more urgent than this one.
Right.
In terms of how aggressive you had to be.
For sure. Absolutely. Here's a 2nd and 5 for the Bucs. Brady going to go from empty, takes the snap, 3-man rush from the Saints over the middle of the field to Chris Godwin, who crosses midfield and gets down to the Saints 48-yard line, working against Chauncey Gardner-Johnson again. It's a 16-yard gain.
There it is. You put Evans on the outside, and he opens up the middle by being on the outside, just because he's that much of a threat. And that's what lets Godwin get open underneath. It becomes a little trickier when both of them are stacked and both of them are on the same side of the formation inside, but they're spreading them out, putting them on different parts of the field. And that's how they're taking advantage of this Saints defense.
Right. Really tough defense to come back from behind on. Here's Brady going play action, fake on the end around, screen to Ronald Jones. Bucs blew the block out in front, but Jones does break a tackle, and he's going to pick up about 6 yards. So 2nd and 4 to the Saints 42-yard line.
Great job by Ronald Jones, honestly, turning a 1-yard gain into 5 or whatever that was, keeping them on pace. Awesome effort by Ronald Jones there. Yeah,
keeping his balance. Very necessarily there, I should say, breaking that tackle.
His athleticism is just jarring, honestly, after watching Fournette. He's just such a better athlete. It's a cool change of pace.
Yeah. Yep. Here we go. 2nd and 4 for the Bucs offense. Brady from the shotgun.
Oh, false start and on the Bucs. What just happened here?
Oh, there goes Ronald Jones. That's what happened. He's
undoing that great effort. Now it is a 1-yard gain.
You can't say anything positive about him before he does something. Oh, I'm laughing out of sadness.
Oh, right
the
there it is. Oh my God.
Come on, buddy. Like another pre-snap penalty for the Bucs offense. And now a 2nd and 9 from the Saints 47-yard line.
Now you're behind the chains again, right?
Yep. Now you're back in the situations you want to avoid for sure. Can't keep
They're
shooting
stacking
themselves
Evans
in the
and
foot.
Godwin again. Let's see if they motion Godwin in. There it is.
Yeah. Here's Brady back to pass. Pressure coming. Quick hitter to Godwin. He's tackled immediately. Marshawn Lattimore flew in and hit him after a gain of 6. So 3rd and 3 coming up now for the Bucs offense from the Saints 41-yard line. And we'll see what happens on 3rd and 3.
Yeah, this has to be 2-down territory, assuming you don't get sacked or something like that. But you'd hope they can just pick it up here. That looked like I'm trying to see the play again. That looked like a hot adjustment off of a blitz, but I'm not sure exactly what the Saints did if they did blitz.
Right, for sure. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Evans to his left. Cyril Grayson in the game, I believe, outside with Godwin. Here's a big 3rd and 3. Brady, lots of time, looking down the field. Throwing downfield. Mike Evans caught at the goal line. Touchdown.
Whoa, what a
Lattimore.
play.
Perfect throw from Brady.
And I think that's a
flag
PI
down
against Lattimore. I think that's pass interference on the defense. What a throw. Right. What a grab. Evans beats him clean. Oh, and Brady's arguing. I think it might be against the offense instead.
I think it's on the defense. I'm wondering what Brady's talking to him about, though.
We're
it's
seeing
a long conversation. Yeah.
I just don't see why Brady would be so fired up. Chat, help us out. What do you guys see?
Help us out, chat. What's going on here?
Again, as a reminder,
that's clearly defensive pass interference. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, he literally just lays out and tackles Evans, and Evans still catches it.
The only thing it could be against the offense is holding. Okay, so it doesn't look like there's I'm so curious.
I don't know why. Yeah, that was very weird from Brady.
Yeah.
It's going to stand. Ryan Suckup lining up for the extra point here. I'm very confused as to what happened there at the end. Yeah. Suckup's extra point is good, and it's 23-21, 1:15 left in the 3rd quarter, and the Bucs offense is firing back. Brady now 19 of 28 for 269 yards and 3 touchdowns with that 1 interception earlier in the game. And now Godwin, 6 catches, 123 yards. Evan, 2 for 48 with a touchdown. And it's 23-21. Saints lead, and the Bucs defense gets a chance to go back out on the field now.
Yeah, John, it looks like it's hard to tell from the angle on the broadcast, but it looked like the Saints played with fire and played cover 1 man there. So Evans isolated on one side, 3 receivers to the other side. Saints only 1 safety in the middle of the field, and then a linebacker taking away crossing routes. And that gives Evans the opportunity to, all he has to do is beat Lattimore. Brady looks to the right side first, gets through all of his reads on the right side, and then gets back to the backside. It's just the progression is always so impressive with him, how he manages to get through his reads so quickly. Very few quarterbacks are able to do it to the level that he does, where he gets to the 4th read consistently. It's completely inhuman. And yeah, Saints playing with fire there in terms of what they did with coverage, trusting Lattimore big time, and then they get burned. And by the way, it looks like the penalty was enforced on the kickoff, whatever it was. The Bucs kicking off from their own 35.
It was DPI, I believe. So here's the kickoff from Pinion, and he's going to send this one. It's going to bounce out of the back of the end zone. So the Saints will take over their 25-yard line. Now the Bucs defense. This is where you have to put your stamp on this game, right? Like, there's no excuses here. The way the situation the Saints are in, the offense is rolling. You've got the crowd out of it a little bit more. Like, now that you need to make a play here to change this game, or at least get your offense back on the field.
Look, the defense has had plenty of mistakes. By no means have they had a great game. But if you look at the plays outside of their penalties, they're having a good enough game. It's the penalties that have put them over the edge and put the Saints ahead. But outside of the penalties, the defense has been good enough for the Bucs to win. It's just about playing more disciplined football.
Yeah, for sure. And here's Deontay Harris going in motion for the Saints. Simeon's going to roll out to the right and, almost picked. Jordan Whitehead undercut the route and got a hand on to knock it away. It might have been just out of his reach. That's how many almost picks today for the Bucs?
Yeah, I mean, no fault of Whitehead there. That was very far outside.
Yeah.
But that's a bad throw by Simeon to even make it possible for Whitehead to get in his hands. Very unlikely to actually get intercepted there, but great play by Whitehead. Not faulting him at all for not coming down with that one. And the defense, it feels like they're turning it around.
They need to avoid the peer to seer situation right now. Has been a tough one. And here's Alvin Kamara trying to get to the outside. Levante David trips him, but Kamara's going to turn the corner and pick up 4. So putting some in a 3rd and 6 situation. Almost was a 3rd and 10 situation because Kamara looked like he was going to run out of real estate there.
That's a win for the defense. These are the type of downs. When it's Trevor Siemian back there and an inexperienced quarterback, you need to be in a huge advantage. I mean, this should be on paper a huge advantage for this defense.
Right. 3rd and 6 for the Saints from their own 29-yard line. 43 seconds and counting left in the 3rd quarter. Saints lead 23-21. Here's the snap. Simeon dropped the snap, picks it back up, drops back to pass. No pressure coming. Now Pierre-Paul's on his way, and Simeon has to throw it away. So he couldn't get right after he dropped the snap. 4th and 6. The Bucs are going to force another punt. The Saints this time from their own 29-yard line will punt it away.
Botch snap or not, great pressure, great job on the back end there. Nothing's open because Simeon had enough time where if someone was open, he would have found them. But 3 awesome plays by the Buccaneers defense in a row and helped out even more from poor execution by the Saints. But turning it around, huge. And look, like I said, this defense, no means phenomenal, even if you take out the penalties, but definitely good enough to win this game. And they're being more disciplined now too.
Right. Here's the punt, and Jalen Darden back to return for the Bucs. He's going to field this one at his own 9-yard line. Got a lot of space to work with, and he trips and falls. Wiped himself out there at the 18-yard line. So Bucs are going to have to go a ways here to get this one. Darden had lots of space, just kind of overthought it.
Lost his footing, it looked like.
Yeah. He tried to cut outside on a dime way before he needed to. Just take that puppy vertical, buddy. He would have gotten at least out to, I think, the 25, 30-yard line maybe. He had space. Penalties, you mentioned them. 7 for 64 in this game for the Bucs. 2 for 10 for the Saints. So big difference in this game. The turnover margin still 2-0 in favor of the Saints as well. Those things right there, penalties and turnovers, are the reason why we're in this game. The officiating, good and bad, and and the turnovers obviously. Here's 1st and 10 for the Bucs offense from their own 19-yard line.
Double pass?
Leonard Fournette. What is going on here? Now he throws the ball up in the air. It's batted and it's incomplete.
Okay. Yeah, good. So one of the tricky elements there is when anyone other than the quarterback, when it's the second person who touches it, they can't throw it away. They're not allowed to throw it out of bounds, even if they're outside the pocket. So Fournette had to try to pass it somewhere to an actual receiver, and he's actually honestly lucky that it got batted down, if anything, because he's not allowed to throw it out of bounds there.
Yeah, I'm a little confused at that call, given how the Bucs are moving the ball just traditionally, but good call by you. Good analysis by you. 1st and 10 is where you want to try it, right? You don't want to do it on 3rd and 5.
I don't fault it. I mean, they're trying to get something creative going, manufacture something.
Yeah, this might be the last play of the 3rd quarter. We'll see here. Brady fakes the jet, quick hitter to Chris Godwin, turns up the field, going to run through a few tackles and gets about 9 yards. So he's going to put the Bucs in a 3rd and 1 on the other side of the quarter break right now.
Great job by Donovan Smith and Mike Evans. Donovan Smith getting out to the edge so fast, and Mike Evans, a consistently solid blocker, doing a great job making that play happen. Of course, Godwin finishing the play strong as well, putting them in a 3rd and short, and they should be able to convert and keep the chains moving.
Should be able to. We'll see. They're about half a yard, it looked like, to go by my eyes. Gronk is out with back injury, by the way. Somebody, Mo Audits, want to know in the chat. Somebody asked if Godwin was hurt. I didn't see that. I hope that's not the case. I'll check Twitter. But yeah, Gronk hurt his back. So this has been a fun one. The Bucs have kind of come back to at least make it a game here so far, for sure. So we've got a game on our hands as we enter the 4th quarter. The Bucs are down by 2. It looks like Chris Godwin. Some people are saying Chris Godwin is hurt. Trying to see if anybody at the game is seeing anything.
That would be devastating because he's been the main way they've moved the ball so far.
Right. Let's see if anybody is saying anything that's at the game. I don't see anything from Greg Allman or anything. Yeah. Not seeing anything right now from him anyway. So we'll see. I'll keep checking as the game gets ready to go back. But here you're in a 3rd and 1 situation for the Bucs. What are you doing? Are you running the football? Are you sneaking Brady?
Yeah, I run the ball here, and if it gets to 4th down, then I sneak it.
You're going for it on 4th here.
Yeah, for sure.
You know they won't, though. They're not going to go.
Yeah,
for
exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. At their own 28-yard line here. Yeah, got to pick this one up because they're not going to go for it. So
yeah, exactly. But I mean, the luxury. So this is the interesting thing with knowing that you're going to go for it on 4th down is it affects you in 2 different ways. When it's 3rd and medium and 3rd and long, it lets you call your plays more conservatively on 3rd down. You can call a handoff. You can call a short pass, set yourself up for 4th and short. And similarly, on the other flip side of that is when you're 3rd and short, you can be more aggressive. You can call play action here, try to get a chunk on the through the air, and knowing that you're going to get another shot at it. But when you don't know these things, then it forces your hand a lot more on 3rd down.
Absolutely. Puts you in some tougher situations for sure. But 3rd and 1, got to be able to win in these spots. They didn't always last week, though, even though last week was a blowout. It was something Bruce Arians kind of lamented was their inability to get things on 3rd and short. They have been in a ton. I would love to see the stats actually across the league, how many 3rd and 4th and 2s the Bucs have been in compared to other teams. I would love to see kind of because it feels like they've been in so many 3rd and 1s.
They're just in so many 3rd downs, right, John?
Yeah, it does seem that way. I don't know. I'd like to see compared to the rest of the league.
Right. And they're in shotgun here. I don't love that.
Wow.
But...
Don't love that at all. What is going on? Here we go. Handoff, Leonard Fournette. He got there, crossed it. And a big broken tackle in there, too, at the line of scrimmage. He's going to get 1st down and more.
John, I'm really curious what the reasoning is. I mean, of course, they have some sort of reason why they do this, and they tend to do it pretty often. And it looks like Donovan Smith's
down holding his left wrist, it looks like.
And that's a huge loss as he's had a great year thus far.
Yeah. Brady's blindside protector right there. And obviously in this game against the Saints pass rushers, very critical.
Yeah. But yeah, with going to shotgun there, I wonder if the thought process is you're trying to lighten the box or create a little more space on the defensive line. There they went 3-by-1, 3 receivers out to one side, trying to take some guys outside of the box. But then you still saw, I want to say 5, maybe even 6 down players for the Saints. So they're not really lightening up from you being in a passing formation. And it's not really a situation where you want to throw, right? So even if the defense, because there what happens is the defense is giving you a favorable passing look, but you still don't want to pass, really, right?
Right. Yeah. You're right about that, Paul. It's 3rd and 1, and the Bucs are able to convert. Leonard Fournette does move the ball out. I think he got to the Bucs 35-yard line there. Josh Wells looks like he'll be coming in the game for at least a rep. We'll see what happens after that, but he'll be taking over at the left side. People are asking about moving Tristan Wirfs over. No, I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Creating 2 problems.
Yeah, and plus Wells is better on the left side than right side. I mean, it's still Josh Wells, but
yeah.
I mean, Brady's gonna have to get the ball out quick. Let's just be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Brady's good at getting the ball out quick, 2nd fastest in the league, just behind Ben Roethlisberger. But the issue that occurred a few times today, John, like you pointed out before, is that the coverage unit for the Saints has been winning, and that's at times forced Brady to hold on to the ball. So that comes down to a few things. One, the receivers obviously have to win their matchups, but 2, schematically, they need to be put in favorable situations given what the Saints are doing. The last 2 drives, they've nailed that. Leftwich, I mean, has nailed that.
Right. Let's see if I can see anything. Wells is in at left tackle, and Stinney is in as a 6th offensive lineman. So before Donovan Smith was even,
Why?
I don't know. I do not know. Trying to run some clock down too.
It's just like, ask yourself, who are your good players, right?
Yeah, right.
Put them on the field.
Play those guys.
Yeah. Oh, man. And then when Antonio Brown is healthy, they refuse to even play him half the snaps. I mean, come on.
Right. Josh Wells. Will he play a role in this season? We will see. 23-21. Saints lead. Bucs have a 1st and 10 in their own end, trying to take the lead.
Saints back to their too high coverage. Showing some sort of too high zone here, John.
Yep. Brady under center. Handoff, Leonard Fournette, left side. Going to pick up 3 yards maybe.
And there's a
flag
offensive holding. But, John, even if that wasn't a holding call, that 2-yard gain or 3-yard gain on 1st down is a loss. And that's why the Saints keep playing those too high coverages on 1st down, is because they know they can bait the Bucs into runs. And it's been an issue. they have to realize that that's just not the way that you win in today's league.
Yep. If you're going to win on first down, you got to change the way that it happens. And another hold, that's going to be just the penalties mounting up for the Bucs. Now the 8th penalty of the game for Tampa Bay.
And John, the old
Donovan
school thought
Smith
process there, the old school thought process is if you can run it well against 2 high, that the teams will start playing 1 high. But today's teams, they don't care. They're going to stay in 2 high.
Yeah. Here's 1st and 20. Brady back to pass over the middle of the field, caught across the 31-yard line by Tyler Johnson. So the Bucs will be in a 2nd and what?
Probably
13?
17. Oh,
13,
did he gain 7? Oh, okay. Wow. I was
13.
way off. I thought it was a way shorter game than that.
It's harder than it looks. It really is. Because you can't see, if you're in the press box, you can see the outside. You can see the field markers. A lot of time with the camera angles, you can only see zoomed in. And so it throws things off for you. So 2nd and 13, Brady from empty.
Again, 2 high. Got to see what happens with 22 there.
Yep. Quick throw, Jalen Darden screen, and he tried to spin backwards, and that was just a poor decision by him. And do you want Jalen Darden touching the ball on the 2nd and 13?
Right.
I mean, you got to win that down.
Right.
Is that who you want touching the ball? I just don't think so.
Yeah, I would much rather call an actual passing concept that's trying to scheme open Godwin, scheme open Evans, try to create a bit more of a conflict further down the field instead of putting it in Darden's hands. I don't really understand that decision. Why you're trying to manufacture touches for him.
I agree. So a 3rd and 14. You're in a real tough spot here after losing a couple yards on 2nd down. Brady back to pass. Quick throw to Chris Godwin. Breaks a tackle, breaks another tackle. He gets out to the 39-yard line, but that really didn't have much prayer of converting. And so kind of a conservative call there too. And the Bucs offense will come off the field. Don't really get that one. If you're going to do that, and aren't you going to go for it on 4th and 5? I don't really understand that play call.
Yeah, overplaying the field position game here. I mean, that's really what it was. They're trying to set up a better punt, but when you're in that part of the field, it's just not worth enough to gain 10 yards there, right? You're better off not gaining that, getting an incompletion, but actually going for a first down.
Yeah. But really the story is penalties as the Saints fly in there and nearly block that one. And here's a really bad punt from Bradley Pinion, and Deontay Harris is going to get it, step out of a few tackles. He gets drilled, but he gets all the way out to the 34. Looks like.
So John, you gained about 15 yards there by punting, right?
Yeah. It's 10 just pointless.
Yeah. Not a lot.
Yeah. Doesn't make much sense, Paul. Really doesn't. See if Harris stepped out of bounds there. He got drilled by Andrew Adams at the end of that return. But again, more bad tackling from the Bucs on that punt return too. That allowed several extra yards to Deontay Harris. So Chris Godwin, by the way, in this game, Paul, up to 8 catches for 140 yards. He has been
how many yards?
140.
140? Wow.
Yeah, 140. Yep.
Jeez.
Tyler Johnson with 4 for 54, Evans with 2 for 48 and a touchdown. Godwin has a touchdown as well, obviously. Yeah, I think Leftwich has been fine for the most part, but I kind of agree with frustration in the chat over that drive. The Leonard first down play was just weird to me. These situations, man, who do you want? Whose hands do you want the ball in? Your fourth quarter, you're down, divisional game. Sometimes it's not that hard,
Yeah.
So yeah, I disagree with that. And then, just felt 2nd and 13 didn't feel like what I would do in that situation. I didn't think Darden did a good job with the ball either, but you have Tom Brady, man. This isn't Trevor Siemian. You know what I mean? Like, you can throw the ball a little bit. Like, you're leading the league in passing.
Yeah. I mean, and it goes back to when they are throwing so often, it's in difficult situations. Like, they're not letting themselves throw in the easy situations. And yet the passing attack has still put up amazing numbers throughout the season. Right. But that's a testament to the talent. And that's the thing. Like, the overall plays are well designed. It's just a few frequency things here and there. They're I can keep just repeating myself over and over again, but that's the issue with their first down play calling. And that's why they're so imbalanced on 2nd down, right? Like, they're passing over 80% on 2nd down.
Right.
Like, if you care about balance, then what does that tell you?
Yep. I mean, 8 penalties for 74 yards though, because you're right. We can talk about the play calling all we want. Reality is it's 1st and 20 when it shouldn't be, because you're getting another penalty. And that's something that is just, it's just killed the Bucs today. Whether the penalties have been good or bad, and that one was a good call, it's just destroyed them today. Like, not being able to be in better situations because of penalties has been so big against a team that doesn't get penalized and hasn't gotten penalized really today, Paul, that's just made a massive difference.
Yeah, exactly. The Saints, well coached, very disciplined. I don't think, I think overall the Bucs coaches have done a very reasonable and in certain aspects an excellent job coaching. But the Saints coaching staff, Sean Payton, one of the absolute best in the league, and they do have that advantage there, and it shows up in a lot of ways.
Yep. But still, we come back to the defense. 1st and 10, the Saints have it at their own 34-yard line. They've had a couple good drives in a row. Now the momentum, maybe it's, you don't believe in momentum, I know, but here we go. Saints defensive line, or Bucs defensive line stops Kamara. Jason Pierre-Paul rides him down after a gain of about 3. So 2nd and 7. But yeah, these are the situations where you got to be able to establish yourselves. And Pierre-Paul looks like he's in some pain, gets up slowly. Devin White helps him up.
Yeah. So
a 2-yard gain there on 1st down, they're going to say, actually, by the time he got knocked down.
I mean, as the Bucs, you would love to see the Saints become conservative here and commit to the run, but I don't think it'll continue to happen.
I haven't done it this game really very much. So here we go. It's going to be handoff. Kamara to the right side, and he gets tackled pretty quickly by Jordan White. He gained a couple. 3rd and 5 coming up. Saints from their own 39-yard line.
And Bucs just playing their base cover 3 zone there. Just that's their bread and butter coverage.
Right.
And it's pretty solid against the run because of how just the pre-snap alignment.
Right. 3rd and 5 for the Saints with Trevor Siemian. This is 11:08 and counting left in the 4th quarter.
And I think for some people it's not going to match their intuition, but 3rd and 5 is advantage defense. Just all else equal.
Bucs crowd the line of scrimmage. 3rd and 5. Like winding down, and oh my gosh, Shaq Barrett jumped. Was he Oh my goodness, dude. The play clock is right in front of you at 2 seconds. How can you screw that up?
It feels like at least once a game from Shaq. Yeah, it's against the defense.
What an unbelievable debacle of a performance in terms of penalties. Just no discipline. How do you not?
And I don't see how it happens game after game. Like, you make that mistake once, you think that you notice it.
Led the league last year. Yep, led the league last year in these penalties. The league year before this. I mean, how can this not be in something that's grown for the Bucs at this point? Really? Yeah, very embarrassing and
you do. Stuff. That's the thing. You do everything right, and then you make one mistake, and that one mistake is big enough to screw up everything else.
There's a pitch to Mark Ingram. He's going to get outside and gain about 5. So the Saints committing to the run game here and getting enough to put themselves.
And that's going to be taunting on Devin White.
Oh my gosh, you got to be kidding me! You got to be kidding me!
Just a joke. I mean,
dude. Get Devin White out of the game. He's not helping you anyway. So
again, this is another situation where I hate the rule, but that's the way it's called, and Devin White has to know better. Like, that's very obviously, we're 8 weeks into the season now. You know what it is.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question that's going to get called. It's
a terrible rule, but they've been calling it that way, and that's clear as day taunting.
Your captain, your leader. Couple years in a row now. Been one of your worst players on the field all season, and then going to do that in the key moment of the game.
Just unbelievable lack of discipline as a whole team, really.
Yeah, it's extremely disappointing. Now the Saints have it all the way at the Bucs 35-yard line through basically nothing that they have done. It leaves you at a loss for words. It really does. Siemian back to pass all day and has a wide open receiver underneath, throwing again out, of course, Pierre Desir. 1st down, 14 yards to Deontay Harris. They are at the Bucs 21-yard line now.
Yeah, honestly, at a loss. Nothing to say, man. Honestly, it's just so ridiculous.
And again, it's like, it's one thing if it's a bad call there in that situation, or, it's even it's still horrible, but it's like, man, Devin White has had an awful game. He's had an awful year. Like, it's just, do you really want to make, like, it's frustrating, man. That's your captain. It's your captain in a game like this. 1st and 10 from the 21-yard line. Siemian back to pass, throwing down the field and too high for Callaway. Had him back shoulder and couldn't hit him. Desir was again in coverage there and not going to make a play on that if it was a well-thrown ball.
Yeah, obviously, John, super important to not give up the touchdown here, because that would make it a 2-score game. But even a field goal is huge for the Saints, and they're well within field goal position because then you have to get a touchdown and win. And that's just solely because of the penalties that they're even in this spot.
Yeah, that's all it is, man. Same thing in the first half, to be honest. And a lot of those were bad calls, too. Here's 2nd and 10 from the 21-yard line. Simeon going to hand off Kamara, and he's going to be dragged down by White after a gain of about 5. So 3rd and 5 coming up. And again, another huge play. Ball is at the Bucs 16-yard line.
Bucs with some confusion pre-snap, just getting aligned.
Yep.
Not sure who the free safety was. That's confusion there by, I think, Whitehead and Winfield. Not sure who's supposed to be the box safety, who's supposed to be the single high.
Yep. 3rd and 5. Clock winding, by the way. That's a factor. 8:46 and counting left in this game.
Huge 3rd down here.
Yeah. 4-man rush for the Bucs. Saints protect beautifully. Thrown underneath. Incomplete. Simeon threw it too low. Deontay Harris was wide open in the middle of the field.
Lucky break for the Bucs. That was wide open. There was a check down in the flats wide open, and just a very, very poor throw from Simeon. And now assuming that the field goal unit's going to come out there, huge break for the Bucs.
Yeah, for sure. Simeon threw it just too low. Yeah, but that would have been a first down for sure. Bucs defense. Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a unit, man. So this field goal from Brian Johnson to try and make it 26-21 with 8:34 left in the game. Try and extend the Saints lead to 5. And he kicks it up and in. So now the Bucs cannot take the lead with a field goal. They need a touchdown. So still a huge drive for the Saints there to make it a much more difficult game for the Bucs.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, again, my biggest issue with this defense is just the lack of discipline. I think if they cleaned up the penalties, they could easily be somewhere around average to slightly above average as a unit, which is good enough when you have an offense this stacked. But when you're just playing this poorly in terms of penalties, there's no overcoming it, really.
Yeah, it is really difficult because they're going to be back up maybe to the most penalized team in the league. 10 penalties for 94 yards today. And that is, I mean, it's textbook how you lose a football game. They are writing the book right now, especially to a team that in this, I mean, Trevor Siemian, I can't say it enough, 3rd string quarterback. And it's not like they were losing big when Siemian came in the game. Like they have let him put up 19 points in this game by marching the ball or just penalties, moving the ball down the field for him. You will not find many more gift wrapped results if this one holds up than this final score. They've got a lot to fix going into the bye, whether they win or not in this game for sure. 26-21 Saints lead, 8:31 left in the 4th quarter. Saints getting ready to kick off, and they send this one into the end zone, and the Bucs will take over at their own 25-yard line. So not going to have too many more shots in this game probably, Paul. So you've got a drive here, a chance to put things together. It's a big one, though, because it's taken the Bucs a while when they have scored. Most of the time when they have scored, I should say. They did hit the last couple ones that they did have had a big play on. But given the Saints' propensity to prevent big plays, I don't know that you can count on that the rest of the game. We'll see what they can find.
Yeah, John, I think, again, keep Evans on the outside and motion Godwin into the slot. If you want to start with those stack looks, motion Godwin inside and try to get him open one-on-one underneath there.
Yep. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Takes the snap. 4-man rush for the Saints. Protection's good. Holds up. He throws underneath Leonard Fournette. Boom. Big hit from Demario Davis. 2nd and 8 coming up. Fournette did hang on to that one.
Again, John, so you had Godwin and Evans stacked both on the same side, and Evans oddly as the inside man. And whenever they do that, that's allowing the Saints to clog up the middle because then Evans isn't that outside deep threat. That allows them to bring extra support over the middle, whereas if Evans is on the outside, they can't do that.
Right. Here we go. 2nd and 8. Brady from the shotgun. Saints again showing a 4-man rush. Brady takes the snap. No 2-man rush. Saints drop out. O.J. Howard makes the catch. Good stiff arm. He's going to get the first down. He breaks the tackle, and he stretches the ball down to the 39-yard line. O.J. Howard with a little tackle breaking magic there, and he picks up the first down and moves the ball out to near the 40 for the Bucs.
Really conservative call there, John. Again, it was basically a pick play where you're trying to throw the flats to O.J. Howard. It reminds me a little bit of that Darden screen from the last drive. It is curious that they're scheming up such conservative stuff. I absolutely agree with being methodical against this defense, but I don't know if I love just designing plays like that, though obviously happy with the result.
Yeah. Here's Brady, handoff Fournette. What is going on? 3 yards, and they just keep doing it. They keep trying it. That looked like the outside zone there. It's just not working, man. The Bucs, the Saints are maybe the best run defense in the league. The Bucs should know what that looks like. This is that situation. Would you run against your own defense? No. So 2nd and 7 is the situation now for the Bucs with the clock winding still. That's a factor too. 6:50 and counting.
I think
left in the fourth.
Like just by the pure stats, the Bucs are probably better, but you could make this argument for the Saints being better because they play with lighter personnel and lighter boxes. So, but they're still managing to stop the run so well.
Right. Here we go. 2nd and 8 for Brady from his own 42-yard line. Takes the snap, back to throw. 4-man rush for the Saints. Throws underneath. Leonard Fournette breaks a couple tackles and reaches across the first down marker. So Bucs will have it out to about the 49, their own 49-yard line, it looks like, and they're going to have a first down.
That's what it's going to take, John. Just being patient. There are going to be very few opportunities to hit it deep, but when they are there, obviously you take them. You saw the one missed by Brady earlier, and then again when they had their second opportunity deep, connected with Mike Evans for a great touchdown pass. Right. But until then, until they give you those opportunities, keep taking everything underneath and move the chains.
Right. Here's Brady from the shotgun. Fournette in the backfield next to him takes the snap. Saints are going to send late pressure. Bucs picking up pretty well. Brady going down the field. Cyril Grayson's all by himself. Touchdown Bucs. The Saints
unbelievable, John. Where did that come from? That had to be a coverage bust of all coverage busts. I don't even know what I just saw.
Cyril Grayson's second catch of his career.
I was honestly scared that Brady overthrew it, but right on the money. Oh, I need another look at that.
Completely forgot about Cyril Grayson.
Oh, that's too tight of an angle. I can't see what happened.
He's only in this game because of injuries to Scotty Miller and to Antonio Brown. Obviously, last year he had 3 targets. He dropped 2 of them. Scott Reynolds has waged war against this man, and understandably so. But Cyril Grayson makes the catch, and the Bucs are up 27-26. With the extra point coming. And no, they're looking obviously at a 2-point conversion. My mistake.
Brady under center. So this is where they like those quick screen passes like you saw him do to Amendola on the Patriots all the time.
Yeah. And here's a pitch to Chris Godwin running to the right. Saints sniffed that all the way and had no chance. 5 guys tackle Godwin at the 2-yard line. So that one never had a prayer. 5:44 left in the game. The Bucs lead by 1, 27-26. Saints can still take the lead. They just need a field goal. Penalties are going to be a big factor. Tons of time left in this game and good protection too. That was a blitz. Leonard Fournette stuck his nose in there, chopped somebody down. The Saints all focused on Mike Evans, and Cyril Grayson was all by himself for the long bomb touchdown.
I had my head down at the beginning of that replay. I'm wondering if that was some sort of man blitz where the free safety was meant to pick up Grayson, but instead doubled Evans, but I didn't see enough of that to know for sure.
It did look like that to me, but I was not focused. I was looking at Fournette actually in pass protection. It did look like that, though, that he bit up on Evans. Yeah. So now the Saints will take over, and the Bucs defense, for all the penalties, for all the mistakes, for giving up 26 points to one of the worst offenses in the league. Can they finally rally up and make a play here? A turnover. They have no turnovers in this game. They have 1 sack in this game. Can they change that in these moments with Trevor Siemian at quarterback for the Saints? A pivotal moment of the division on the line.
That was a man blitz there, John. Just looks like some confusion from the safeties there. One of them was supposed to pick up Grayson. Instead, went to help over on Evans. And that's exactly what you got to do, right? Use Evans to open up rest of the field. Mm-hmm. Very well done there, exploiting a huge mistake. And John, if they're able to get away with this game, it really feels like if they're able to win, it really feels like they're stealing one. Honestly, feels kind of like the Atlanta one from last year in Atlanta, but even more extreme because they've done so many things here to lose the game, really.
Yeah. Brady, 27 of 36 for 364 yards and 4 touchdowns, by the way, in this game.
Not bad.
Yeah, not bad at all. Here we go. Saints, 1st and 10. From their own 25-yard line. They've got lots of extra blockers in the game. Can the Bucs defend against it? Yes, right up the middle. Jordan Whitehead knifes through, and he cuts down the runner near the line of scrimmage.
Head-scratching strategy, John. From the last few drives, it feels like they've gone more conservative on early downs, and I don't really understand it. You've had success in those situations against the Bucs. It's sure the third downs, Simeon has understandably looked a little worse, but when they've given him opportunities for easy underneath stuff on first down, it seems like they've been fairly successful, but favorable for the Bucs for sure if they're going to become conservative here.
Yeah. 2nd and 9 now for the Saints from their own 26-yard line. Simeon back to pass, 3-man rush for the Bucs. They throw underneath to Kamara. He's hit pretty quickly, so it's going to be about 3rd and 4.
Trying to take away that quick game, John, by dropping 8 in coverage, knowing that that's what Simeon wants to do. So instead, forcing him to get through his progressions, find someone underneath.
Can't give up a run and catch. Can't give up a run and catch in these situations. And Pierre Desir, you gotta be aware of where he's at, right? Got to be aware, because that's, if you're the secondary, if you're the safeties.
Yeah, John, I think we're going to see some sort of too high coverage here is my guess. And if Simeon can make a play with his feet, then so be it.
Yeah, Bucs corners are playing way off. Yep, and they go right underneath the Callaway and they get the first down. Bucs corners playing very off here. Pierre Desir giving up a lot of cushion. Probably because he doesn't want to get run by again. But you got to play man coverage in these spots, man. Trust the pass rush to get home.
Yeah, I mean, if
don't give that up.
I don't think you can just give up the easy pass like that with your coverage. And if you're scared of Desir being beat, then give him safety help over top. Don't just give up the first down like that. That's
right. Yep.
A very strange schematic decision.
Yeah. I mean, Todd Bowles is as much to, I know the players we've talked about it, and they're down to nobody. So he's got to help them out with the scheme. And it just hasn't happened in this game. And here's going to be an end around. Deontay Harris. He's got tons of space to work with. Got blockers out in front of him. Weaves around, and finally Winfield's going to knock him down, but he's going to get to about the 39-yard line of the Bucs before he's brought down. And so a big gain for Deontay Harris, and they're threatening outside of field goal range.
The Bucs have had a tendency, it seems like, of getting beat with gadget plays where they're just not ready for these type of trick type things.
Yeah, Jason Pierre-Paul in that situation, just not aware at all that a player's coming back across the other way.
Yeah, that's right. Completely out of position for that end around.
This is embarrassing for this defense. You know what they need to be able to march down the field, and you're still giving it to them.
And just teetering on the edge of field goal range. I mean, if not already in it, but very close.
The clock is a factor here too. Simeon, pressure, doesn't get there. Throws underneath, again underneath. Ty Montgomery's going to pick up a good gain on first down. And so it'll be 2nd and 5 for the Saints offense. Clock is stopped at 2:51 there because he went out of bounds. Got to hold to a field goal here in this situation. I mean, right now it's a 51-yarder from here. Will Lutz out for the season, obviously. Brian Johnson is the Saints kicker this year. 2nd and 6 coming up.
Bucs showing man.
Yep. Winfield creeps up to the line of scrimmage. Handoff Kamara. Dashing into the backfield as Cockrell pushes him out wide, and Devin White tracks down Kamara. Yeah,
well done by White.
Out of bounds, but
that looks like it's only a 1-yard gain, and that is where they're spotting it. I was a little worried they might give him a favorable spot, but well done by Devin White there to finish the play.
3rd and 5 coming up for this Bucs defense.
And this is why usually, John, it's so hard to beat this Bucs defense outside, is because of that speed and the linebacker position, namely Devin White. I know the Saints managed to take advantage of it once earlier in the game, which was surprising, but this is more what you expect to see.
Right. Here we go. 3rd and 5. Can they avoid penalties, and can they make a stop? Here's pressure coming up the middle. Clear holding on the offensive line. Is it going to be a call? I don't know. Simeon throws it away on 3rd and 5. Didn't want to take a sack, but pretty clear that multiple pass rushers hauled down for the Bucs.
Oh, and there's a flag, and Simeon's fist pumping.
What in the world? How is this not at least offsetting? I mean, you've got to be kidding me. They tackled multiple pass rushers right in front of the official.
Oh my God. Defensive holding. Unbelievable.
How in the world? How? I just don't understand. Maybe it's defensive holding, but how can you not call it on the offensive line as well? Cockrell is who the call goes against.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely is. I mean, he held him well beyond.
That's exactly what happened on the Brady pick that swung the whole game. Exactly what happened. except that was way more. Both were those were way more egregious because those were out of breaks. Tyler Johnson being bear hugged and then Chris Godwin out of a break. But how is there not one on the offensive line? Just unbelievable, man. Like a full game is swung because of this. I mean, Bruce Arians is going to have some things to say. There's 11 penalties for 104 yards.
But John, refs aside, the Bucs have made an inexcusable amount of mistakes on their own.
No question. Simeon, handoff, Kamara up the middle, Ingram up the middle, gain of 3.
And now the Bucs will likely use their timeouts.
Yeah, they need to. They need to for sure. 2nd and 7 coming up here. But yeah, the Saints are going to try to run this clock down and kick a game-winning field goal, obviously. But yeah, I mean, that's not even close to as egregious as what you saw in the first half. I mean,
agreed.
Goodness gracious. I wish they'd show the line of scrimmage again because, I mean, I just don't understand how multiple guys can get tackled on their way to the quarterback and there's nothing. Either way, though, this is so embarrassing. Like, this is Trevor Siemian. No Michael Thomas. Kamara has not been this big deal in this game. Like, this is
just penalties.
So
I mean, even Simeon's stat line is not anything out of this world. You couldn't really do more to beat yourself than what the Bucs have done today on defense.
It's really pretty unbelievable. Can't give up a first down here. That becomes huge, especially you got the 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts. Simeon back to pass, has all day to throw. No pressure at all. Over the middle of the field, wide open. Marquez Callaway makes the catch and is knocked down at the 9-yard line. So 1st and goal for the Saints. And now you're thinking about a touchdown if you're the Saints here.
Yeah.
That was Jamel Dean. I'm not sure what happened. Like, he's right there in position. He just decelerates. I don't understand.
And clean pocket for Simeon. Has all day to read it out.
Brutal defensive performance. I mean, I don't even know what you say about Todd Bowles after this one. And the discipline of the whole team, though. Like, that's the thing.
I mean, I don't understand how you don't get it together, right? This is not a young, inexperienced team. This is a veteran group.
It's
just same mistakes.
Over 429 yards of offense for the Bucs against the Saints defense. Come back, take the lead in this game. Just unbelievable. Let Trevor Siemian march down the field again on you. Oh my gosh. 5 trips to the red zone for the Saints today. 5.
Nothing to say, man. I mean, just unbelievable. The Bucs, if they play a clean game, they're winning this by a touchdown at least.
Oh, it's not even a game.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of the penalties are horrible calls, but a lot of the second half have not been. They gave up 3 points on the last drive with Devin White taunting. And
I mean, the was it Golston on that late roughing the passer where he just knocks over Simeon for no reason, really late, like 2 steps late. Devin White with the taunting call. You know, there's so much stuff that's completely self-inflicted. And that's what I mean, where even if you keep the bad calls, if the Bucs just cleaned up the stuff that they clearly did screw up, unenforced, then they're still winning this game.
Right. Yep.
The other stuff is out of your control. There's nothing you can do.
Saints are going to be looking for their best player, 1st and goal from the 9. Obviously, they're going to want to run the football a little bit. I mean, I'm trying to think. 2-minute warning here. Bucs have 2 timeouts. So they can, but the Saints are going to be able to run at least 1 play unless the Bucs let them score, which they're still at the 9. So I don't know that you want to do that. You want to give yourself the chance to win the game with a field goal here. I know we saw a couple weeks ago somebody let the other team score, I believe. It's just amazing that it's in this situation right now.
It really is. Yeah.
It's just amazing. Oh man. Mentioned it before. Brady 27 of 36, 364 yards and 4 touchdowns. Chris Godwin, 8 catches, 140 yards. Tyler Johnson, 4 for 54. Cyril Grayson, 1 for 50. Evans, 2 for 48 in this game. But all might be for naught here if the Bucs defense can't do something. Okay, so we'll see. 1st and goal from the 9. How do the Saints play this? 2-minute warning just happened. Here's Simeon from the shotgun. Bucs showing some pressure. Looked like the Saints moved early. No call. Pass is incomplete. So they threw on first down. It was a clear false start. Bucs are saying, how are you not throwing the flag there for that false start? And
well, you'd rather have the incompletion than a false start there.
I mean, you'll definitely take the incompletion, but it'd be nice for them to be backed up too. But
yeah.
Okay, 2nd and goal from the 9 now. Trevor Siemian in a quarterback for the Saints after the first quarter, I believe.
In shotgun again.
Injury to Jameis Winston. Yeah, shotgun again. Kamara in the backfield next to Simeon. Motions Kamara to the left. 3 receivers to the left. Pressure coming. Simeon throws this one incomplete into the flat. So the Saints have now thrown on back-to-back plays. And 3rd and goal coming now from the Bucs 9-yard line. Now they'll definitely throw on 3rd down, I would guess.
Yeah, John, I see that as a one, they think that the Bucs run defense is really good, and 2, that their pass defense is not very good, and 3rd, that they need a touchdown because they don't necessarily feel that their defense can stop the Bucs offense.
Right.
So I don't necessarily hate the thought process, though. On the other hand, you're trusting Trevor Siemian to make a play.
Yeah. 3rd and goal for the Saints. Big play here from the Bucs 9-yard line. Yep. Here's Simeon from the shotgun. 4-man rush for the Bucs. He has time. Throws over the middle field. Caught by Kamara. Devin White hauls him down in the open field. Was he down? I don't know, but Cockrell was there
use
anyway
a timeout.
Yep. Now you need a timeout, and you've got 1:44 to work with.
Oh, Devin White almost got the ball out. The ball was moving, but Kamara.
I don't think Kamara got. Yeah, you're right. He almost stripped the ball there. I don't know if Kamara was actually down on this tackle. So Ross Cockrell running up and making sure he was stopped.
The wrap up was good to finish the
4th
play.
and goal. And the Saints, Brian Johnson, I'm sure, will be on now to kick the field goal to go up. There's 1:44 left in the game. Clock is stopped right now. This is a chip shot.
He did miss the PAT earlier. So
that's true. This is what, 23 yards?
Funny enough, it ended up not affecting the game. If you think about how it still would be a field goal to win it for the Bucs.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to do math in my head to see if the 2-point conversion made it. No, I don't. No, because he makes the field goal. So 29-27. I guess if the Bucs had gone,
it would be tied right now if they converted on that 2-point try.
Right. Right. I'm trying to earlier when they kicked the extra point instead of going for 2.
That
so the Bucs, 141 and 1 timeout to go down the field for Tom Brady and the Bucs offense against one of the best defenses in the league.
Should be doable. I mean,
should be doable, but should never be in this situation.
That's right.
Should never have to be in this situation.
Yeah, but they can go up tempo. They can still check it down here on this drive. 1 timeout and 141 is enough where you can go no huddle and you can check it down the field and get into field goal range. Say you start at your own 25, you need to get to their 35, right? Mm-hmm. Roughly. Yep. That's definitely doable. You don't need to force it down the field or anything like that.
Right. Yep. You have plenty of time.
But now, of course, the Saints are going to play strictly pass coverage defenses, right? They're gonna likely keep their 2 safeties back there. They're gonna say, hey, if you're gonna complete anything, it's gonna be over the middle where the clock keeps running.
Right. Where this gets frustrating for me is that where the game ends on the unit that, in my opinion, just doesn't really deserve much of the blame. I mean, I know they let some opportunities go in the first half, but they've played outstanding football in the second half, and the defense has just been completely let them down over and over and over and over and over again. But here we are. It's on the offense, and that's how football works sometimes. And they've got to make something happen here with the 141 left in the game from their own 25-yard line.
I can only imagine
a hostile environment too.
I can only imagine how loud it is in there right now.
Oh my, I cannot.
Probably a circus.
It's probably absolutely insane in there right now. So that's going to be an issue too with all the penalties that the Bucs have gotten. Will pre-snap penalties be an issue? Here go the Bucs from their own 25-yard line. Brady from the shotgun. 2 receivers to his right, 1 to his left. Cam Brate is in the game, and it's a 4-man rush. He throws deep down the field to Mike Evans, who stopped his route.
There was some contact.
Yeah, Evans stopped his route. I wasn't sure if it was because of contact or if the safety was coming. Then the safety stopped his progress. The ball kind of landed between everybody.
I mean, Evans kind of trying to sell the contact, but he slowed down. If he doesn't slow down, that's right in his hands. That's on the money.
That's frustrating.
Oh, super frustrating. And you know what? That was something I noticed a few times last year too, where Evans, as soon as he would feel contact, he would try to sell it and kind of give up on his route as opposed to trying to finish his route strong. Hasn't been an issue so far this year.
Yeah. 29-27. Bucs trying to come back. 1:36 left in the game. Brady back to pass. Over the middle of the field. Brutal. Intercepted. That's going to do it. PJ Williams on the run back. He's going to try and stay in bounds and score, and I think he might have. We'll see. Pick 6 for the Saints. And the Bucs are going to lose. PJ Williams scored a touchdown there. Brutal performance. As self-inflicted one as you'll ever see.
Yeah, John, like you said, I mean, ends with this unit on the field, and it's going to be the one that naturally gets the blame here, especially with an interception. Mm-hmm. I mean, I that's not a good decision. Clearly,
it's not. It's not.
Nope. But at the same time, it's been a good game for this offense as a whole.
Yeah. But yeah, you get in that situation so many times, and that's why it's tough.
Yeah.
Yep. Clearly, safety's right there waiting for that throw all the way, and Brady threw it right to him there. Not a good enough performance on either side of the ball for sure, but the story in this one, what an unbelievable, pathetic showing from this Bucs defense. Just an all-time clunker from Todd Bowles' unit. And deserves all the ridicule that will come his way after this game because it was egregiously bad against Trevor Siemian and several backups out there for the Saints without some of their best players on the field.
Yeah, agreed, John. Just horrible lack of discipline. And you're going to see 2-man coverage here, 2 safeties up top, man underneath, and crossing routes from both Evans and Godwin.
Yep.
There it is. And Evans might be open, but not even really, because there's a cornerback underneath waiting to undercut it. I think Brait's corner, he had his eyes on the quarterback, so he's ready to – I mean, there's nothing there.
Yeah. Not the situation you normally see Brady force the ball in either. Just a very uncharacteristic – mistake from him, obviously. I mean, most, the picks they've thrown this season really haven't been his fault either. So even putting in the ball in harm's way is, not something you imagine there. But yeah, just so egregiously bad by that defense. So egregiously bad. We'll unless they finish the season, I know we'll be talking about that one because that was just. Think about the guys they're going up against there and how thoroughly Sean Payton whooped Todd Bowles in this game. It's incredible.
Completely.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And you can see the numbers there. Brady against Saints, 21 other games, 12 total turnovers, 8 against the Saints. So obviously that has been an issue. The Bucs turned over 3 times today. They had tons of chances to turn over the Saints. They didn't do it. They had 11 penalties, I believe, in this game. You're probably going to lose. The fact they even had a chance to win this game in the Superdome on the road is remarkable considering what they have kind of done to themselves. And so Jalen Darden with the return, he's going to get out to the 18-yard line. He's, not that it's a factor, but he's really struggled today too. And I wonder if the Bucs, they probably won't be that quick with the hook, but yeah.
Right.
Not good enough from him today.
Yeah. Had something consistent, at least with Jaden Mickens, not with a high upside, but you wonder if they go back to that.
Yeah, for sure. And now Bucs in a tough spot here. Obviously they're down 9, minute 19 left to play. They have 1 timeout. Tough to believe that they're in this situation given what the adversity the Saints have. And the Saints deserve a lot of credit. They're one of the best coached teams in the league. They're one of the toughest teams in the league. Obviously the Bucs handed this one to them on a platter, but they didn't break it. And now pass rush breaks through for the Saints, and Brady's going to be sacked here at the end of the game. And so Saints defensive line really held in check basically the entire game. I mean, even the sack earlier was not really on the offensive line. Bucs offensive line has been outstanding in this game, but on that one, Alex Kappa got beat and Tano Passanio got the sack as a result.
Yeah, I mean, it really felt like by now that the Bucs had overcome the Saints' issues, that they should have walked in here, been able to win.
Well, they're going to win the second meeting between these two teams. I don't have much doubt about that because it's pretty clear that the Bucs are the better football team. But you can't do it when you keep doing this on the road. You can't do it when you keep it's self-inflicted stuff, whether it's drops, from the first drive of the game, penalties. You give yourself too much to overcome, and it might work against teams like the Bears and the Eagles and the Dolphins, no matter where you are. But there's just no way. It's never going to work against teams like the Saints. As good as you are, as many injuries even as the Bucs have on top of it, you can't play that way and win a football game. It's just not going to happen. Here's Brady throwing underneath. Tyler Johnson makes the catch, get out to the 21-yard line. It's just not going to happen. So,
and if that's not taunting, I don't know what is.
Yeah, right. Officiating cannot get lost in this because it was one of the worst officiated games you will ever see. Like, no question. But there's so many issues with the Bucs, especially defensively, the way they played in this game that, it's hard not to focus there for sure. Oh my gosh. An egregious drop by Tyler Johnson to close things out.
Well, but yeah, John, I always hate talking about officiating because I feel like in the long run, you benefit from it as much as you end up getting hurt from it. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, in this particular game, it was pretty brutal. I mean, the Bucs got very, very unlucky with how this game ended up being called.
Yeah. No question. And it's a weird game because, if that hold on Godwin gets called, I wonder what happens. The Bucs are obviously in field goal range then at that point. And you would wonder what, do they go down and do they score? Here's Brady taking a sack on fourth down. Late pressure got through on a DB blitz, I believe, or on a linebacker blitz for the Saints. And the Bucs will turn over on downs. And so that'll be the end of the game. But yeah, you wonder if that changes things at all too. Like, can you, in those situations at the end of the game, that was such a pivotal call because it's a clear double hold there. And then obviously you have a situation Brady is, picked off and the Saints get the run back and then they get to score. And instead of the Bucs scoring and probably running a good bit more clock too, how does it go into the break? That was just such a pivotal blown call and moment in the game, obviously. And now you see the result and it obviously contributed to the result heavily. So you've got to overcome that in some games. This was way more than you typically have to overcome for sure. Bucs are going to fall to 6-2. Saints improved to 5-2. Division is totally up in the air. If the Bucs had won an extremely winnable game, there's no question they would have got a stranglehold on this division. Now they go into the bye with a bad taste in their mouth. They lose 36-27 to the Saints. Pretty embarrassing fashion. We're going to talk about it all in the Pewter post-game podcast coming up in about 8:15, somewhere around there. I'll get that one set up for you guys. We're going to cover it all and break it all down on the Pewter post-game podcast, Pewter Report post-game podcast coming up in a little bit here. So we'll talk about the whole game as a whole. We'll talk about this Todd Bowles thing. Don't worry. I know y'all are pissed. We'll get to it. We'll get y'all in here. We'll vent out the therapy session for sure. So appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for tuning in here. We'll catch you again next time on another edition of Pewter Game Day.